And Disney and Warner von Braun were best friends. They were besties, BFFs.
Oh yeah,
You know,
which is interesting because now you've got Elon Musk battling with current Disney. Like, who do you think should win that Twitter war?
I think Disney is corrupted inside and out, and I think that Disney is no longer, relevant in today's time. I think that they're fossil. And there was a time where Disney was all about morality, but now it's no longer morality anymore. You know what I mean? People don't gather around the television set anymore. We all have our own personal devices and stuff like that. So I think Disney's losing the battle, and I think Elon Musk is another one too. That's just like he says, "Oh, we better watch out for AI. We better watch out for this. We better watch out for that." But he's like the pioneer on the front of the ship. He wants to go to Mars. He wants to put chips in our heads. It's like, you say one thing, but you do another. You mean another. You know what I mean? So, it's, I hope to see they both crash and burn, if you ask me. Like, we're all supposed to be, well, like, looking at our carbon footprint, but yet they keep sending like rockets up, rockets up. Yeah, obviously they're not going anywhere. He's not bringing back anything. He's not. I mean, and they lied about Mars. They lied about sending rovers to Mars and all of this stuff. It was all theatrics. It was all, like they're all sitting there, yay, let's eat our peanuts. And, like, we did it again, guys. Let's call it a wrap. We worked so hard to get the Mars mission going. I don't know. They're telling a lie long enough that they're hoping that everybody believes it. And eventually people are going to stop believing it. They're going to say, you know what? They said it so many times. And then, you're going against your better judgment. Everything in your gut is telling you, hey. But if you're a scientist or a doctor or something like that works in physics and whatnot, then of course you're not going to say nothing bad. You're not going to say nothing bad to the contrary, because there's your money. Why would you shoot yourself in the foot? If they're all telling lies and you're like you know how much your PhD costed you? Yeah, well, you're gonna, how many years of your life you had to give up to have that position, only for people to turn around and say, "Oh, the Earth is flat. You're ridiculous." Blah blah blah. So, they don't want to lose their positions, their prestige, their money, their fat bank accounts. And if the people knew, if everybody woke up and they realized that they were all being conned, nobody would give any money to NASA. They would have to forcefully take it from us by force, right? So I don't know. But you can see them. They're on wire harnesses at NASA. All of that shit's fake. It's all fake, 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 fake. And a lot of people bought it way back. But this isn't the '60s anymore. And all of us played video games. I'm sure everybody in this chat right now has played a video game. I'm sure every single one of us. So we would know. I'm sure we've all seen enough movies to realize, what's real and what's not. Right? They're just not. They're not keeping up with it. They're just taking the money. Guys. I don't know. They got no problem taking the money. And the reason that NASA no longer sends ships up is because they're so greedy. They don't want to do it anymore. So they passed it off on somebody else who said, hey, you know what? I can convince the people. I'm Elon Musk. I'm the richest man in the world, right? Not really, but. And you got people like Bezos too. I mean, all these people they bought into it. And if the minute that we no longer believe in this, that whatever it is that they're projecting onto us, right, is the minute that, we start thinking and asking questions. And that's what they don't want. They don't want you asking questions. And they meaning everybody who's been trying to pull this over our eyes for so long. So they don't want you to believe anything. They were like, oh my God, if that happened, imagine that all the money from NASA no longer goes to NASA anymore, no longer goes to Elon Musk anymore. All those contracts, those government contracts, gone. And then the military industrial complex can't justify taking the money anymore. So, yeah, something like that. What do you guys think?
So does that make everybody in on it then? If you're paying taxes and
Not if you indoctrinated two generations of people. if you're going to school since you're like what, 6, 5 and 6, sometimes in 4, so you go to school your entire life, and you get out when you're about 18, 17, 18, 19, right? And then you go to university to go get something else. And again, a lot of the stuff that they teach, they're always like, every show you turn on, they talk about space, they talk about rocket ships and all that, astronauts. Like, I don't know, could you guys go become an astronaut? Is there any is there a high demand for astronauts out there? I don't think so. It's like an insider club, and you're not in it. And yeah, and it just costs so much money for discovery and all of that stuff. Yet our oceans are shit. They're not even doing anything. They haven't even discovered anything about our oceans yet. Like, apparently it's only like 60 something % of the oceans have been explored. The rest, nothing. Right? Yet let's go somewhere else. Let's distract people with a bunch of crap, and let's steal their money. That's basically what it is. We'll steal their money, and we'll just tell them this is what we're doing, and then we'll just give them CGI, and we'll give them composites, and we'll give them all of that stuff just to keep them from ever discovering or ever figuring it out. And by time that happens, we'll probably be dead anyway. Haha.
So all the real-time satellite images we see are just fake, right?
No, there's such a thing as a real satellite, but they send them up with hot air balloons. They're not hot air balloons, but what the hell did they put in them? They put
helium or something, right?
Yeah, helium balloons. So there's no
every single one of them.
There's no such thing as a flying satellite that takes off from the ground and floats up there on its own little propulsion system. It doesn't exist. It's big balloons that go up and they stay up there for a couple of months. And when it comes down, NASA's the biggest purchaser of that gas. And then they're telling the rest of the world there's a shortage now because they need to keep them satellites up. And with their surveillance systems that they want, I don't think Elon Musk is doing it in order for him to give everybody relatively low internet. There's always a price to pay for every single thing you get. So if you think about it, them putting up Starlink up in the skies with floating air balloon things, right? That's going to cost. And so the price of your internet's relatively low. So what else do? They sell that technology to other countries. They sell it to everybody else. That's how Elon stays in business. I don't think he's doing it out of the kindness of his heart. And that's something everybody has to understand. Yeah, these people are not doing anything to help further our civilization or anything.
So how do they keep these weather balloons or these helium balloons stationary? They would go along with air currents, however thin the air is up there.
They don't stay stationary. They go up and they come down. They land somewhere else.
No, but I mean, while they're in what I think is an orbit, while they're in orbit, they stay stationary, right? That's how Starlink works. You have to point at a particular point in the sky, and if that particular point, the DirecTV and those things, those are particular satellites you have to aim at. If they came out of the sky and fell down, you'd probably notice it. I mean, your service would be interrupted. Besides just noticing something falling out of the sky.
Yeah, but you didn't see the string of them. You got to check out some of the videos on Starlink, and
I know how Starlink works. I'm pretty familiar with it. Yeah,
it's a string of them, but you don't see the balloons. I mean, our perspective, we don't see it. We can't see it from Earth.
What I'm saying is that you have to aim at a particular. You have to aim at a particular. Both Starlink and other services like DirecTV, you have to aim at a particular satellite, right? And how do they keep that from moving? Because if you're in atmosphere, there will be winds and other disturbances, right? And then if it falls out of the sky, which it will at some point, right, is what you're saying, how do they keep that from being discovered? Because the satellite will no longer be there before they can launch a new one.
Well, the Earth is stationary, so that's one. So when they go up, but I know that whenever the balloons go out, right, they start moving. They start moving when they're descending. So they do move when they descend because as they come down, there's air pressure, there's winds, there's all kinds of high winds, low winds, things like that can push that. But once it's up high enough, there's relatively low air. Like we know, the further you go up, the less air there is, right?
The less
Until
air
you
there is, but the actual wind currents are quite a bit stronger. The wind currents are much, much faster as you go higher in the atmosphere.
I don't believe that. I believe that, like, then why is there such low air? Like, how does a wind blow when there's no air up there to breathe? If you can't breathe up there, what makes you think there's winds up there? Breathe, like blowing air around. There's none. The higher you go up, right, the lower. It's like the deeper you go down in the ocean, right, the more pressure there is. The same thing when you go up. The more you go up, the more pressure there is.
The less pressure, you're saying. So that's right. But are you saying there's no air, or there's just very little air?
No, because you're still believing that you float when you go up. Do you float when you go up?
Do I float? Yeah,
Like
balloons float.
I know
Sure.
how when they tell Elmo and they say, Elmo, everything floats in space, right? But that's not true.
It doesn't float. That's a dumb expression used for kids, probably. That's not what it is. I mean, maybe you think that, but that's not what happens.
No, but that's what they when they're indoctrinating children, even they're telling children they're giving them misinformation, they're lying to them straight out, and then the child retains that information until adulthood.
Do you still believe in Santa Claus? That's about the level of that kind of analogy. Works for little kids.
Right, and I don't believe in Santa Claus. Maybe when I was like 7.
We're getting somewhere then. Okay, good. Okay.
When I was 7, yeah, I believed.
Well, that means that, so if Santa Claus isn't real, is the Department of Defense in on it?
I don't know, but I know that.
No, hold on. This is for Mark. Hey, Mark, is the Department of Defense in on it?
No, but it's just lies. It's lies. It's a story we tell children for a particular.
Do you know that NORAD tracks all objects in space and whatnot, right? You heard
They
about
try,
this?
yeah. There's a lot of junk up there.
Yeah, they track Santa?
They do. They do track Santa.
So it's in on it. They're in on it, or what?
They are in on it. Yes. It goes so deep. I can't believe it.
Jesus is fake news.
Well, no, they showed. I mean, maybe, but Yahweh was not fake news. Because they've been doing more discoveries and more discoveries all the time. They keep finding tablets and they keep finding this stuff that's like thousands and thousands of years old. It's like, and it tells the story like the way we sort of hear it. And not what, mainstream wants you to understand.
What did they find?
Well, they're finding all this kinds of stuff. They found Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh was a myth. They found his body.
They did.
So I guess he can't be a myth. If they find evidence, but if people will say no, that's still bullshit. That's got to be plasticine. They must have glued some robes together or something. Gilgamesh. It's just we're so heavily indoctrinated. We shouldn't fight about it, but we should try to definitely prove it. Like have people prove it. If they're gonna say, hey, you know what, the Earth is a ball floating through space and all this other stuff, we can't test that. We can't test it. Because we're sitting on a stationary place. It's not rotating. It's not all this stuff, but it goes against our better judgment. And we've only been given the tools to agree with what they're showing us. Because they taught it to us in school. They showed us all the physics. They showed us the math. They showed us the science and all this other stuff. And they kept telling us. And every time we asked a question, but wait a minute, how come this does this and this stuff? Shh, Johnny, this is how it works. And if you're going to say that, I'm going to give you an F and send you to the principal's office. So, yeah. No critical thinkers, please. So that NASA can make more money.
I want to get back to why the balloons don't move in the atmosphere, even if it's thin up there.
Okay, so when it goes up, the balloons they go straight up, right?
Yeah.
But the wind current, okay, so when you have a small balloon, right? When you have a small balloon, that balloon will travel, right? Like a little, you put a bit of helium in it and you put a message on it and it'll go, 20 miles, 40 miles. The wind will blow it in whatever direction. But when you got something massive like that, pulling something straight up, it's going to go up. And because the helium is lighter than air, it'll just go straight up. It'll shoot up as far as it will be, allowed to go. And once the the oxygen is so low that nothing can float higher, it stays there, and it'll stay there for a while. But then once the helium starts depleting, it'll become lighter, or not become lighter, become more dense, and it'll start to sink. And as it sinks, it'll get hit by some winds. You'll have winds and you'll have that stuff. It will push it, say from America down to Brazil, for instance, because it's a large.
And then they send in the planes to pick it up.
And then they send their planes in to pick it up. They got homing beacons. They got all that stuff on them.
Absolutely. Right. It's so funny once you figure that out. Sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
Yeah. So the wind speeds in the stratosphere, for example, are much, much faster than you get on the surface, right? They're 200 kilometers an hour, 60 meters per second, however you want to do it, in that ballpark, right? So as you go higher, it actually gets there's more wind velocity, right? Now, and there's no way the balloon can actually escape. A balloon can escape the atmosphere, even under my model, because balloons just can't do that. That's not how they work, right? Because there's some density to them. They have to
smaller the object.
You guys, hold on. Turn your cameras off. It limits the room to 25.
There's not even 25 people in here. There's only 14, idiot.
Yeah.
Just because you're ugly and you want to hide off cam and aren't good looking doesn't mean all of us have to do that. Ugly fuck. Shut your ugly ass up, boy. We ain't taking our cameras off for you.
See you later, dude.
Take care. Come back next time.
Trying to cap the room. There's not even nobody in here. The fuck you talking about?
He told us he had a 160 IQ and he took the test online and he has a 100 IQ.
Well, 100 is better than a 60 IQ. That's for sure. But yeah, man, I did mine. And mine was 140 when I was younger, but I don't know about now. Smoke enough weed, I'm probably 10. Yeah, so I think that with the balloon, it's a massive object. Plus, it's got a weight on it, so it'll go straight up. And what was it? The helium balloon travels at a much faster rate. When you look at the rockets that they use, these big, bulky rockets, even Falcon X, when you look at Elon's rockets going up, they're saying it's some 17,000 miles an hour. It's does that look like 17,000 miles an hour going up, guys? I mean, are you willing to admit that your eyes are not lying to you, that you're seeing it really go up slow? I challenge anybody to go look at that and to tell me, does that look like it's traveling very fast? Now, helium, on the other hand, goes fast. It'll go up, I don't know how many feet per second it goes, but it goes fast. A lot faster than that rocket, that's for sure. And when they send them up, it's not like a hot air balloon. It's much faster. You see those balloons go up.
What's keeping the helium balloon in place when it's up in the atmosphere? Because no other balloons do this, right? Even if there's even the smallest disturbance.
You keep thinking that we're rotating. We're not.
No. There's wind. Even if I accept the flat Earth, we're not rotating, right?
It travels so fast that there's wind has wind.
There's still wind, right? And even the smallest wind, if the balloon has nothing keeping it in place, will disturb it and move it.
It travels so fast that the wind.
I think there's so many of them up there, really. And then every night they drop, 10, 20,000 feet, and then just, they make sure that there's a whole bunch of them up there so they can, kind of crowd each other up there in that space. I think they're up at 120,000, something like that. I mean,
well, there's balloons. If they weren't up there, we would notice. Let's say when they do the switcheroo, right? When the ISS drops out of the sky. Too. When the ISS drops out of the sky, they have to get a quick replacement for it, right?
I don't even think the ISS is up there, guys.
And they release a lot of them from Switzerland. That link I posted in the chat shows the location and the flight logs. It's somewhere in Switzerland.
You can take a picture of the ISS with a telescope, an optical telescope.
You can see it.
Again, we already talked about how telescopes can be used to give fake imagery.
But that's just not true because the technology doesn't exist, especially in a cheap consumer telescope that's maybe $1,000.
You can see it with your naked eye.
you can see ISS. Yes, you can see ISS with a purely optical telescope.
You can just see it with your naked eye.
Yeah, you can do that too. It's not quite as clear.
You can see it with your naked eye.
Yeah. So
Find
there
it
you go.
on an app, and then you can look at it.
When did they do the switcheroo on the ISS?
They did the ISS is apparently in lower Earth orbit, but you're saying, and it's no bigger than an airplane.
It's
How do you
huge.
see that up there? No, it's not that huge, man. Every time I ever see a video about it, they're on the space station. It's just like this little. It's like 2 shipping containers. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's like small. It's not even as big as an airplane, a commercial airliner.
It's about 400 feet
And
or something like that.
You can barely, when you're standing on the ground, you're looking up and you hear an airplane going overhead. Can you see them sometimes? No.
358
And that's only 30,000 feet. That's only 30,000 feet. You can't even see them.
990,000 pounds.
You can't.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
It doesn't really weigh a lot in microgravity.
God, please. Let's just assume the gravity doesn't exist.
Well, would you like to demonstrate that gravity doesn't exist?
Well, let's just assume, I said.
Gravity doesn't exist. We're floating.
Because I can't
That's
make
what
you
we are.
unbelieve something, dude. I can't make you unbelieve it.
No, that's true. You
were
can't make
taught it.
anybody unbelieve anything. Yeah.
Right. So that's not
You
what I'm
can-
trying to say.
You can if
But
you
I'm
get
saying
win the Nobel Prize for proving the Earth is flat.
I don't think that anybody's ever going to be able to prove it. Like, we're all just going to know it, because it would it would do so much damage to so many people if it was revealed that we've been lied to all this time. Nobody would ever trust anything again.
It's
right?
round.
But nobody would ever trust it. Like, imagine now tomorrow they just admitted everything was wrong. They, like, NASA was liar. All the stuff that they've ever produced was all fake, just so that they could get money. Imagine if that came out, right?
It wouldn't matter.
People wouldn't believe it.
They would they would still believe the Earth is a globe. If NASA came out and straight up said, hey, no one's been to space, it's all been black site weapons testing from the very beginning, right from the very beginning when they brought Nazi war criminals over to develop rockets and missiles, it was all weapons testing. They would say, oh, yeah, well, we kind of knew that, but, people didn't want to believe it, but sure. But they'll still say, but space is still real.
Every history book.
They won't care. Nothing will change their mind. It's like, Jerry hit it right in the head. The axiom of the globe. The axiom of the globe is Earth is a globe. Starting off as an objective fact that there's no other thing. It's a religious indoctrination. So when you're going against people to try to tell them, hey, the Earth is flat, what they're hearing is that their religion is false.
It's not
and
a
they're
religion.
Not going to change.
It's reality.
Well, no, there is such a thing as scientism, and it's creeped its ugly head for a while now. It's just like straight up, like they can prove God doesn't exist by showing you everything else. Like they'll be like, oh yeah, the Earth is round. Like we can go to space, we could do space missions and all of this other stuff. And so they know they're deceiving people. They know that there's no God in any of that stuff because they keep trying to prove it away. They're like, oh, we can create things and we can do things and we can do all of that stuff. There's no such thing as God.
Have you proved God?
I guess we're sitting in a place where everything around you.
We're made of the universe.
Ratio. I mean, I couldn't explain the golden ratio, but I know that it exists in almost every single thing on the planet. Right?
We're made of the universe.
Yeah, that's proof of God. If you were to ask Newton or Copernicus, Newton said the model's so mathematically perfect, the heliocentric model is so mathematically perfect that only a supernatural being could have created it. And he identified the supernatural being as the Heavenly Father of the Bible.
He never showed it to be the case.
Yeah, he did with his math. His math, his expertise, he developed calculus and said, hey, look at this math I developed that proves God made the universe.
Then where is a working flat Earth model?
No, you're talking about, this is globe now. If globe, then God.
There's no God.
Bible, mind you.
Yeah, but you don't misconstrue what God is. God can be the devil too. And people out there worship the devil as well. So it's like, I mean, it's in there. It only makes sense in their mind, And if another person agrees, then you got two people that it makes sense to. So you might be the odd man out. You could be saying all you want. God is
Yeah.
God,
I say
right?
there's no devil either.
Well, that's the whole thing. So if there's no devil and if there's no God, if there's no nothing, right? And it's just like
Explains
digital,
everything.
you would be one person that would be worshiping AI because eventually the AI would be
I don't
more
worship
superior.
anything. I just am. I'm the god of myself. I made myself out of one atom, one cell from my mom and one cell from my dad, and I made myself out of surrounding nutrients.
Nice. I think a lot of us share the same sentiment. So, and didn't science just prove that that we're not? It's not the strongest sperm that gets to the egg. It's the one that's chosen by the egg that allows it to get in.
Does that mean the egg is like a brain cell?
Well, the egg obviously does. The egg obviously gets choosy. Gets to choose
That's
who
a
it wants
woman
to.
for you.
A woman, but hey.
They're shopping from the beginning.
And there's been so much stuff that happened in the past, that that they couldn't explain back in those times, but they all the civilizations all around the world all believed that we were on a flat plane. I don't think there was any civilization until was it Copernicus?
There was no civilization until Copernicus.
No, there was no round Earth until Copernicus, right?
Where'd you get
No,
that from?
heliocentric.
He was a
Copernicus.
heliosexual, so
No,
he
no,
believed.
heliocentric. Before Copernicus, the Earth was thought to be geocentric, meaning the Earth was the center of the universe. Then Copernicus came along and he said it's heliocentric. The sun is the center of the universe. And everything past Saturn is a firmament with lights affixed to like a glass sphere. So when people talk about, flat earthers believe in the firmament and they want to throw the firmament out, what they're doing and what they're actually doing is they're cutting their legs off and trying to run a marathon. Because now that they've thrown out all of Copernicus, how are they possibly going to get back to the current heliocentric model, Big Bang cosmology? If they've thrown out all of Copernicus, all of it, it's all gone, then what was their first step to get off geocentric without Copernicus?
They were just wrong in their. I mean, there's maybe two ways to do stuff. There's like the yin and yang about the yin and yang approach, right? Or the good and bad approach. And it's like when you look at it, there are people out there that want to believe one way, and there's people out there that want to believe another. And so that's it. It's just like just this type of duality that's going on. And I don't think like both sides are ever going to come to a consensus. It'll never be. It'll never be.
Agreed.
I mean, it's either
And
you
that's
believe
because
this
everybody's
or it's not.
individual psyches are so held, or they don't even, it's a subconscious thing because it has framed their own self worth and self identity. It's really sad. It's past the dissociation point psychologically in these types of people. So, yeah, I agree. Sorry to interject.
No, the main problem with heliocentric religion is that it has baked in explanations on how to deal with flat earthers. Michio Kaku did a full TED Talk, full TED Talk on how to deal with flat earthers. You've got baked in explanations. So now you're looking at this point where the globalist, the heliocentric, is denying their own explanations. If they're going to deny their own model, why would anyone accept it if they were denying it? They're already in science denial. If you're going to roll out a model and then right off the back end deny it immediately, Why would
Yeah,
someone
but
say, okay, sure, I guess you're right, but because you're wrong? You're right and wrong at the same time? That would be a contradiction.
no, you just have to go back. But before uh, they infiltrated the school systems, because there was no debate. It was this way or nothing, right? You don't get to go to school if you disagree with what they're like. If you disagree with the curriculum, like if you're going to school and you don't believe in space and you don't believe in any of the stuff that they're teaching you, then they're going to tell you can't come to the school anymore, right? Good luck finding a school that they'll teach you about, flat earth and stuff like that. But before 1776, right? There was Bibles, there was all kinds of stuff written that showed that we are living on a stationary flat plane that's surrounded by an ice wall, and that's that. And the earth is a container. This plane that we're in is a container, and it's
Why,
held in by a
why do you think
firmament.
that was before 1776? You got to think, right? We've been thinking the Earth is a ball for much longer than that. I think Bede was talking about the Earth being a ball. You know when Bede was writing? The 6th century. Antiquity.
Okay, so you got me there, but but the idea is that once people get into academia, they settled the science and they said, hey, look, there's no other. Don't ask about this anymore. We're going to tell you. We're going to tell you what it is. Don't ask. Just listen, and we're going to tell you what it is. And they just did that for a couple generations. Of course, people are going to think that the Earth is a ball. Most, if not all, to the point where it starts contradicting itself. When you start seeing things that just doesn't add up, and when you go to ask questions, or you go to see some sort of like the evidence that they want to provide, you get stuff like NASA, where a bunch of clowns, a bunch of jokers, right? NASSholes. They're showing you stuff, and it doesn't. It might work out on a piece of paper, but in principle, it doesn't work out. They're doing stuff like why are they using helium balloons? Why are they the biggest purchaser of helium balloons? How come they stopped doing their space program and they put it on to Elon? Just so many things, and the list goes on and on and on and on, and eventually you start seeing, okay, wait a second, there's nobody, like, people are the only ones standing up to flat Earth. They're the only ones. The individual, because they I don't know what it is. It's they don't believe the bullshit. They just don't believe it. It doesn't work in their heads. Because they're critical thinkers, maybe. I don't know.
Well, look, you don't have that right. You could say Globers are stupid. They're all NPCs who just follow whatever they're told to believe in on this particular subject, because there's a lot of people who believe the Earth is a sphere and deviate quite substantially from what the school curriculum tells them. But I'll give you that. I'll pretend like Globers are stupid. You don't become a critical thinker because you're a flat earther. There are stupid people that arrive at correct positions, right? You're not, I think some people embolden themselves a little bit too much when they think that just because they have this position, that makes them extra intelligent, right? That's not the case.
It's just too much fakery, and we're not further ahead. That's all. There's just some stuff. You think from the '60s till now, they've done their best, but their best just wasn't good enough, and they had enough people at NASA like saying the have truths and stuff like that. Like how the astronaut almost drowned to death, and how does an astronaut drown? How does a lot of this stuff? And for what they provide for the money, like if you think about it, billions and billions of dollars from all over the world, like all over the place. People are on the NASA space programs. Japan, China. Everybody's all doing the thing, right? They're all giving up their money. And what do you got to show for the money? Are we any further ahead than the '60s? They actually went to the moon, apparently, in the '60s, right? Ha ha ha. How come we can't do it again? Come on, guys. It's not like this isn't rocket science.
They are doing it again.
Hold on.
Heck, they flew a helicopter on Mars.
God
You can't believe that and also claim atheism.
I think globe believers should take that into consideration. You know? Like they've been promising us the commercialization of space since the 60s, right? Now they supposedly went to the moon in 69, and they promised us almost close to 60 space hotels. I think the latest one was in 2021. It was the Aurora that they said they started it in 2018. It was supposed to be completed in 2021. Nothing came of it. And this has just been a reoccurring theme since the very beginning. So they don't have anything to show for any of their said progress.
You know, atheist just means not theist.
Yeah, and if you're against that, the current director of NASA said he has personally spoken to God. Bill Nelson, the director of NASA, says, I have personally spoken to God, and God told me to lead America, the American Space Agency, at this critical juncture to return America to the moon. So if you're telling you that you don't believe him, then you are also can't say you believe him. It would be a logical contradiction of belief and lack of belief at the same time.
It's not a contradiction, because I've told you earlier that the Satan could be your God. God is just a word that we use in order to say who we worship and who's better than us, our higher power and whatnot. And Satan, sure, Satan could be like your higher power. You could
God
believe
is
in
just a
Satan as
guess.
much as I believe in my God.
Yeah, God is just a dumb, lazy guess, like flat Earth.
Like the globe, according to NASA.
The globe exists.
Yeah, if you looked at the Apollo mission, they prayed before every mission. They
How do you
prayed to God.
explain Coriolis effect?
How do you explain that? How do you explain all the astronauts prayed to God prior to going to space if God isn't real?
American
if God
propaganda.
isn't real. How do you explain
like
that
in
Apollo
God we
8, they stopped the mission and read from the Bible to give the glory to God?
One nation under God, because they use religion to control the dumb people.
Just like they do with science. So now you're in a logical contradiction. They're using this stuff to control you. Because now they got
control
you to
the dumb people.
them.
That's what we use religions for.
You're dumb
we
because
control
you're
the
in
dumb
a
people with
contradiction.
religion. The
They
common
got
man
you to
regards
believe
religion
absurdity.
as true.
They told
the
you they
wise
went
man
to
regards
space.
religion as false.
They went to space
governments
because
regard
God
religion
helped
as
them.
useful.
Nixon claimed that God picked America to win the space race because God told him that God loves capitalism. So if you believe that America went to the moon and won the space race, you also have to believe that God loves capitalism.
Nixon was impeached.
Yeah, and what happened to the American space program after Nixon leaves office?
It kept going
No, it abruptly ends. That's it. That's all she wrote.
No space shuttles.
Space flight. Yeah, those go to low orbit. That's not space. That's still in the atmosphere. After Nixon leaves office, space programs abruptly end for everyone worldwide. No one's been to space since Nixon left office. So you should think about that.
That's not true.
Is
You're
God
just lying.
pissed? Okay, who's been to space? Where do they go?
No matter how hard, how deep you dig,
where do they go?
You're not going to make a shallow person deep.
Where did they go? You said the people went to space after Nixon. Where did they go?
Ronald Reagan just started up the Star Wars program. I don't know if you guys ever heard about that.
Yep.
But back when he was president, he did the Star Wars, and then they found out that there was nothing up there. That was all just a Ponzi. He just took people's money. Again, it's
This is a funny LARP. The Earth is flat.
What do you think it is? What do you think it is then?
An oblate spheroid planet, like all the planets you see all around you with telescopes.
Yeah, but if you were working for the government and you didn't perform, or you didn't have anything, or if you're a scientist and you couldn't give me anything, like, you know what I mean? Like, I give you billions at first, here's 2 billion, so produce something. You got a year to produce something, and I come back after a year and you still don't have nothing produced, right?
Look at the Bible. It says that stars are in the firmament fighting, and that they're gods, they're angels that fight in the firmament dome.
Yeah, and that's what Copernicus cited. And Copernicus cited that. So now that you've thrown out Copernicus, what do you do now?
What do you mean throw out Copernicus?
Look at the Copernicus model. What did he cite the edge of the universe as?
He thinks that there's a fucking God. He's dumb. We are God.
I mean, you guys can't put all your eggs in one basket and start believing one thing to be all, the all end all be all of everything, right? Like, okay, so some of these people like are from way back, and how is it that they advance? So, are you saying that we like de-evolved over time? That we just keep getting more stupid and more stupid? Yeah, sure, I believe in around Earth for sure.
Evolved.
Building cities is stupid.
De-evolved.
Splitting the atom was stupid. Religions are stupid.
Building an atom.
Okay, so splitting the atom, what did that actually gain for a human civilization?
Nuclear
It was all
nuclear power. If you want nuclear
energy,
power,
literally the thing that we all use to power our homes.
Yeah, it's all it is a flex. Honestly,
A flex.
You know what? Tesla already proved that you can get energy from all around us.
You know what's
Already
badass though? The
proved-
Amish, they don't have electricity. That's really badass.
Yeah, they have to have their farts to warm them in the wintertime.
Yeah. I'm gonna go live with the Amish for like a month or two.
You'd be making good garlic sausage, I can tell you that.
Probably. Get the good waterfall pussy.
Oh my
God. Amish girl. Oh,
probably don't shave their legs. Probably like first squatch.
Get shot by a shotgun.
Like
they
women.
don't have shotguns. They probably cut our heads off with machete.
Well, they don't give each other hair either.
So Alpha Omega, I find it quite ironic how you were talking about how you're the critical thinker in here, and I've noticed
I'm not saying. I'm saying. Listen. Stop misconstruing my words. What I said is they don't allow critical thinking. That's what I'm saying.
Do you think you're a particularly good critical thinker?
Not always, no. But I know when something like doesn't seem right, and not just one time. Like I don't just say, "Hey, whoops, didn't happen." Like one time. I mean, I'm saying over and over and over again, like NASA, over and over and over again. And if you took the money away from NASA, what would you get then? You get a lot of this. Space is fake. We already tried. They don't have the money, bro. When you're not getting like no incentive to do stuff, it's fake. And isn't it funny throughout all history we don't ever hear anything about dinosaurs? How come we never heard anything about dinosaurs, guys?
You ever heard about a dragon?
Yes,
I have megalodon teeth.
I've heard a lot about dragons. Heard about giants, and I heard about.
Weirdly enough, quite similar to dinosaurs in shape.
Oddly, isn't it? But every single culture talked about dragons, but nobody ever talked about a damn dinosaur. And especially like the Fruit Loopy ones that look like what we have all been led to believe since we were children. Again,
Wyoming has Triceratops, and they dug
Rockefeller.
below that, and they found Diabloceratops, and below that they found Titanoceratops.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, nice fantasy, bro. Tell it to somebody who cares.
Facts.
No, it's not facts.
2003.
The Smithsonian. Did you know that the Smithsonian is filled up with dinosaurs without dinosaurs?
Where do you think those bones came from? Do you think they were smuggled in?
No, they were giants.
They were giants.
And not one single museum in all of the world has an actual dinosaur bone in there.
Weird shape for a giant.
Go for it.
Weird shape for a giant.
Not just giant animals.
You don't think
giant
that
animals?
They even say it to you. They say it. They say it's everything here is plaster of Paris.
So we're looking at the same skeleton, and I'm calling that. Let's use the word dinosaur, and you'll say that's a giant animal. It's like, okay, we agree.
Dude,
it's in the text.
Plasticine? Okay, you'll give me $1 million. I'll pump out some really cool dinosaurs for you too, man. We'll call them Dumbassosaurus. Okay? Seriously. All the stuff they showed, like even the pterodactyls and all this other stuff, they show all of that stuff, and a lot of it, like there's just no way. Like physics shows that those things couldn't exist.
What about biology here?
Why don't you win the Nobel Prize for proving there were no dinosaurs?
Because you're so indoctrinated. Everything
you say so on the internet.
For the last fucking 100 years.
You have a 50 IQ.
Yeah, man.
See, I would say that when I dig an almost complete skeleton, and I say, "Oh, that's not anything like I've seen before," and I maybe do a DNA test. Hold on, and I do a DNA test on their tooth or something, and we see like, "Oh, they were eating something that definitely isn't around anymore. I would say that's not something we know anything about, and maybe it needs its own classification of species. And you would say this is a giant animal. It's like,
yeah, we had giants. Yeah,
I think
we had giants.
Story in both.
I believe that giants existed and roamed the earth once. Yeah.
Do you mean giants as in giant people or giant animals?
Both. I've
Giant
seen some
people?
wolves. There was a wolf that was the same size as a horse.
Where have you seen these giant people?
What do you mean? Where you see these giant people? There's like documentation of them having like they're unearthing large skulls, large things.
To my knowledge, people get smaller the further back you go. So where's the giant
like
people?
Fucking human head, but it's not a human. It's like, it must have been giant. Must have been, because, like when they did the what is it, the Stegosaurus? They showed you the Stegosaurus, right? It's like a very, very large animal, right? Eats plants, right? So how much plants does that thing have to eat? And it's so large. Yeah. How does its bones hold it up? How does it hold it up?
Muscle.
It's body heavy. Oh yeah, muscle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like same for us. We use muscle to keep our body standing. They just have a lot more of it, right?
Oh
I think it's the evolutionary claim that goes along with dinosaurs, which everybody's more interested in.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
No one's denying that you can dig bones out of the floor. It's just our composite and time scale with regards to evolution that I think most people here have got an issue with.
That's fine. That's a fine issue to have. But this other guy, I mean, he's in Narnia with his giants, right? I'm not so sure I'm on board with that.
Okay.
Have you heard of the Kandahar giant?
There's been very large people. I don't know what you call them, Dan. I guess you don't call them giants. You call them tall and large people.
Just big animal, big people. You think there was like
big animal peoples? Yeah, but big people, right?
Humanoids? Are you talking about humanoids? Big humans?
Mm-hmm.
Goodness me.
Big humans, yes. There's lots of pictures of them, though, right?
You were just saying about 2 minutes ago, how could you hold that body up with all of that bone? And then you're saying, but we had big, huge, giant people at the same time. You're going to pick a story.
Well, like, we're not talking the size of a building here. We're talking like people from anywhere from 12 to 18 feet tall.
Oh, goodness me. Can you find that for me? Get around any pictures of that?
Has anybody heard of the Kandahar giant?
No.
No. Okay.
No, so that's fake. That's not a dinosaur, my friend. That's fake. No, and they would never lie to you. They would never lie with their 10,000 IQ, because obviously they're smarter than everybody here.
That's interesting. So the Kandahar giant was a giant that was found by the US military in the Iraq War. I think it was found somewhere around Baghdad. I don't know, some fucking dusty place. But if you just have a quick Google search or YouTube search for the Kandahar giant, it's about a military operation that had a fight with a giant in a cave. It's interesting. I'm not saying it's true, but it's interesting if we want to be talking about giants. There are very recent stories in history that show that there have been conflicts with giants. The Kandahar giant, check it out.
Well, there's Gilgamesh too. They just unearthed Gilgamesh as well.
Sounds like a Bigfoot story, to be honest.
And he's 13. He was like 13 feet.
Goodness me. How far we've fallen. That's all I want to say to that.
I don't know, falling off the round earth, I guess.
Yeah.
Keep digging, my friend, and you'll get to China. No, it just goes to show you how heavily indoctrinated you are. That's all.
Oh yeah, maybe it could be both ways, right? Maybe I'm indoctrinated into the globe Earth, and you're indoctrinated into whatever the fuck you're believing in right now, and then maybe neither of us are correct. Who knows? That could be true.
Somewhere in the middle.
But
I mean, you're under the assumption that just because I believe the common thing that means that you're the critical thinker and you're on the outside and you're the the objective smart one, right? Could be the case that you're just stupid and you just like believe what someone told you off YouTube, and I'm stupid, But I'm just believing off what someone told me in school.
I looked at the Smithsonian, and they tell you there's no bones there. So they just have fossil stuff, right? So they said that's dinosaurs exist because of fossils. That's why. That's what they tell you, right? And the science is settled. That's all I'm saying. It's like, okay, maybe I don't believe it, but I'm not trying to convince you to not believe it. You want to believe whatever you want to believe. That's fine with me. But what I'm saying to you is that they're telling you to your face that they don't have any physical bones there. And they reconstructed this stuff. They created this stuff. And a lot of these guys created these archaeologists, these dudes that they get they get a special award for being the best guy, right? They're, I discovered this. I discovered the platypus, whatever, right? So that guy will be the one that, he's doing it. But there's an incentive there. If you took the money incentive away, would they still be giving you this stuff? Like dinosaurs is a big business, or it was. Maybe not so much now.
Some people did forge dinosaur bones. That is true. I can think of a few museum stories about when that's been done. However, would I say that if we stumbled onto the Moroccan Atlas and then dug up a skull, that someone planted it there? No, I'm not going to say that.
Okay,
because
fair
that's
enough.
exactly where you'd expect to see it.
Fair enough, but they can carbon date skulls, but they can't carbon date rocks. Like the carbon dating has been proven that it's not accurate, and things can petrify, in a lot shorter time than what they used to think. So yeah, the science is changing, but because we're so indoctrinated into believing one way of doing stuff, none of us have any time to go back and look into it. We find out as we're going. Oh, they just changed this, and they just found the Dead Sea Scrolls, or they just found this and found that, and nobody really cares anymore because we have it planted in our brains since we were little. So that's it. You know how it is when you learn stuff. I think you stop learning, like your personality stops at around 8. So you're fully developed. Your personality is fully developed. That's who you are.
Well, speak for yourself, but I feel a lot different from when I was 8 years old.
Yeah, you're obviously going to mature and all that. And you're going to go through experiences, but that's who you are. You're going to be the same little asshole that you are as an adult as you were a kid.
Goodness me!
No one can change.
No one can change. Well, people can change, but I'm just saying that it's really hard to when you're in, like, hard grained in certain things. You learn a certain way. That's it. Just that's it. It's in your brain. It's really hard to get out. And I mean, hey, I could be completely wrong about dinosaurs, but I guess again, it's just like this, like the NASA program. To me, it just the incentive is the money. And as long as the money's there, they're going to produce results for you. Because the minute that they can't produce results anymore, the money stops. Do we agree on that?
I think it's a codependent sort of thing. So they're not going to produce results for as long as they don't have money.
Well, they're still getting money.
They don't have money. What they want to do with it?
Sorry?
So they're not going to be able to produce that much. I mean, put it this way. Do you know what the budget was of NASA as a percentage of GDP during the moon landings? Do you know what that is? Do you know what it was? Can you think off the top of your head? Guess.
Got to be in the millions.
It's 25. Well, it's not. Millions isn't a percentage. 25% of GDP. Now it's less than 1%, right? So in the sense that if you get money, if you're a government department, any government department, I know, I'm a government worker, right? You want to show that you're doing something. So yes, you are correct that they want to produce things to keep the money coming in, and 2, they're not going to be able to do much.
Government worker, you say?
They just cut the feed. Cut the feed. This guy's he's starting to wake up, but I don't know. Yeah, I could be wrong about the whole thing, but it's just there's so much stuff that they do in order to get us, convince us that this is the way it is. I don't know, they just put more effort into convincing us of this stuff, and then it's not exactly top quality information that we're getting. I think we're receiving just like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally understand. 100.
You're a Christian, Brit, now, I forgot.
No. Raised Anglican, though, so I'm culturally Christian, I'd say.
Okay. Some Christians suggest that dinosaurs weren't the things that lived for billions of years and our evolutionary step along the ladder. Some Christians would suggest that the dinosaurs are the large genetically modified animals that were tampered with before the flood. And the reason why we find lots of bones in this sedimentary layer is because of the carnage that happened to those creatures.
Yeah.
And we dig them out of the flood barrier, and the K2 barrier that it's called, where all dinosaurs are found.
See, I respect those positions because to me they're trying to reconcile what we observe with theology, right? Fine, you want to say that dinosaurs existed but not in the time scale, sure, that's fine. At least you're reconciling. If people are going to outright say, look, that thing that you just unearthed, that was planted. I mean, it's just silly, all right? I can't buy into it.
I can kind of respect that, man. I've got a bit of respect for you anyway, so I like the way that you go about things and question things, but I thought I'd give you that point of view, just in case it wasn't obvious.
I appreciate it.
How's work going, mate? Is it good?
Yeah, I've just finished for the day. And I thought I'd listen to some debates, some Flat Earth debates, but nobody's really giving me what I want, so.
Maybe later. Yeah, maybe later.
How's your day been so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Cheers, man. Busier than usual. So I'm glad that I finally got everything done that I need to get done today. Thought I'd pop in here, see if there was some Flat Earth debating. And talking about fucking dinosaurs.
Yeah. I mean, Embo and Manufactotum were in here, so I thought maybe they're going to start some drama, right? They didn't end up doing anything, so.
Did you fancy coming in to do some cheerleading? Is that what it was?
But yeah, I wanted to be like, woo, come on, Manufactotum, talk about Eratosthenes!
Hey.
It's weird how, because usually I get kind of bored of the same thing more than once, and it's weird how interested I am at the same, because the debates in here have been the same since I joined 3 months. I think it might be almost 4 months now, almost 4 months ago. And I still, every single time I hear Eratosthenes, I'm like, ready to go, let's go.
It's a good way to learn, though, because every class gets repeated about 3 times a day with different tutors.
Yeah. It's amazing to see how many people have different takes on the same thing. So, like, we all know what Eratosthenes tried to show, but every time you hear someone talk about it, or like, I don't know, seasons, days, cycles, rotations of the stars, whatever it is, everyone explains it slightly differently. And it's always interesting to see how they try to, like, communicate the reason why it proves a globe.
Yeah.
I think we're on
I think just by saying it over and over again, people believe that it proves a globe. Just say it more times.
I mean, they never talked about like gravity. It's like some new discovery. Like one person figures it out. Like, oh yeah, I know what this is. This is gravity. Like that's the big one for me.
Speaking of Gravity, I don't know if any of you watched the new Doctor Who episodes for the 60th anniversary, but that Mavity thing actually made me laugh, and I thought like my sense of humor has collapsed.
Mavity? What the
Yeah,
fuck's that?
they go back in time and they see Isaac Newton, and then she said, like Donna says something like, "I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation," because he's holding an apple, and then he tries to recall what she called it, and he thinks she said Mavity. So then they go forward in time, and they're all calling it Mavity.
Oh, good.
My humor's collapsed. We got Bacon in chat though. He's pretty fun. He's what's his shtick? It's Celestial Navigation, I think that's his shtick. At one point I was going to learn Celestial Navigation. Thought, you know, I'll get those flat earthers with this one. But then I saw the maths involved, and I was like, nah, not going to happen. I'm not bothered. No, I don't care about it that much.
Oh, it's not that hard.
Yeah, but you don't know like who you're talking to when it's me. Like it's just I really don't like. You know, I got a good maths GCSE, but I'm 25. I haven't done GCSE since I was 16. All right, I don't remember maths. Before I came into flat Earth, I could not tell you what the fuck trigonometry was.
Oh, can you do adding and multiplying?
Barely. If I've got enough fingers for it.
That's enough.
No, I still count on my fingers. That's really embarrassing as well. Just because I'm so used to using a calculator these days, like, you know, just whip out a calculator if I ever need to work anything out. I've whipped out a calculator for like dumb things, like 75 plus 10.
You're an idiot. Fuck no.
It's just because my mind just goes calculator. Just get it. I don't know.
Whoever played with Blender?
Yeah, it's that you'd think I should be like working at McDonald's or something, but here I am.
Working for the government.
I can't do any maths. Everything's online these days.
Whoever played with the Blender?
A Blender?
Yeah. Software.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a 3D modeling software.
Bacon, do you want to hear my T-dub debunk? It was pretty good yesterday. 1 second. I'll post it in chat. I'm very proud of it because you've already seen it. It was the shadow of a ball on a ball. T-dub said, T-dub said you can't get it, and I was like, okay, I'll prove to you I can get a shadow on a ball. All right, and I got a big ball and a little ball, and I made had a really bright light behind the big ball. I made it, and I was like, yeah, T-dub's gonna hate that.
Have you showed him yet? Right now, have you showed him?
Pardon?
Have you showed T-dub yet?
No, I haven't. Unless that's what he meant by S-Ben, but then that just looks like what we observed. So I don't know. I don't think that's proper. I imagine what he meant is that the light curves back on itself. And that's what he means. But that's obviously not what you see in that image that I did. It was hard to take that photo as well because my cat kept on attacking the ball.
Fickle fucking cat.
I thought they only attacked things that were moving.
You thought what? Sorry.
I thought cats would only attack things that were moving.
Ah,
No,
no, station. My cat's probably disabled or something. I don't know.
no, my cats used to go after anything, even if it wasn't moving. If it had moved before and it was still, yeah, they'd get it then.
Right. Yeah, sort of leave with one with a cat, and she gets triggered by moving things. It's like her instincts turn on if she sees something moving. Quite funny to see.
You know what's funny is when a kitten sees its first bird, they go. Nom, 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 nom.
Yeah. Kittens are great. It's almost sad that you see a fully grown cat because you're like, oh, you were so much cuter as a kitten.
The people yelling on Discord need a kitten.
I did like a train, like a little Christmas, because on Christmas we had this decoration, like a little train thing with like a little entrance, like a little front bit. My cat would always sit in the front bit. It was very adorable.
Yeah.
Prefer cats to dogs because at least cats clean themselves up. You know, they go. You don't have to worry about opening the door for them or anything.
Oh yeah, especially in the winter, taking the dog out to pee. You got to take it for walks.
Yeah, and my dog doesn't tell me when it needs to pee. It just will, right? So you have to be on the ball with it. You have to be ready.
Yeah, we went to this restaurant that had a big 30-foot tall Christmas tree when I was a kid, and my cousin got a kitten for a present, and it got away, and it climbed all the way up this 30-foot tree, and we were there like 3 hours waiting for the thing to come down.
Yeah.
They said, no, we're not going to mess with the tree. The kitten will come down. My aunt was like, you gotta call the fire department. No. She tried to call in the fire department, and they said, no, the kitten will come down.
So yeah, I had 2 cats at one point. One cat went missing, and we were like, okay, let's go find her. Couldn't find her. A week later, I think my sister found her in a tree somewhere. And so we were like, okay, all right, thank God we found. This is the middle of winter as well, so we were very worried. So we found her, brought her back, and then she just went missing again. I was like, right, she doesn't want to fucking live here, and we just gave up. You know, what can you do if your cat just keeps running away?
My brother's cat got killed by a fox, and my brother went out and shot the fox. I mean, he was 12.
Well, that's not good. I mean,
it sucked. But the foxes were also killing the neighbors' calves. Not very, like one a year. They would take a calf.
I suppose it's worth it then.
Yeah. Oh God! At the height of it all, I think we had 8 foxes total. That's a lot of foxes. So he shot one. It's okay. Then he felt bad and cried.
No foxes ate cats.
My cat died, and then I killed a fox. And he was crying.
All right, all the flat earthers are gone, boys. Now we can cause mayhem.
Aristosthenes.
Yeah.
I know I know the Earth is round because I was a sniper in the Marine Corps, and I know about Coriolis effect and how you adjust it east and west, up and down, and north and south. That's left and right.
Do you really account for Coriolis?
Yes. It's really fucking easy to prove, and anybody who's a flat earther could go out and do it, and then they would convert.
So airplanes account for it too?
Yes.
Well, let's not skip to that because he said he was a sniper, right? Let's just keep on the sniper thing.
Yeah.
So you're a sniper, and you were accounting for Coriolis, and how did you just move your gun to the left or right?
Yeah, so when you're looking at the sun setting, which is actually the Earth turning up, if the Earth is rising, it's turning. That means the Earth is going to the east. So your bullet is in the air, shorter time, so it goes higher. When the sun sets, the bullet goes higher.
And you found when
the bullet goes lower.
And did you find that when you accounted for that you were more accurate?
Oh, fuck yeah. It's a whole click at range. You got to go about 500 yards to 1,000 yards to really, really see it. But it's a couple of feet in both directions.
Goodness me.
But most people can't even shoot that accurately. Okay, but if you set up a machine rest or a bench rest rifle, you can totally prove it easily.
So have you spoken to a flat earther about this? Some dude, what do you think about this?
They kicked me out, yeah.
Right.
Because I linked them to a YouTube video where Gunworks was showing it. They said, this is fake.
Whatever. We've had other snipers in here say the opposite.
Well, that's tricky. What do you do when one sniper says you have Coriolis and one says you don't?
Yeah, you have to figure out who the real sniper is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's no way to prove it because I don't want you to dox yourself, but I'm sure there
was a fake sniper.
There must have been one of them were fake, right? The one that
come in and say the opposite. That's
like if it is true and you are a sniper or were, and you were very accurate with accounting for Coriolis, and there was a sniper and there was a sniper coming in here saying that he'd never had to account for it and he was accurate, then he would have obviously not been a sniper.
Right? That means he's not a long range shooter. So, but if you shoot to the north, the bullet goes to the left. If you shoot to the south, it goes to the right.
I see.
Because the earth is turning. It's fucking weird. I didn't believe it until they taught us it and showed it to us. And we're like, what the hell? It still boggles my mind.
You didn't sound like a sniper. You sound too happy.
Yeah, I know. I learned it from a commando. He was a Delta Force weapons sergeant in the Delta Force. Quite possibly the toughest man in the entire world, literally. And he was drinking champagne with creme de cassis, mimosas. And I asked him, why are you drinking that? Because I thought it was so strange. I didn't want to, be offensive because of who he was. I was just this kid, and he was 30-year-old, totally decorated guy. And he said, I like the bubbles. And I was like, what the fuck, is this guy gay? And he goes, let me tell you something. And he patted me on the shoulder, and I really thought he was gay. And I was like, holy shit. I was literally freaking out. And he goes, let me tell you something, Pat. We're all tough enough not to have to act like it. Because they're off duty. They're risking their life on the daily.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a role model.
Well, I guess you sound so happy because that's your coping mechanism for the people you killed.
I got stuck at 31 years ago from a brain injury. I got 2 broken backs, a broken neck, a broken skull. I got a bad right ankle, 2 hernias. I'm lucky, super lucky to be alive. And I've been stuck at 20 for that long because of my brain injury.
Are you wheelchair bound?
No, I ride motorcycles.
Oh.
I ride bicycles. I can walk.
You have a weird crooked back?
Run. If I run on hard ground, my back's fucked for a month.
Is your back crooked?
No.
Do you walk funny?
Just no. When I walk, but when my back hurts, I'm fucking writhing around in pain because I don't like pain pills. I'm careful with it.
I see.
I went to the DMV, the motor vehicles, to get my handicap permit, which I have. I can take a picture or show it on camera. It says Oregon Wounded Warrior on it. And I have this fucking motorcycle decal on the motorcycle trike for going to the store if my back hurts. And so she's like, how do you get this? How can you ride a motorcycle if you're handicapped? And I'm like, well, it's easier to ride this thing than get in a car and crank my back up. There's no way. I couldn't even get in a wheelchair if my back hurts.
Oh, you're going to have such a horrible retirement because you're just going to be breaking every bone in your body. You're going to be going to the hospital every day.
I think if you just stay skinny. So I lost about 30 pounds and my back started feeling way better because I was starting to get fat during COVID. I was eating pizza all the time. I learned how to make pizzas at home and I was eating pizza every fucking day. And I didn't know. My dad says, you gaining weight? You put on some weight. Are you bloated or retaining water? I'm like, I don't know. And I got on the scale out that I hadn't used. Holy shit! I weighed 210 pounds. So I lost 30 pounds and okay now.
I'm skinny. I'm still. How much do you weigh?
I'm like 182.
182. Okay, I'm like 40 pounds skinnier than you.
Yeah. It's okay, you'll live longer.
No,
And chicks like that.
There's a
chicks
medium.
like that.
There's a medium you need to get to, right? Like,
The hottest chicks like skinny guys. It's something about it. I don't know what. Maybe they don't feel as threatened or something, you know?
Well, no, but you could all. I mean, skinny guys, obviously, you can see their body, their abs and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think most women's are, as they get older. Because how old are you?
51.
You're 51. Okay, well, you're fucking ancient. But I imagine a lot of older women prefer meat on their men, right?
What happens is they don't give a fuck anymore after about 35.
I see.
Girls are 20, 25, 30. They're just like, oh, you
51.
have to have a six-pack.
Goodness me.
But I've never matured since 20.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say like 25 or something.
Dude, my brother was 1 year older than me, died from a blood clot at 44, just sudden blood clot. From the internet killed him. From sitting there, he got a deep vein thrombosis and instantly died. I'm like,
That's
what the fuck?
scaring me now. Maybe I should
It's
start
really
standing up
scary.
more.
They don't teach us enough about these things. If you don't walk enough, you can get a blood clot.
I hate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna on that note, I'm gonna go walk around for a bit. I'll be right back.
Yeah, check the mail every day. I don't care if the earth is flat or round. I just care if people are good or bad.
So the Earth is flat. I knew it.
Steak humping is to be discussed.
Feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Wow.
Anyone in here?
Why do you guys think the Earth is flat? It's obviously not. I feel like you guys just do it for like attention or something. You want to feel like you're a part of something. Because if you say the Earth is flat, you got to say that everyone's lying to us. Pretty crazy, you know? They're lying to us about everything.
It's quite simply that I do not believe in heliocentric models.
What's up, Britt?
Not too much.
Been kicked out of this room a couple times.
Yeah, the camera, like when you put your camera on.
Oh, you're not allowed to have a camera on?
Well, no, you can if the room isn't close, because the camera limits to 25. So if it's really small, like right now, it's okay.
Oh, okay. I thought it was because like I had like the surveying equipment in the background.
No, yeah, it's like we were at like 24, 23 people at the time. So then if anyone else tried to join, it would say the room was full.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I think someone tried to reach out to you too. Did they message you or say, "Hey, turn your camera off," and you didn't respond?
Yeah, I wasn't checking the chat. I was like muted because I was working, but I don't
Yeah.
know. Someone on the way to the job, like I was explaining that I'm a surveyor, and someone was like, I don't think so. I think you're lying," which is like the only reason why I turned on my camera to show that. Nope, I'm not lying.
Yeah, that's good stuff. It's just no problem with that at all. Just the only issue was if it limits the room. Like right now, with 7 or 8, I don't know, whatever we got. And one of, yeah, not even. Just, I think just me and you, really. And then Doctor's AFK, and then the live stream.
Yeah, I get it now. I thought, all right, that makes sense now. I'm assuming you're the same crit that I've had conversations with in the politics and religion flat earth server, right?
I don't know. Maybe there's sometimes people make fake accounts of people.
You just have that same ghost icon with that, like the ghost cowboy icon.
Yeah, yeah. Some people copy that too.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, globalists do weird like no one else. You know, or maybe not globalists, but anti-flat earthers. They do
Well,
all
no,
kinds of weird shit.
the other crit was another flat earther. That's why, like, I thought it was you.
Yeah, probably. I don't recall talking to you before, but maybe.
So, were you on like early in the morning? Like, did you hear what I was trying to say about like how when I set up my total station and rod at two different points, I get that excess of 180 degrees? Were you here for that?
No.
All right, so I just put a picture on the side chat. Let me know when you're looking at it.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy right now too. Can you just can you DM it to me? If you would, thank you.
It's saying it's sending. I'm not sure if you received it yet.
All right, thanks.
Hey, would that be a proof of Euclid's fifth postulate?
What?
Yeah. So it would be a proof of Euclidean geometry, right? Because that would make a triangle, right?
What would make a triangle?
The your little triangle there.
I don't have any triangles in this picture.
Well, you got that V there, right? And you got the line that intersects both of them. So that's a triangle, right?
Oh, you're talking about? Well, yeah, that's a triangle.
Right. So that's a proof of Euclid's fifth postulate, correct?
I'm not too familiar with Euclid's fifth whatever.
Well,
Just
it's just Euclidean geometry. You know, the one that says all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
okay. So, like, are you looking at the picture?
Yeah.
Okay. So you see the bottom? That would be, you know, like if the Earth was flat, the bottom one,
Yeah.
and any point where you're level, those vertical lines, that would be your level line, and any intersecting line, you would always get 180 degrees, which is why I have like the two different lines there. So say like you're up like one point's a higher elevation than the other, that intersecting line still adds up to 180 degrees when you add both those angles. You
Yeah.
follow that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when I use my instruments and I'm a certain distance apart, those level lines, that intersecting line, the angles above it always add up to more than 180 degrees. Now, can
So
you explain why that is?
it isn't. Well,
It is, though.
No. Well, I mean, it has to be because it has to be a globe, right? But
No, it isn't because it has to be. It is because that's the measurements that I get.
no, it just has to be because that would necessitate tilty verticals. And verticals don't tilt, do they?
It is what it is. Those are actual measurements that I've made with a machine.
No, yeah, they have to be.
If the Earth is a sphere, then whenever you have those level lines from far apart, then yes, they would have to be non-parallel. And that is what happens. So yes, in your sense, they have to be non-parallel because the Earth is a sphere and not flat.
Yeah, it has to be a sphere. Therefore, verticals have to be tilty.
It
And not
doesn't have to
vertical.
be a sphere. If the
No, it
Earth
does
was
have to be.
flat, no, it doesn't have to be a sphere because if the Earth was flat, then I would get that bottom diagram. But I don't get that.
No, but see, in real geometry, all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. But on
In
a
real
globe,
geometry,
yeah,
what do you?
on a globe, you can do whatever you want. You could have tilty verticals, bendy horizontals,
So you're
whatever
just
you want.
denying the measurements that I've actually taken. You're just saying they're
No,
fake.
no, they have to be true. They must be true on a globe. And so you're the guy who said that the rod would be perpendicular to the sight line, but all perpendiculars to the sight line wouldn't be parallel, correct?
No, I didn't say to the sight line. I never used that word.
Would the rod be perpendicular to the sight line?
Would the rad be perpendicular to the sight? Again, no, that's not what I said. I never said that.
But it would be, right? I mean, it is vertical, right? The rod, that is.
I never once mentioned anything about radius. I never said anything about that.
No, rod. The measuring rod.
Yes. So the measuring rod is level to the curved surface that is Earth. So at every point on the surface of Earth, which is curved, is if there was a tangent of that circular line, that's what it's level to. That's what it's perpendicular to. If there was a tangent on that line. And every single tangent that's, if you have a space that's far enough apart, those tangents are not the same level.
Is the vertical measuring rod perpendicular to the sight line?
What do you mean by sight line?
The horizontal sight line that you project from your instrument.
No, it is not perpendicular.
Wow. Holy cow.
That's why our measurements are off. You need to go back to school and do that again.
No. You don't seem to understand. It's okay.
That's great.
The rod is perpendicular to the. Actually, it's not even perpendicular to the surface, because if you're on a hill, the rod is not going to be perpendicular to the surface.
Well, it'll have to be perpendicular to the sight line. Otherwise,
No, it doesn't. No, it won't. No, it doesn't.
Won't your measurements be all fucked up?
You don't build shit for a living,
not if you keep track of the rod heights.
You don't build shit, do you?
No, I survey shit.
Oh, no wonder why. Okay, yeah, don't build anything. Get builders to do your shit.
I don't know how you'd measure elevation change without the sight line being perpendicular to the measuring rod. That's weird.
So what I'm hearing is the machine that 3D printer that prints the 380 Airbus, 200 meters long. That's all off then, because they're just lying.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Didn't mean to leave like that.
Yeah, that's a weird brand of surveying that you do.
Not really. It's pretty standard.
Okay, so how far can you project a horizontal line?
How far can I project a horizontal line? Theoretically, or what do you mean?
From your instrument.
The furthest backside I've ever done was, I think, 2,500 feet.
2,500 feet. So all perpendiculars to that will be parallel, right?
All perpendiculars to what?
To that horizontal.
All perpendiculars to that horizontal would be what?
Parallel.
Wrong.
Wow.
Wrong. What the fuck, dude? If you could put your line of sight and turn it into a solid object for 2,500 feet, and you hang strings off of it, all those strings would be parallel with little weights on them. They would all be parallel. What's wrong with you?
No, they would not be.
Wow. So does the horizontal line bend?
No, the horizontal line doesn't bend.
Great. So what do you call perpendicular to horizontal?
Yeah.
Vertical,
Let
right?
me see. Hang on. Look at the bottom one that represents the flat Earth. You still looking at my diagram?
Well, you don't have to talk about flat Earth or anything.
Okay.
It's just
I get it. I'm just trying to explain to you a point.
yeah,
Look at my diagram. Okay. You
yeah,
see the one where on the bottom where it says 80 and 100?
yeah.
Okay. So you see how that horizontal line isn't perpendicular to those vertical lines?
Yeah.
So therefore, all horizontals do not have to be perpendicular to the vertical.
Well, then it's not horizontal.
Or it's not vertical.
Yeah.
It is vertical. On the bottom diagram, those vertical lines are perpendicular to the flat Earth.
Are they perpendicular to horizontal?
No, they're not.
Wow. Yeah, vertical is not perpendicular to horizontal.
What does perpendicular mean to you? Because perpendicular to me means creating right angles, 90 degrees. If you
That's
look at the
right.
bottom diagram, if you are measuring something and the rod is a higher height than the instrument, then that horizontal line is not going to be parallel to the ground. It's going to be off an angle.
Then it's unhorizontal, is it? You don't have tilty verticals and tilty horizontals, do you?
You really don't understand this at all, do you?
I do, bro.
Anyone in here want to have like an actual honest conversation?
I'm being honest.
I'm trying to get you to specs on the world's largest 3D printer that's off by a nanometer, if that, using Renishaw linear encoders to measure 200 meters apart two plumb lines that are perfectly parallel with each other just to get the setup, because I've already looked at the documents. It's done for the Airbus. They print the high carbon or carbon fiber frame. That's what they're using to print it. It has to be right on the money, or the thing will be lopsided. And it's perfectly level, and the lines are perfectly parallel. But what you're saying is they're not. They're hanging at each end, 200 meters long, and you just said at 2,500 feet, all along that way, they would not be parallel. So I'm gonna find you that, so you'll just be like, well, these guys must be wrong.
Yeah, so what Doctor posted at 26 after the hour, that's a proof of Euclid's fifth postulate. So that's a proof of Euclidean geometry. But in Euclidean geometry, all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel. So you're kind of in a tricky spot there because you're trying to prove, I don't know what you're trying to prove. Also, Sarogaki has a proof. I actually saved it once. Got it somewhere here.
So that's what the model looks like when they print that thing. That's the inside of the sitting from the inside. That's the frame they print for that airplane. They just bolt that aluminum right to it and take off. They don't have to make all that shit by hand anymore. These guys are getting desperate. Level water is curved.
Hello, so what's going on in the world of Flat Earth today?
Flat as always.
I see.
What's up, Chad?
Not much. Just waiting for an oil change. Good times. Any interesting conversations, or is it just a quiet moment?
I kind of gave up trying to explain how, with my surveying equipment, I've detected the curvature of the Earth, but they don't seem to want to listen.
Oh, I see. Well, what did you do, if you don't mind me asking?
Only you have.
No, he's saying
So
that
I
he
have a
has tilty verticals and tilty horizontals.
total station and a prism rod, and I use these to take measurements. And when I had them far enough distance apart for them, their level lines are not parallel with each other because they go towards the center of the Earth.
Oh, you're saying the plumb lines weren't parallel?
Yeah, the plumb lines are not parallel to each other.
And what distance was that at?
When I've done it a few times. I always have to do at least 1,500 feet to get a good result, and it's only about 15 seconds in excess of 180 degrees.
Is that within any margins of error?
Oh, absolutely, because your instrument's not ever going to be 100% perfectly level. There's human error, all that sorts of stuff, but it's within like, I think I got like 90%. Like when I extrapolated the data, the circumference of the Earth.
What radius did you use for that?
I didn't have to use any radius. What do you mean?
Oh, just to extrapolate the circumference. I wasn't sure if you calculated it based on a radius or not.
No, it's so yeah. I guess I had to use some form of, what was it that I did exactly? So like if you have like the distance between 2 points and you have like that excess, you can use that by multiplying like how many to get up to 360 degrees, and that's where I got the calculations. But I don't have my notes for that handy.
Oh.
I have it at home.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out how your values calculated towards the stated circumference or radius. Of course, it's a bit of a challenge, though, because of the shape, right? Because it's not a perfect sphere or anything, so you'd have to take into account your elevation and everything like that, so... If that makes sense.
Did I lose him, or what happened there?
No, I'm just driving, so
Oh, okay,
like the
gotcha.
push to talk makes it a little bit harder for me. I don't want.
Yeah, no, pay attention to driving. You don't need to get into an accident.
I do appreciate whoever gave me the actual permission to like post stuff, though. Someone, I guess, ranked me up recently, so whoever that was, I appreciate it.
So alas, I never heard back from those tow stations or whatever they're called. Those boat things with the rails, with the emails I sent out. No surprise, but it would have been nice to get something back from one of them.
Are you there, doctor, doctor, doctor? Has anyone verified the measurements for curvature of the Earth that's claimed yet? Guess everybody's AFK or my mic's not working. I don't know which one it is.
No, I gotcha.
Live from Minnesota, it's Critspiracy. He found Earth curvature. Go ahead, tell everybody.
Yeah, I didn't.
Did not find the Earth curvature because that does not exist, sir, as far as I know.
There's no curve of the Earth.
It's almost like they made up this whole story based on what they saw in the sky, and they talk about balls zipping around each other. Everybody believed it. Kind of weird, ain't it? We've got wide open airwaves here. Anyone thinks they live on a spinning ball zipping around through literally nothing, please join and explain to us how this is possible. Thank you. Because right now I happen to be standing in my backyard in Kentucky. My cats are running around, and there's a gentle breeze blowing, but I don't feel any motion besides that. And do not see any curvature. We've got limited horizons. I've been to a lake here in Kentucky, and I gave gravity a chance to show me curvy water, and it failed miserably. Is my mic still working?
Yeah.
That's about all I got, man. We know what we're looking for. Everybody thinks they live on a ball. Nobody can show us a damn ball to start with. So that's a problem. This has been Dead Air Dave while this mic's working. Anybody that's listening to this, feel free to join and discuss this topic. It's very important. Many of our fellow humans continue to believe this deception of the globe spinning around in space in a cosmic vacuum. There's no proof of any of that. I'll shut up now. While it's quiet, if there's anyone here that's got anything to bring up, discuss, something on your mind, bring it up. Ask questions. We may not know the answers, but we'll be honest with you. At least I will tell you I don't know. So, anybody new here? I can't look at the board right now, but speak now or speak later. It's up to you. As far as I can tell, we do not live on a spinning oblate paroid zipping around through nothing. Prove me wrong.
Did everybody get muted?
No, I'm
Where'd
here.
everybody go? What's going on?
Not too much. Just too much stuff to do today.
And this place was hopping. What happened?
Yo, yo, yo. What's the deal, yo? No dealios is happening? Oh, man. Yo, what they do to this fucking thing, man? Why is it different, man? Who else had the update on the Discord? It's all different, man. Glober's in the house. I guess nobody's here. All right. Why is it not a globe? Because we see too far and it doesn't curve underneath our feet. It's flat and ever expanding, so it can't be a fucking ball. That's why it's not a globe. Yeah, yeah. How you guys like my new song? It's all right, no? All right. I gotta mute audience here. What can I do? At least it's being recorded on YouTube, right? Hey, what's up, YouTube guys? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not a globe. It's more of an ever extended plane as far as the eye can see. La la la. It's not a globe. I don't know why you would think otherwise. Maybe you eat the propaganda like hotcakes. Like fucking hotcakes. Hey, what's up? Who's here? Yeah, I'll be singing the whole time until somebody starts speaking. What's up? My beautiful voice on Discord will be heard. Okay, never mind, man. Nobody wants to talk. We got more people. It's getting populated. I guess my singing's doing it. No, never mind. It's not a globe. Just this one keeps going. It sound like Taylor Swift. Yo, that bitch wishes she sounded like me. Come on, man. Oh, man. How you insult me like that, man? Should have said something like Phil Collins or something. You know, that'd be better because he has a decent voice, man. Not fucking Taylor Swift out of nowhere. Shit. Bill Cosby? I'm not the type to be like a Bill Cosby, though. You know, I don't do that stuff. I don't have to drug women, you know? That's not my thing. So I'd rather do the Phil Collins, like In the Air Tonight, you know? I'd rather sing that song. Bill Cosby wasn't even singing, was he? Or he was. He did sing. It's shitty music, though. He's a player. Yeah, with the drugs. He's a player with the drugs. Oh, man. I'm just here walking to work. You know, I wanted to see if anybody was in here chatting, but nobody's chatting, so I started singing. You know, and fuck it. I'm beside a highway anyway, so it's so not noisy. I mean, I wanted to mute myself, but I guess I'm not muting myself. No. It's not a globe, as far as I know. It's an extended plane, as far as the eye can see. Yeah. It's not a globe. I don't know why you would think anything else. Oh, you just listen to NASA and all the fucking propaganda. Yeah. It's not a globe. I don't know. It's not really a singing microphone, right? It's my little headbuds. I guess my voice sounds like shit for it. We should go remix that shit. It's not a globe. As far as the eye can see, it's an ever. I can't even finish the last words, but whatever. The only future is our own imagination. Yeah. Not a globe. I guess the Globers are scared to sit in this channel. They get destroyed on a daily basis. If I were them, I'd also be scared to step in this place. It's not a globe. As far as the eye can see, it's an extended plane, maybe up to infinity. Hey, no, I'm just what do you call it? What do you call it? Just brainstorming ideas for a new song. Let's just say that. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it. I mean, somebody's gonna make it. I like to keep away from the flat Earth music because it's a little cringy in my books. You know, you gotta if you're gonna like say things like hint about it being flat, well, you don't like straight up say it's flat. You know, you gotta start talking about other things and then incorporating the flatness into it, so people don't realize what you're saying. You know, by saying it's not a globe, it's already too much. Although that's a catchy hook. It's not a globe. As far as the eye can see, it's an extended plane, extending to infinity. Yeah, see, something like that. Na 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 na, chicka chicka na 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 na. Boom. Where's the oh, somebody left. See, nobody likes my singing. Fuck. It's okay. Hey, listen, you guys see the price of Bitcoin? Woohoo! Look at the price of Bitcoin, boys. Hell yeah. The more the better. Let's go, let's go, let's go. It's not a globe as far as the eye can see. It's an extended plane extending to infinity. Yeah. No. No, it ain't no goddamn globe as far as I can see. And then you drop the guitar solo. You know, right after that, that'd be sick. And then you got your hi-hats in the back. And the kick snare. As far as I can see, it ain't no globe. It's a plane extending to infinity. Yeah. Yeah. Got the shakers in the back. Right? Yeah. Evolution of zero coffee cup. Nice. Zero G coffee cup. The evolution. The devolution. You're devolving into nothingness. You're devolving into nothingness. Da-na-na-na-na. Oh, sweet nothingness. Sweet nothingness. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-ba-bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. So I'm walking here on the lake shore, yeah. And I'm looking. You know, this lake is pretty massive. You know what I don't see? I don't see no curvature. As a matter of fact, if you tilt your head down or up in a certain direction, you actually can bend the horizon inverted. Or like concave or convex, actually. That's the crazy part. Because your eyes are not fucking flat, right? Your eyes have like some circular formation to it. So the way you grab the images are in like how do you call it? They have a certain field of view to them, right? And if you bend your eyes a certain way, up or down, or like your head tilted up or down, you can literally bend the horizon.
That's not true though.
Oh, that's what I'm doing right now. So yeah, it's true though. I'm here on the lake shore. Yeah, it is. That's why I'm here on the lake shore. Just like those fisheye lens cameras, if you tilt them a certain way, you start bending the horizon. Yes, sir. It's so true. Who's this Glober that fucking said that? This fucking Glober coming in here talking stupid shit again. Gotta fucking read your name before I start talking to you. Who's this? John Villy?
Yeah, that's me.
Huh, so you think you live on a ball, eh, bud?
I don't think it's a ball.
Oh, what is it then?
It's a ellipsis, but
okay, what's the difference between the polar radius and equatorial radius?
What are you talking about?
What? So you don't even know?
I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, so there's a radius to a ball, right? And you're saying it's an ellipsoid, right? So the radius between the polar radius and the whatever, I was fucking whatever you want to call it.
You like
I'm walking to work. Yeah, so listen again. What's the difference between the polar radius and the equatorial radius?
I have no idea. Tell me.
Ha! You claim it's a fucking ellipsoid. After fucking hundreds of years, these cocksuckers are saying it's a perfect sphere. They give us images of spheres. You're telling me it's ellipsoid, right? So you're the one that brought this fucking claim up, right? So I'm asking you, what's the dimension of your fucking claim?
I have no idea. So what is the dimension? That's what I'm asking you.
Oh, so you don't know the dimensions of what you're living on then, eh?
100%, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you believe in something that you didn't verify. So you're just a religious zealot. That's what you are, yeah?
I'm a zealot.
A religious zealot.
100%.
You know? Well, yeah, because you believe in something you don't even verify.
Sure.
Right?
Do you want me to verify it?
Well, okay, well, tell me what the dimensions are. What they claim the dimensions are. And I'll step by step you through this shit. You know, show you where the flaw is and where they're lying. So that maybe it jogs something out of your fucking head. Maybe the gears will start turning. Maybe you'll start thinking for yourself. Not be a fucking sheep like the rest of them.
Man.
Huh?
So it's pretty hard.
What's the radius, my guy?
I'm looking it up.
What's the radius of the spheroidal Earth?
It's an ellipsis, but...
Oh, yeah, well, you keep fucking believing that. What's the price of gold in China? You know what I mean? I'll tell you what that has to do with everything.
Not much.
Well, then you got a problem there. You got a problem there. But I'll tell you why the difference of gold in China and America should be different. But that's later. Well, we'll get to that when we get to that. First, we gotta determine whether it's a ball or not,
Radius of
right?
Earth is 6378.1 kilometers.
Kilometers, yes. And in miles, it would be how much? I can do kilometers or miles, doesn't matter. It's almost the same fucking formula. Well, the
Doesn't
formula
matter.
will be the same. It's just, yeah, the formula is the same. It's just you convert it. No, because we like miles because there's a lot of audience in America, right? So everybody's used to the miles. But if you want to do kilometers, it's fine.
Kilometers, yeah.
Well, so, okay, what would be the curvature rate of this ball if the radius is that? You know what curvature rate is?
You used to do military shit, so I'm pretty familiar with.
What's curvature rate then, my friend? I'm asking you.
I'm asking you. What do you think it is?
I already know what it is, buddy. I'm not the one I'm not the one that had to go Google up the first fucking R in order to actually start the formula, right? You are, so please tell me what the curvature rate. Don't pretend here like you fucking know anything. All right, Mr. Military Man? You don't know who the fuck you're talking to. Let's go.
Don't know who the fuck I'm talking to.
No,
Trust
trust me, you
on the
don't.
internet.
Right, I know. But that's what I'm saying. I couldn't care less about your fucking fake credentials of military, which actually, if you're in the military, I fucking spit on you. Buddy, you're a dumb fucking goon. Anyways, go ahead. Yeah, you fucking you follow instructions. You go there and they tell you to jump, you fucking jump. They tell you to fucking do shit, you do it. So you're just a fucking blank slate for them. Anyways, go ahead.
That is true.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not that smart. You're just a fucking disposable fucking
I
piece
never
of
said
garbage
I was
to them.
smart, brother.
Well, then why would you bring up military in here? Don't ever bring that shit up, buddy. I promise you, it's gonna be the worst thing you'd say. Because there's plenty of fucking Marines and shit that fucking are on this fucking server that know the earth is flat because they're in higher fucking positions of the military, which they have to use fucking certain guiding systems and fucking all kinds of shit, right? And it all works over an extended plane. There's no curvature math involved in this. And there's a whole bunch of motherfuckers from the military that'll tell you that. Plus we have documentation. Anyways, let's go back to the main point.
How that works at all.
That's how it works. Trust me. I'm an electrical engineer myself, so I know how it works, right? The math that I know is way more than you. Okay, so let's just say, again, go back to the basics. Because you're a fucking twat. You talk like a fucking twat. You definitely don't talk like no fucking military man. Let me just tell you that.
Your mom's
little
flat.
bitch.
Been out for
Your mom's
fucking 10 years.
Stolen fucking valor right here. Anyways, what's the curvature rate of the ball that you're living on?
8.
Let's go. Military boy.
No, see, you want to break down what you just said?
What?
8.
No, listen to that new fucking idiot that nobody's fucking listening to. I'm talking to you, buddy. Military boy. What's the curvature rate of the ball that you think you're living on?
You left, you dumb
Buddy.
Anyways,
Oh my
the
god,
Earth
who the
is a
fuck wants to
banana,
talk
prove
to
me
me?
wrong. The Earth is a
The fuck
banana,
is this
prove me
cock?
wrong.
There's a
The Earth
fucking.
is a
Look
banana,
at this.
prove me wrong.
Look at this idiot. Okay, listen. There's a guy in the background that nobody's listening to. Oh, yeah, the military boy fucking left. See? 10 years he said he's in the military. It's stolen fucking. This guy thinks it's a stolen valor and shit. Crazy. 10 years he said he's in the military and he can't handle a conversation. What soft soy boy fucking military boys are there now? See that shit? Can't handle the truth. Dumb motherfuckers. I've been in the military. Oh, so what the fuck that has to do with anything? Military boy. They're stupid people, man. It's fucking nuts. What does it have to do in China? With the price of gold in China? Well, it has a lot to do with the price of gold in China. We just got to determine whether it's spinning or not, right? If your ball is spinning, then the price of gold will change based on the location of your ball. Oh. Well, fucking people are stupid. You can't fucking believe it. If there's one thing I know and I like, it's the money stuff. Economics is one of the biggest things, right? So that's why I follow crypto very, very intensely. Every day I wake up. Man, I was like waking up I woke up 3 times today to check the price of Bitcoin. It was fucking awesome. And every time I wake up, it's more and more, and I'm like, yeah, baby, money coming in while I'm sleeping. Money coming in while I'm sleeping. Money, 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 money. Oh, you guys want to see this? This is sick. You guys want to see this? I'll show you guys. Who's here? Who's here? You guys want to see this? Yeah, I'll show you this.
What is it?
You guys see that skyline, baby? Yeah.
All right,
I get to see this. I get to see this every day, and look how it extends to the extended plane. It's an extended plane, boys. It's an extended plane.
Stories.
Yes, sir. Hey, who's keeping up with the price of Bitcoin?
Me,
Is it only me?
that's what I do at the moment. I just day trade at home, but not so much Bitcoin. I used to do Bitcoin, but now I don't.
You don't want to accumulate the crypto, man. You don't want to trade it, man. It's gonna go even higher.
I've already been in and sold my stuff. So I was in it 2016, 2017, and I got out before the last bull run. But I just day trade. But at the moment, the German stock market's just hit an all-time high. Like they're all doing a similar thing. Bitcoin, the stock market, even gold hit an all-time high on. Weird one.
Hell
gold,
yeah, it is.
Gold hit an all-time high on Sunday night, and then dropped to $100 overnight, which is like crazy.
That's the price suppression. That's like price suppression. They don't want gold to go up, man. These
Everything's
motherfuckers.
hitting all-time highs at the moment.
Except the US dollar. You gotta understand that.
Well, that's why everything's traded
exactly
at the US dollar.
That's right. Now you're understanding why.
The dollar's weak.
Oh, it's gonna keep being weak with all the amount of printing that they did just to fucking launder it through Ukraine. That US dollar is gonna go to shit soon. Plus the housing market and all that shit. Oh, buddy, shit's in North America is just gonna go to shit. That's why everything's gonna go up.
Well, do you know what's crazy weak is the Japanese yen, and that's always been known as the safe haven of all the currencies. But it's starting to come back. Yeah. When there's like an economic recession or crash, people put the money into the Japanese yen, and it's known for its safety. But at the moment,
But now it's Bitcoin, man. That's why all the major players are like dropping all the big monies into crypto, bro. I guarantee you that. It's safer bet than anything. Well, you think it's gonna drop in January? There's gonna be a tanking.
I think it'll go up and down, but fuck knows. I can't predict the future. But all I can say is it'll go up and down. Where it'll finish, I don't know.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, it's going to re-peak. It's going to hit an all-time high soon, right? Bitcoin will. It's going to go past 70 whatever thousand American. It will, right? Soon. Then it'll correct, and it's going to be a drastic correction after that. And then after that correction, it's going to have to hit 150,000. And it'll be a parabolic move from that correction to the 150,000. If the pattern stays how it always stays, because that's usually the pattern. Right, so if you look at all the times that it did make the parabolic movement to the all-time highs, it hit a previous high, dropped, corrected, and then went back or went over the thing. So that's what I'm hoping for, man. 150,000 be a good sell right there, you know. And then that's when you profit. But bro, like it's so fucked up. Like there's still like a lot of people don't even want to move off the Bitcoins because they just want to accumulate it. Doesn't matter what the price is, man. You know?
I know, yeah. Well, they know it's finite. So
that's right. Yeah. So eventually, it's just gonna fucking skyrocket the price. In the end,
you're out. Yeah. Once they run out, that's it.
Right. So, and then you're gonna be stuck with no Bitcoins, man. So that's my dilemma, bro. It's like, do I want to sell and make profit, like take profit? You know what? Every fucking economic person that I listen to that makes money on crypto, all of them say take profit. All of them, right? Just rebuy back in. You know.
What I'd probably
But
do,
that-
I mean, this is if you're worried about the strength of the dollar, is when you do take profit, put it into some sort of assets. And by assets, I don't mean luxury items that are expected to go up in value. I
Just
mean, like
gold bars, bro. Fucking gold bars.
anything that's an asset, yeah, like that's not inflationary.
Yeah, gold is a safe bet. Now, gold is always going to be a safe bet.
Gold's safe, silver's safe.
Yeah. The U.S. dollar is shit. The Canadian dollar is shit. The housing market shit. Buying cars is like, well, if you buy a car, it depreciates in value the more you drive it.
Especially the
Right.
electric ones. As soon as you take an electric
Never.
car from the dealer, my God, they depreciate.
Never ever buy electric cars.
It's so bad because it's like it's not just like a petrol car that depreciates. It's like having a computer. Like it's worth fuck all in a year or 2 years. You know, like
Actually, those batteries are shit.
and
Those
the
batteries are really
batteries
bad.
and shit, and the technology is improving drastically. So
Well, not really. The computer and the microprocessors inside these cars, yeah, whatever. It's not even that big of a fucking deal. It's not really that advancing. The software engineering is more advanced than the actual processor, right? They'll be using the same processor for years. So that's the chances are.
okay.
But here's the thing: what I'm telling you, it's the battery, right? Any of these cars, even just get a fucking ding on them, right? Just to repair that fucking car, it's like $30,000 because these mechanics, they have to disassemble the whole fucking thing. It's fucking crazy. I've seen some guy got one of his trucks dinged, and he was being quoted $30,000 to repair that stupid fucking car. You know what I mean?
You're fucking wrong.
So yeah, never
you know,
invest in
it's
the
done like that
electric.
on purpose.
You're retarded.
Yeah.
You're retarded.
Yes, it is, man.
It's done like that, you know, like the modern phones where you can't take the battery out and
You're
change
wrong. Wrong.
Right.
it. You need to buy a new
Right, so-
phone.
Wrong.
Exactly.
Wrong.
Right, and then these electric car batteries. The worst part about them, let's say, if you live in harsh environments like fucking Canada, right, where the temperature drastically changes on a daily basis, right? These these batteries, they what do you call it? Due to temperature change, they like lose their integrity. They might start cracking eventually and then set themselves on fire due to the chemical reaction inside. There's plenty of cars that are being fucking lit on fire. And it's not due to overcharging, I swear to God, it's due to the temperature changes. Right? The pressure inside the battery changes and fucks everything up.
Yeah, I've seen one of those electric buses blow up like that. I saw an electric police car today, first time.
Yeah, well, it's just fucking stupid. It's just another money pit. They take your tax money, right? Because they fucking have so much of it. And they just seem to write all these fucking papers in order for them to spend all your money and then launder it. These fucking scum politician fucks, you know? It's all money laundering in the end. Fuckers, bro. Ruining our fucking everything. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na na na. No, 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 no. Are you you're in London, yeah, Monkey Ball?
Yeah,
Where
London,
else? Okay.
Where are you, like Vancouver, or is it something like that?
No, I'm in Toronto.
Toronto,
Yeah, those
sorry,
are
that's it.
skyline of Toronto, my guy.
Sorry, yeah, I remember now. Yeah, Toronto, yeah.
Yeah.
I watched.
So you see what?
I watched these videos about buying properties in Canada against European castles, and it's like for like a one-bedroom property in Canada somewhere you can buy a literal European castle.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
It's fucked up. It's fucked up right now. Yeah. Man, I feel like if I take my money from Canada and I go to another country, I feel like I'll be much more happier and richer. You know, I think that's a lot of people are feeling this right now. You know, because Canada's just a fucking communist country in the skies, bro. That's rape you on everything, bro.
Your money will go far in Thailand. Your money will go far in Japan. Probably go
Yeah.
far in Colombia if you wanted to go to Colombia.
Yeah. Colombia, but yeah, those are some dangerous places. South America's the worst to go though.
Yeah, they are, but they're getting better. I think the reputation is worse than what it actually is right now in Colombia. A lot of people are going there. They have this they have this reputation of being like really bad, and I'm sure it still is in parts. But I
Oh,
know
it's really
friends
bad.
got a house out there and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because I like if you fucking cross the wrong person in Colombia, that person's connected to fucking the cartel, and then the cartel will come fucking check you, and what the cartel does to people in there is fucked up, bro. You know what I mean? So like
Oh yeah, you could really fuck up over that, but you just don't try not to
Yeah.
wrong people in it.
Well, that's it. You try not to cross anybody's path. No, but people cross your path though. That's the thing. You know, you might be avoiding everything, and you're not from there. You know, you're a white guy. You know, you're not a Colombian. So I got fucking
No,
blonde hair and green
is the
eyes.
problem in these countries. Like you get more bang for your buck, but when shit hits the fan, it's you against the world.
Exactly.
It's like in Thailand, if you're in a car accident and it's their fault, they crash into you.
Yeah.
In the police's eyes, it's your fault because you're in their country.
See that? Fuck that shit.
You could be sat
Yeah.
in a parked car and they just drive into you. It's your fault. You're there, you know.
You shouldn't have been parked there, motherfucker.
You shouldn't have been in Thailand. Your fault.
Yeah, that's it. Uh, dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. There is a place in outer space that don't make sense. It's called the vacuum of space. It don't make sense. The vacuum of space. Just don't make sense. Winter's almost here. Winter's almost fucking here. We got another maybe 2 weeks of this fall, and then winter starts, and then 3 months of winter. Fuck.
Really, I thought winter had started already. I thought it starts in.
Man, the December 21st is winter.
Is it?
The first day of winter.
We're in
Yeah,
autumn.
man. Yeah, we're still in autumn, yeah, man.
Really? No way.
Yeah. Where's global warming, man? I want fucking palm trees in Canada, bro.
Oh yeah.
Shit. Yeah, no, man. Still got 3 more fucking months after this of pure treacherous cold.
Fuck.
Oh fuck. The worst of it is gonna be like mid-January to February. That's when it's the worst. Middle of okay, Capricorn starts winter. Then after Capricorn, it's Aquarius, right? Middle of Aquarius is the coldest time of the year always. So, and then after Aquarius, middle starts getting better, right? And then you got the Pisces, which ends the winter, which ends the whole year, as a matter of fact. And then comes my sign, my Aries, the spring babies, you know. That's where we come in. We bring the nice, happy times. Fuck yeah. You know, that's how we do it. Bring in the springtime. Da-na-na-na-na-na, springtime. Do the springtime. It's gonna be great. You know, that's the best time of the year. You know why? Because you know, from that moment on, it's gonna be nice and warm for the next like 6 months for sure. You don't have to like get all destroyed in the cold. You know, like right now we are.
Yeah,
I hate fucking.
you get proper cold over there, but I don't know which weather I'd prefer. Like yours is a dry cold, isn't it? Like
It's humid. We got a lake right beside us, bro.
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But what I
we
mean
got all
is,
kinds of.
it's
Go
not
ahead.
going to start raining, is it? At like -5.
Oh, it does. Oh, it
Does
does.
it? Oh, that's bad
Yeah,
then. Yeah, I'll take mine.
that's the one in Toronto. In Toronto, we get this crazy lake effect, right? So it's different. If you go like an hour north, yeah, you get more of a Canadian winter. That's why I love Toronto, because sometimes it doesn't even snow during Christmas. I love it. You know.
Yeah, that's the
It's
worst
still
one.
we still have green grass, bro. You know, I'm walking around. There's still green grass coming around. Nice.
But the air is humid. It makes it's like a different type of cold. It sticks to your skin.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Wet
Because
cold.
the water does draw the heat away from you faster than the air. Yeah.
Because I got family in Canada, and when they come over
Oh,
to
yeah?
England, they say in Canada it's freezing, but in England it's cold to the bone. Because we're
Yeah.
an island and it's just wet. You know, like it's like the opposite of a jungle. Instead of like hot and wet, it's wet and cold.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the worst. The water
just feel-
does draw the heat away from it a lot faster than the air. That's for sure. Bada bada beam, bada boom, bam boom. I'm almost at work now. Hell yeah. It's a nice little quick 1 hour walk. Shit. Every day. Every day. I walk in the pain away. Every day. Oh man. I haven't fucking smoked weed in over a month now. Fucking it.
Yeah, it's almost 3 years for me.
Oh shit. You're beating me by a lot.
Well, since 2020, I've not smoked, and up until 2020, I'd smoked every day that I could since I was 16. So for nearly 20 years.
Oh fuck yeah, that's
and
crazy.
then I've just stopped. It just doesn't agree with me anymore.
Well, because you started early, my friend. That's the thing. When people start at a younger age, yeah, I started only smoking when I was like 24, man. You know, so that's good on me because the brain development and all that, you know, it's after, you know, and then a lot of people that smoke earlier, especially in their teens, like my younger sister, she started fucking smoking at 13, right? Well, nobody fucking knew she was smoking. She'd be fucking hiding, going with her friends places and fucking doing dumb shit, right? In the end, what happened was, well, now she's stupid as fuck, and if she smokes any weed, she gets all fucked up. It doesn't agree with her, you know. It's too much.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like,
what I'm like. I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
if I'm that stupid, but maybe I am. But I didn't start until I was 16, 17. Smoked it a lot and
Right.
just doesn't agree with me at all anymore.
yeah,
It
you get
smells nice.
paranoia, you get cold sweats and shit, right?
Yeah, it smells nice, and I kept trying to smoke it. I kept wanting to smoke it, but it didn't want me. So it dumped me. Yeah, that was it. I can't smoke.
Me, I can keep smoking for the rest of my life, I think, man.
We'll
Because
see.
no matter how much I smoke, I'm still the same. It's fucking crazy. No, I'm serious. Like, I can take the most potent fucking shatter, 99% THC crystal. I can smoke that shit, and I'll be fine, you know?
Yeah, but
I'll be
I
fine.
don't know. I was like that for years and years and years. Just completely fine. I could just blaze a blunt on the way to work, no problem. You know, like completely fine.
Yeah.
Now it's like I can barely even smell it. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I think it's you overdone it when you're younger, and then once you quit, because you quit, that's the thing. Once you quit, your body clears it, and then trying to go back on it's fucking really hard. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, but I quit because I didn't like it. It didn't like me anymore. That's why I quit, though. So I don't
you
know.
probably didn't
Yeah.
feel you didn't feel anything when you were getting high. It's your tolerance was still through the roof, I bet. That when you smoked it was just like smoking smoke. You
Yeah,
know what I
yeah.
mean?
It's
It's
just
not like,
like you're
and
smoking
then
to
you're
feel
thinking
normal.
yourself, yeah, and you're like, what the fuck is this? You know, at one point you're looking at it, and I'm like, fuck, I don't even feel like smoking this. I know that feeling. You can oversaturate yourself. It happens. I had that before. But then, like, an occasional break helps. It's like maybe, well, I wouldn't recommend you start. It's better for your pocket, anyways. As long as you don't drink alcohol, you know, you're good. You know, a lot of people replace one thing with another, right?
That's
But
true.
when you
Yeah,
go,
yeah. A lot of people do that.
all right, so yeah, stay away from that alcohol thing. That's the worst. That's really bad.
Yeah, for sure. Look at the homeless people. I mean, I don't know what it's like where you are, but a lot of the homeless people here are it's just
Drunk.
alcohol. It's
Yeah, bro.
just fucking
All
bottles of
right,
cider and
same
bullshit.
thing here, bro. We got fucking 10 cities and shit. You
Yeah.
know? So,
I mean, it's not
and
like
all
that
of them
here.
have the
But
fucking booze here. I've seen a motherfucker with a bottle of codeine and shit. You know what that is? The cough
bottle of
medicine.
what? Oh, fucking hell. No.
Yeah, this fucking guy's just, you can see he's in the middle of the street fucking like dancing to himself, saying whack shit, right? And then holding the bottle, it's like those black medicine bottles. Fucking, I'm like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That's just opium in a fucking bottle, yeah, it's fucking nuts. Opium in a bottle. Go. Clock in. Clock in. Time to clock in.
I'll catch you in a bit. I'm watching football.
All right there, buddy. I'm
See
gonna
you
go.
later.
I'm already at work. I'm gonna start working right now. Anyway.
All right, I'll be good.
Yeah. Need Discord is fun.
Anybody here? Not a lot of people in here today. What's going on? Did somebody's alt accounts get banned?
Sup, players? What, is nobody here? Hello? 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 Hello?
2 high tides a day.
Okay, that's not the point right now. So, a supposed theory, to use the term correctly, like we just defined, is
Hypothesis?
supposed.
You mean
Okay.
hypothesis, right? A hypothesis?
Sure. Let's go with
Good.
that.
Good. Now that we're past that.
Now that we have the hypothesis, what's the verification for it?
Well, there's evidence based on the moon, right? It seems to follow the moon, right?
As
I'm sorry?
such as
The tides are linked to the moon, right? Are you denying this?
what the fuck? What is the evidence?
That the tides are linked to the moon?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
What does that mean?
They'll ask if you've gone and measured it everywhere yourself.
Gore, you've coped long
No,
enough.
stop. What the fuck? What?
What does
It's
that mean?
interesting. It's interesting they say that science doesn't prove anything, but we're not even using science to link the moon to the tides, and yet
Like,
it's
how's the confusion
like,
right now?
you don't even know. Like, no, nobody knows that, right? Because nobody can stop the moon's gravity and see the tides stop.
Yeah, how ironic. Good catch there. I am Larry. Mark G, the guy who says science doesn't prove anything. Right? Right?
I didn't say it proved anything, right?
Why is there
That was
confusion
you.
right now? Because Larry just like got us to the point. Let's try again. What do you mean the tides are linked to the moon?
They're closely associated in time, right? And predictable by the moon phase.
They're closely associated with time.
Yeah, they're right in time with the moon. They're strongly associated with the moon and the sun phase.
What does that have to do with what? With what?
With the
What do you
tide?
mean? Are you confused about that?
Like, why can't you give a cogent, succinct answer to the questions?
I'm
Like,
waiting
tie
for
it
a
together.
cogent question.
You're being vague, right?
The moon's gravity pulls the water, right? Right. We observe this, right? Right.
That's it.
And we assume no. We
Really?
assume so. This
You have to rely on believing in the theory of gravity, right?
no. Every hypothesis has a background of assumptions, right? Right. And if the hypothesis is falsified, you may be able to falsify one of the assumptions, right?
Yeah, thank you for the rundown of the hypotheticals again. So as we were, so there's gravity, right? What is that?
So what I'm saying is you start with this idea that things are drawn to each other, which is a background hypothesis you can test, right? You can say, okay, is that affecting the tide? What causes the tide? Well, we know about gravity. Is that possibly causing the tide?
You've tested this, so you have the demonstration of things being drawn to one another.
Gravity. What is it?
It's a vector force. There's different ways to a curvature of space time. There's different ways to conceptualize it.
What is exerting it? If it's a force,
it's a feature of the space time that we inhabit and mass. It's a feature of mass and space time.
I think we have a coincidence theorist on our hands, right? Just because there's correlation doesn't mean that it's causation.
yeah. Hold on. Okay, so gravity is a force, and in space is exerting it.
It's a feature of our space time, right? It's a feature of the natural world, or whatever, the world we inhabit.
What is space?
What is space? Well, it depends on what instance you mean. What I mean is the entire volume of the world we can see, or the universe, right, that we can inhabit. And there may be more universes than all that. Sidestep that for a minute.
I don't understand why you can't just answer my question. Like, I want the answer to be directed to my question.
You asked me what is space, I gave you an answer. What else would you like to know?
Yeah, you said words after I said the question. They wasn't logically relevant to what I asked you.
Repeat the question that you'd like me to answer. I'll try and clarify.
What is space?
Space is the volume of the universe that we inhabit. It represents all of the volume of the universe.
Space is everything. It's just a synonym for everything.
In the way I mean it in this sentence, yeah, I'll accept that.
Obviously, that's not the case. That's analytically false on its face.
How is it not the case?
If space was everything, then there would be no space for everything to exist in.
That doesn't make any sense.
If there were no space, there would be no place for things to be.
Sure.
You don't understand that?
If I'm using the word space to represent everything, if there was not everything, if there's nothing, then there would be nothing. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay. So the answer is not sufficient. So space is not everything. Try again.
Space is everything. Because if there wasn't everything, if nothing existed, if the opposite would be there, the
Do you see how easily confused they are with ontology? Why do you think I keep talking about this?
But I think you're confused. I think you're very confused about this. If there wasn't everything, if space didn't exist, there would be nothing. There would be
Right. So space is not it's not ontologically identical with everything else. Space is not everything. I am not space. What the fuck?
You are in this. I said in this instance, I'm saying space. And forget the word space. I'll just say everything. The existence of the universe.
But I didn't ask you about everything. I asked you about space.
It is a feature of. And you asked me
talking so much.
I said what I meant.
Talking so much. I didn't ask you about everything. I asked you about space.
In this instance, I described what I meant, which was everything.
Right, which is analytically false.
You asked me to clarify. I clarified, and you're not accepting my clarification.
And that's analytically false.
You're getting hung up on words. Forget the word space. I can just say.
I'm getting hung up on what you said. Yeah, I'm critiquing what you said. Right.
Asking me for clarification, I clarify, and then you're trying to pretend like I don't make sense when I clarify what I said. What I said makes perfect sense.
So instead of space time, just call it everything time?
Sure, you can use all sorts of different words. That's the magic of language, right? As long as we clarify what we mean, which I did, and we're good.
What did you mean? What did you mean?
You didn't clarify stuff.
Like your position is not incoherent. What did you mean?
It's perfectly coherent. If you say
What did
space
you
time,
mean?
in the sense, hold on, when the sense someone just brought up space time, in the sense you need space time, when the sense of physicists use it, you are in space time. You're part of space time. You are part of space time.
You're delusional, sir.
Okay. Space time is a term, correct?
Yeah, it's a term, and you are in space time.
Okay, listen. Stop adding. I didn't ask you for that addition. Stop.
No, because you don't like the clarification. It ruins your argument.
Stop. Okay, it's a term. Now, is it not obviously a portmanteau of the word space and time put together?
Yes.
Okay, so why would I not ask you what is space and what is time? Right? So, what is space?
Well, okay. First of all, you cannot separate the two, right? That's why they're put together, right?
Obviously, you can separate the two because they were smashed together
together for a reason, because you cannot separate them, right? It is space-time altogether, and space is the volume of everything that exists, at least in our current instantiation of the universe. Again, it can mean maybe it might be able to mean.
It's so fucking dumb.
Yeah, this is a
Space is everything. Everything is space. This is what these people believe.
I know, it's really hard to conceive.
Wait, I'm following. Why is that bad? Why is that bad? I'm not following why that's not correct.
Are you space?
Yeah, why not?
Can I walk through you?
Yes. No, wait, he didn't say space was something you could walk through. He never said that.
Hello, we've reduced the very concept of space to absurdity. You people don't talk about space. No one talks about space like this except these fucking scientists in these ivory towers.
Yeah, scientists do talk about it, and he's right. That's not an argument.
You're arguing to your own personal incredulity. That's not an argument.
No, it's not.
You're saying
incredulity.
Yes, it is. You're saying you don't understand the definition, so it's wrong.
Third use of the word space. When
That's
I
just
talk
an
about
argument for
space,
incredulity.
when I talk about space. Stop interrupting me. It's ridiculous. I asked questions and gave you the opportunity to make some fucking sense. When I talk about space, I'm asking someone, for instance, hey, give me 50 feet. Hey, give me some space. I don't have enough space to walk by. Obviously, I'm talking about an area of absence that things can occupy and move through.
Yeah, so he
You're trying to
clarified
take every
that.
fucking thing.
He clarified that at the beginning when he said there are multiple ways to use the word space, and he's using this specific definition, and he
Right.
gave a
There's
coherent
no
definition.
coherent sense in the word.
Yes, there is. He gave the
No, there
definition.
isn't.
Yes, there
There
is.
is no other
He
coherent
gave the
sense in the
definition.
word.
He gave the definition, and you didn't disprove.
Space
He
is
gave the
everything.
hold on. He gave the. He gave the. You haven't proven why it's nonsense. You haven't substantiated that.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
Space. The fuck
Why
are
are you
talking
not
about?
space? Why you just
I'm not
repeated your own?
space.
Why?
Right? Everything is not space.
Why?
Everything is existing.
You're just repeating yourself.
Space is
Why?
a different entity.
You haven't proven that. Why?
Hold on.
You're arguing from repetition.
Because of the intangible things. When you talk about
Okay, this is arguing from personal incredulity.
give me everything.
Argument from personal
talking about?
argument from personal incredulity. This is not an argument. This is a fallacy.
Infuriating.
You didn't,
Yeah,
you
because
didn't like it
you're
when I
making a
did it.
fallacious argument. This isn't.
It's bullshit.
You're annoyed because you're not making sense, right? This is a fallacious
You're
argument.
aware that words can be polysemous, right?
Yeah. If
The
I say
fuck
give
is
me a
this
bagel,
stupid ass garbage?
if I say give me
Talking about everything.
so if I say give me a bagel with everything, are you gonna give me a bagel with like a mailbox on it? No. There's every word has a connotative and denotative use, right? And some have
Well, there's
multiple.
no sense in the way he's saying the word.
No.
No sense in English.
He's not understanding it, man. You just gotta move on.
No, it's not me not understanding.
It
It's
is.
a dumbass way to talk about the thing I'm questioning about.
What you just said is that you don't understand it. That's what you just said.
For all things.
Why?
Now, awesome. I don't think he's going to answer this question.
Who's going to answer the question, what is space-time?
Bro, I don't think anybody wants to have this conversation with you. All right, can we like move on?
It's so funny how the burden reverser is working right now.
What's that?
Mass.
Your burden reverser is not working.
I believe.
I can't. What is the word you're saying? Your accent's
The
very-
reverser of your burden.
The reverse of the burden. What burden? What do you? The burden. What, the proof of the argument?
That's why I'm not focusing on anything else right now, Clay. I'm just focusing on this question. What is space-time?
Yes, I want to know it too. That's why I'm.
You're killing the room by doing this because you're just
Mark
being
G, you're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, Mark G brought it up. He answered the question, asked and answered. Okay, that's it.
Analytically false, absurd answer. That makes no sense.
Okay, again, you're appealing to your personal incredulity. You didn't demonstrate.
It's a specific, objective, true premise and a logically valid logic sequence. It's not personal incredulity.
You failed to do that.
Just
You never
explained multiple times how when
No,
you
you
are
didn't.
consistent with that supposed definition, it reduces the sentence to fucking unintelligible absurdity. No, it's not incredulity.
Gregory, you failed to substantiate that.
No, I didn't fail to do anything.
Yeah, you did.
No, I
So we're
didn't.
moving on.
Why are you?
No, we're moving on past you.
Why are you
So we're moving on past the unintelligible, ridiculous, vague, asinine, unintelligible, analytically false definition of space in so-called space-time.
Just
Any
being
next
triggered
answers to the
isn't a
question,
rebuttal.
what is space-time?
Okay, thanks. Anyone have anything else?
Why do you actually talk for Mark? Are you?
Because Mark is muted. How would you like him to answer the question when he's muted?
Mark is not muted.
Really?
Talk.
Look at his badge.
He can unmute, but I'm kind of done with the conversation. You guys were doing it better than me anyway.
Nobody's interested. There you go.
Well, Mark G brought it up, Mary Groundness, and he mumbled about things being attracted to each other, and then the next breath he said space time. So complain to him, okay?
Because somebody asked him what caused gravity, right?
And that's a valid answer.
Yes.
You've lost the plot, sir. Thank you.
That's another argument from personal incredulity. Thank you.
Go play.
That's also that's
Instead
where-
of trying to say mouthpiece and attorney for Mark G because he's a grown man, he could speak for himself. Would you like to answer the question?
I don't think I need to. I don't know that I'm grown.
No, don't answer his question.
Yeah, I don't think I need to.
What is your
Thanks.
definition of space?
Can someone
Right,
mute?
so not answer the question.
In between your ears.
Mute me for what? What did I do that's mutable?
Not mute you, man. I'm talking. He's chiming in with an unvalid question. You can ask the question later.
Okay, so instead of playing mouthpiece can't even talk no more. Instead of playing mouthpiece and attorney for one another, Mary, would you like to answer the question? What is space time?
Yeah, again, I'm not interested in this argument. Thank you.
Okay, who's interested?
Can I be heard?
Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, space-time, the concept of interfused time and space in a continuum. as purported by Albert Einstein and maybe others before him. So in this mathematical understanding, there's the three-dimensional space and the four-dimensional time intertwined in a continuum, and the professors in the schools educational system like to use a trampoline made out of matter to trick the children, because we all know that space-time exists in a perfect vacuum with zero baryonic matter. That means matter from the periodic table. So this is not a physics is a concept, like infinity or a dot. Can you point out a point? Nope. Can you put
Thank you,
space-time in a
Larry.
jar and paint it yellow? Nope. Can't test it in the laboratory. Thanks.
I
We test it all
appreciate
the
that,
time.
Larry. Thanks for the clarification. It's just
Thank you. Thanks,
pseudoscience,
Larry.
right?
Kind of suspect how the globalists couldn't just say that, but
I don't think any of us necessarily stand by that position, but to be honest, I wasn't totally listening.
oh, would you like to answer what the question? Would you like to?
I think it's my third time
You
saying
sound
no.
interested now.
No means no.
Oh, okay, okay. So what are you talking about right now? Because you said you weren't interested, but then you commented on the subject. You said you weren't interested about. That's self-contradictory.
Well, you did ask the
That
question,
is
right?
funny. It's so funny. I'm not actually interested at all, but as soon as there's something that I want to chime in, I'm anyways. To be consistent with myself. That's so funny.
I have no reluctance and no qualms pressing these people. Why? Because they know so much, don't they? These are facts. I'm sick of the bullshit.
They know so much to a point where they don't want to engage in. They actually need to explain their mind games.
Hi.
Hello.
Very respectful.
Nothing about reptiles, please. Thank you.
Oh. That
Yeah.
was really going to be my question.
Yeah, I know, because you already did this, and I remember people. Remember every single.
Oh, you recognize her?
Yeah, I recognize everyone who has been here and says things that we don't care about.
Okay.
Well, let me play with her, I suppose.
Pet talk.
Okay.
Yeah, iguanas will bite you. I don't suggest them as a pet. They'll also snap you with your tail, and it's a lot of the tank gets really stinky.
I have a question.
So I don't know. Maybe like a little chameleon is better. Maybe a salamander, but maybe that's an amphibian. I'm not sure.
Dimension.
But a turtle is a good pet.
A cat has
But,
also nice reptile eyes.
Dimension.
Yeah, there's three of them and no more. Any other dimensions, like an M
Where
theory?
does this
Is
come
this
from?
11?
I need someone to answer this for me. Hold on.
Can I be heard?
Where does this come from? Where does this Greggy boy thing come from?
So I had a question for you. Like,
I don't understand how people think that like it's just the thing to do with my name.
so we'd both kind of share the same perspective that dimensions play a factor. Or being a foreign entity that were inhabiting like.
Oh, she's doing it again.
No, sorry, just.
Can you increase your volume somehow, or speak closer to the microphone, or?
I apologize. Can you guys hear me better now?
It sounds like you're watching too much. It sounds like you're watching too much Ancient Aliens. Perhaps I don't know.
I've never watched that.
Oh well, it
Okay,
sounds
so
like
Sarai-
you've been privy to a Xerox of that
Okay.
hack television show. Then
Oh no, I've never watched that. But I mean, like,
where are you getting this idea from?
well, that's more of just kind of like. I don't really know, to be honest, where I got the idea from, but then it's like when you kind of
Well, good luck figuring that out, and maybe come back and report later. Thanks.
Well, give me an opportunity. Please don't overtalk me. I haven't even gotten to finish my point yet.
I haven't overtalked you. I asked you a question. You have no idea what you're even talking about. So what's the point of it?
Well, it's kind of like
Is she
when you
gone?
look at social cues and mannerisms of political figures or people from social hierarchical standings. It just seems
Yeah, you've watched too much TV.
Well, as if
Well,
they're
how
divided
about this? Hang on.
as
I just
if they're
let me hear her.
as if they're divided amongst their own factions as well. But here's an idea. It's like, what if there are like foreign entities that are, inhabiting physical
You
vessels,
have all see.
but their
One second. You
consciousness
have
is
already
in
been
a
made
float.
aware.
So it's like interdimensional travelers.
Hang on.
You've already no.
Wait,
She
wait, wait,
has
wait, wait.
already
Let me just.
had her
Well, you
chance to
heard her.
have
I
this
haven't heard her yet.
conversation.
Let me hear her. I haven't
Yeah,
heard her yet.
thank you. I'm just saying that it's like, what if it's foreign entities that are inhabiting a physical vessel, but their consciousness isn't of this plane of, you know, like the world. So it's like interdimensional beings. What do you guys think about that concept?
Most
It's
people call them.
fantastical, implausible.
Most
Excuse
people
me.
call them angels. Go ahead.
Hi, Hank. By the way, so today is not Sunday. We usually like to talk about speculative stuff on Sunday. Wait, what is today?
Well, that is a
Shaista. Today is
speculation.
Sunday. Never mind.
That is
I'll shut up.
Isn't that kind of a speculation though?
I thought it was Saturday today.
For me, it's Monday. So
Well, it doesn't matter what day it
The
is. On the
Germans.
concept itself. You guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Why did
agree
you
with
mention this?
Larry. We call them angels, call them, whatever
This
you
isn't
want.
about angels. This isn't about like a duality amongst a dichotomy. Angels, devils. Like good, evil. What I'm saying is that
Escape it, but
Yeah, you
it's
can't
like
delete it from everyone's memory.
no. It's like 4 hours long, but I would just skip to probably I would just watch like the first hour, and then the middle part is where Dean is like giving his presentation, and it was a really long presentation. It's like a 2-hour presentation. He did a really great job, but it's pretty much like what we've heard before. The flat Earth stuff from the Bible and from outside of the Bible. So, but then the other guy starts, I believe, like 3 hours maybe timestamp. That's when the spiral starts. Let's just say, and yeah, so I would watch starting there. But the ending, yeah, he kicked Dean out and everybody else that was a flat earther. So
Wait. He banished them out of the church house. This was in a church house.
Oh yeah.
yeah, yep. He's like, we're gonna worship. We're gonna start worshiping. Get out of here. Get out.
Yeah, and
Did he say in a
said,
humorous tone, or was he like
No,
annoyed?
no. He was very serious.
no,
Also,
bro.
there was a message on I think somebody said it was Facebook, and Gio posted it in the chat where it was like he said something like it's like if anybody mentions this debate, you'll be removed or something like that. So
he actually put it back up, so I think it must have been loading because it's back up on his channel now.
Oh,
so if you watch it
Is
on,
it? Okay.
if you watch it on his channel, you only see the two pastors talking, but it's very clear. But if you say watch it on Witset's channel, you also get the full story of what happened after and before. You also see the people in the crowd and their reactions, but it's just not quite as a clear video. But at the end of it, there was rebuttal time, and the Dean guy went to rebut that guy's points, and that guy just lost it. Told him to get out of his church. He called security up on stage. Then he said they were going to go and do some real worship, and actually called the police in as well to start moving everybody on. He threw the microphone across the stage at Dean, or knocked it out of his hand, and all sorts of stuff, yeah? And he was saying, anybody in my congregation that believes this, get up and leave now before I give you a WWE SmackDown.
Dude, did he say exactly what you just said at the end?
Yeah, man. He was saying, I'm going to give you a WWE SmackDown. If you're a member of this church and you believe flat Earth, he's screaming, get out now or you're going to get a WWE SmackDown.
What's he got
Let me say this right now. Let me say this right now. That man professed to worship Lord Yahushua, Jesus, as it is recorded in the apostolic scripture of the Holy Mikra, aka the Bible, that is not even remotely close to the love that he commanded his disciples to demonstrate to the world. Understand it.
Well, love doesn't boast. Love doesn't boast. What he did is just boasting straight away when, like, he had no argument what was presented, and he just boasted in his own arrogance and pride, and that's just
Well,
the saddest thing to see.
It's just
he said he
uncivil.
had one major point that debunked all of flat Earth, one scripture, and I think he used Corinthians, where he said that God's blessings are as high as the heavens. And he says if we have a firmament or a dome,
Yeah.
that would then be limiting the height of heaven.
That's so
And
stupid.
that would be then limiting God's blessings. And that was his main point. And then he also carried on and he said, I think he was talking about the Michelson-Morley experiment or one of them, and he's saying, they found no rotation. And he's screaming while he's doing it, the typical evangelical pastor. And then he starts spinning across the stage and he says, well, I'll tell you that if I was there, this earth would be spinning. And he's like spinning in circles across the stage.
You should
He
stay in my
also
basement.
said he also said that a sun clock or sundial or whatever would not work on a flat Earth because the shadows wouldn't work. You need to have a sphere for that. That's what he said, which is absolutely
Whatever passage he referenced in 1st or 2nd Corinthians to say that what the gentleman just recalled here, it's again just a fallacy of ambiguity. People keep using the word limit as though it's some sort of like it's absolutely some sort of pejorative. Like there is an extremity, right? There's a highest possible limit to things. It's not a problem, right? You cannot do better than the Lord to give blessings. That's the limit. That's the logically and metaphysically possible limit of the quality and or quantity of blessings that can be given from one to another. That is supremely adulatory. That does not impugn the Lord at all.
Yeah.
Oh, it was terrible. It was absolutely horrendous what I heard last night. I was listening to it with my wife, and my wife doesn't usually listen to flat earth stuff, but she was just freaking out on the way this pastor was carrying on. And he failed to rebut any of Dean's points. He brought up the 200 proofs list and pick and chose the scriptures there that he felt were a bit iffy. Now, I agree, there are some in that 200 proofs list that are iffy, but they weren't the points that Dean guy brought up. He failed to address those points.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Noted.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My favorite disproof of the flat Earth was similar to what you said, AJ, where he brought up the verse with the East and West. The grace of God or the mercy of God is as limitless as the East from the West. I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, "Oh, on the flat Earth, East and West meet. Therefore, you're you're limiting." It was dumb, dude. It was that dumb. So, but on a globe, it's East and West never meet. Therefore, it's a globe.
Because when you circumnavigate around the surface of the sphere, you don't come back to the same point, as it were.
Yeah. I don't know what he was on, but
Apparently you keep on going at that point, but you don't on a flat earth. You couldn't keep on going on a flat earth. I don't know. He was just the typical butthurt glober that had no answer. So he put on a big show, made all these big claims while yelling and praising God at the same time, so that all of his congregation just believed the bullshit. That's basically what it came down to.
No, I think we should really start a FundMe so we can send that guy some, like maybe a case of Preparation H.
You can just, I can't help but make the comparison. For instance, I can just imagine the contention between the Yahudim, the ancient Jews, in the classical antiquity era. That's 4th century or 5th century to the 1st century AD. And then after that is late antiquity. When Hellenism started, actually not even just Hellenism, but I'll go with that for now. When Hellenism was infecting the people, spread his empire. You just imagine. You could just right Hellenistic philosophy being fornicated, not syncretized. No, fornicated with the sound doctrine in the Holy Micra. You just imagine it, and here you have it. Here you have it here, right? Eratosthenes, Grecian, right? Make the comparison. Globe Earth, Eratosthenes, Grecian, right? Due to the wonderful philosophy and knowledge and cunning of the Greeks, some others, but mostly Greeks, right? As the narrative goes, is in the midst of the people who worship the king of the Yahudim, the Jews.
But it's a very small step to actually go back to Babylon, from when you're talking about Hellenism and the spread from Babylon, right? So yeah,
it wasn't all that long ago before Alexander. It was just Madai and Iran, Medes and Persians, and just before that, Babel.
Yeah, it's just simple steps. I mean, and people make it more complicated than it really should be, I think.
I posted something for you guys. It's a video, and this guy comes highly recommended. You know how we're always talking about first-hand primary knowledge? That's all this guy does. He reads like accounts from first-hand primary knowledge. He never really gets into the speculation other than telling people to dodge the hijack narrative. So if you like history, interested in learning a little more, check that dude out. He is full of good stuff.
Well, it's just like, who likes history? We like our own modern history. It's much more fun. We can just say anything we want to anytime. We don't like real history of men. We can just.
That's what I'm talking about is real history, bro.
I know. I'm being facetious.
I'll check that out, Harry. Thanks for posting.
Yep. No problem.
Yeah, Gregory, man, if you get a chance, I posted the link. Well, my 24/7 live posted a link to the best video of that debate that I can find. I mean, Jeranism has one, but I think this one's better. The one that I posted earlier. It's
what is it?
The debate we were just talking about that happened last night.
Oh.
Yeah, with Greg Locke and Dean Odell. I mean, it's a typical kind of globy thing, and they were just like, he didn't listen to anything that Dean said, which I couldn't believe that Dean's presentation went on that long, and it was awesome. So yeah, shout out to Dean Odell, man. That presentation was awesome. One of the best I've ever seen.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Helio. AJ, did you say that it was on? Did they post it again? I don't see it on their website, or not on their YouTube.
Well, I watched it live on their YouTube, but I think they've got a second channel unless I've mistaken the channel. But I'll post a link to it here.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds,
Thank
and I'll see
you.
if I'm right. Because
Alright,
I did go to watch it there again last night with my wife, and I couldn't find it, and then I seem to have found it this morning. So maybe it was uploading after the live stream.
Yeah, I just watched it on Kingdom of Context.
Yeah, that's what I'm sharing. That's where I watched it. I mean, he does.
Hello? What is this?
No, that was me. I was just messing with you, man. But I was listening to the live stream, so that was shit.
I didn't know
About
the
2
bot
minutes
could
behind
do
that. No, I'm the bot, so I can do whatever the fuck I want.
You are the bot.
What is going on?
But yeah, I was just that was a conversation.
Pissed off the robot. Holy God.
No, I was just messing with you. No, yeah, just like people are just like, oh, somebody got triggered and left because whatever. Because I mean, I love when you get passionate, Gregory. It really cracks me up. I love listening to it. And so it's just like, just bring it on, Gregory. He can take it.
Like I'm a cracker.
What the hell happened to this room?
I love it, man. I really love when you get passionate and triggered, man. It's freaking awesome.
Are you there?
Some people don't,
What
but
is...
But anyway, that is the best link. If you want to listen to the debate, I mean, the guy, Kingdom in Context, was doing commentary, and there was a couple of sound bites in there that he played. But for the most part, I mean, the audio is really good on that one. So if you want to listen to the whole debate, it's on his channel. That's the best link that I've found.
Good to hear your voice, Helio. I was wondering where you were.
Oh, you always know me.
So you just travel on the.
So it keeps the bullet relative to forces in the air on target, but it still doesn't adjust for Coriolis effect.
Because there's no such thing.
It minimizes the turbulence around the bullet. That's my understanding of what works, right?
Yeah, because who told you that? Ask a sniper if they've ever had to consider that while they're shooting over a mile away. Ask them. Every time I've looked it up, they're like, "What? It's in the manual, but we don't ever use it."
Why is it in the manual if it doesn't exist?
That's the guys that are using it in the field. They never use it, so they hit their targets from over a mile away without doing their calculation. I mean, who has time to fucking write down in a notepad? Okay, where's wind speed? Coriolis. Okay, now I can shoot since I know that the Earth is going to spin under my bullet. They don't ever do that, bro. Never, ever, ever.
Do they use
the only people that ever talk about it is people like you?
People that believe in evidence and science and those sorts of things.
No, I'm talking real snipers never talk about the Coriolis effect, but you guys do because you think that snipers actually use it.
Do modern snipers use calculators?
I believe in science. What does that mean?
I believe in the process of science. I believe in evidence.
What's that got to do with this subject?
Well, I'm getting to understand that it has nothing to do with this subject because you guys don't want to hear it.
No, we're hearing it. I mean, we're giving you a chance to tell us. You're saying the snipers use the spin of the Earth to shoot something over a mile.
I'm saying. I'm asking you, do modern. You're not going to let me talk. Okay.
Science about the shape of the Earth.
Science shape. Good one.
Yeah, we're asking for the evidence.
Go ahead.
Provide it. We're giving you the mic. We're giving you, can you
Well,
post in the chat?
I mean, we were talking about the Coriolis effect. Do you want to know about that or not?
Yeah, I mean,
if there's any science involved,
and know that we live on a spinning globe. Because in the
if you have some science,
that's what you guys used to tell us.
Mm-hmm.
So are you going to tell us about your toilet proves the Earth's a globe like they did in 2015?
The what? Toilet?
The toilet. I mean, the direction
that
of the
was one of
water.
your first arguments as globers. In 2015, you guys used to tell me that when you flush the toilet, it proves that we live on a globe.
I guess it's a version of the Coriolis effect. Yeah, I guess.
Right.
You mean the rotation, northern versus southern hemisphere, right?
So
gravity goes a different way.
Why do I have different toilets in my house and they both spin in opposite directions?
Yeah, it's an urban
the spinning of the. I'm not making that argument. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to figure out what they're saying there. What you're saying. The spinning of the water is affected by other things rather than.
Yeah, but it's not Coriolis. That's gravity. But that's another.
In a perfect laboratory controlled environment, I think it works, but it doesn't work at home in modern toilets or sinks. It just doesn't.
All right. Well, show us the scientific evidence for Earth spin.
Well, let me ask you what you would accept, right? Because we're talking about.
Just tell us, and then we'll. I mean, if you have some scientific evidence for the Earth spinning, then we'll consider it, and then we'll give you our honest opinion.
You know what the word consilience is?
Consilience?
Consilience.
Get to the point, man.
Yeah, sure. I'm aware with the word. I mean, I'm just asking you, what is your best evidence that you have that the Earth is spinning?
No, I want to make my case, but I want to know if you understand the word consilience first, because it hinges on the word consilience, right? Which is the idea.
I will honestly give you the chance to tell me, your evidence.
The word. People don't understand the word. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. All right.
Right.
So let's go.
Right.
Oh,
No, sure. Right. Consilience is the idea that in science, right, that an idea, a theory, a hypothesis, usually a theory in this case, we're talking about theory of a globe Earth, is supported by multiple lines of evidence, multiple lines of inquiry, right? And if you look at all the evidence suggests that we are on, with the exception of what you guys claim is these bodies of water, which are ridiculous, support a globe Earth, right? And if you take, I'm sorry, I can.
Hold on. Hold on. You're explaining consilience by describing how many different aspects of it they all disagree with each other, and it's supposed
each
to be
other.
a
They all agree with each other that there's that the
Okay.
Earth is round and is not flat, right? And I could bring up here's what. All right, let me talk. Here's what I could do. I could bring up individual pieces of evidence, and you'll come up with ad hoc explanations to why those could be false, right?
Hold on.
But
We're gonna have to
yeah.
go one by one. If you decide it's ad hoc, maybe you'll say that we're wrong about it. Come on,
Right.
just give us one evidence of the Earth spinning, man. Come on, stop talking
evidence.
in circles.
Well, would you accept like the Foucault pendulum?
No. Why not?
Hold on. Before you answer that, let him explain Foucault so we know
Exactly.
why he thinks that proves the Earth is spinning. Go ahead. Tell us about the Foucault pendulum.
No, I want to know why you don't think it's
No.
Foucault.
We have to know that because I understand it, and so does Timbo and a lot of the other flat earthers in here.
You obviously don't.
We understand. We want to make sure that you understand it. So you explain it because you're teaching us flat earthers how the Foucault pendulum proves that the Earth is spinning. Just tell us.
In a Foucault pendulum, the pendulum itself is free to spin in any direction, and over time, the precession of the Earth deflects the angle of the Foucault pendulum, so that it will rotate in a 360-degree pattern that reflects the rotation of the Earth.
Okay.
How does it run?
Hold on. Is there a certain place on Earth that it can be? Or do you have?
It doesn't. Well, it cannot operate directly in the equator because of the way it works, but it will operate everywhere else. It will operate perfectly
Everywhere north or south of the equator, it can work. But if it's on the equator, what is it going to do? Go in a straight line?
Yeah, I think it would just draw a straight line.
He's making shit up.
I think it would.
It up. Would you like to? See, there you go. There's evidence.
How does pendulum run for 24 hours?
There's enough inertia in the pendulum itself.
Yeah, we know that's a violation.
Yeah, what if it's 1 degree above the equator? Is it going to start a little bit, cause an oval? I'm sorry.
What?
No, you're right. What were you saying, Larry?
Yeah, okay. You guys can be wrong if you like, but that's what a Foucault pendulum is and how it works.
Gosh, you guys are so excited. Just calm down. Listen, if you were to spin a pendulum or a top or anything, it's not going to spin forever, right? Especially 24 hours. It's not a perpetual motion machine. There's going to be loss of energy. Put a bowling ball or a tire on a rope, swing it and let it go, and don't move your face. And every time it comes back to you and goes away, it's going to be less close to your face than it was before. So the pendulum doesn't swing by itself for 24 hours. That would be a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. Thanks.
Hey, Larry, let me say this really. Give me 30 seconds. I've always
not.
thought this idea of the Foucault pendulum, I've always thought if what they say about the spin of the Earth or whatever was true and the Foucault pendulum proves it, all they would have to do is just let it dangle, not attached to the Earth, but there is no Foucault pendulum that's not attached to the Earth. But if what they're saying about the spin of the Earth, they wouldn't have to start it spinning. It would do it by itself. And it would always be moving. Well, I mean, that's the claim about Foucault.
It exists in the frame. It exists in the frame of reference, the initial frame of reference by disturbing that frame of reference, you create a vector, right? That vector changes because of the Coriolis force and the precession of the Earth.
But if that is caused by the spin of the Earth, you wouldn't have to start it.
But the Foucault's pendulum's run by a. Yeah. You agree with
Yeah,
that?
well, they
Dude?
okay. So hold on. It's not most of the time. It is not. They do magnetize it every so often. Keep it going. The original Foucault pendulum that it was named after was not magnetized. It was hung, I believe, on the Eiffel Tower. So there are versions that have magnets. The original one was not.
Everyone said that was the worst experiment they'd ever seen.
Yeah, no, they didn't. But okay, nice try.
Yes, they did.
So Foucault pendulums in science museums, they will eventually die. They will eventually stop doing its thing. So they put electromagnets to keep them going forever, right? So it makes a nice exhibit, but it doesn't rely on that. It can go for 24 hours without human intervention or additional energy being added, if as long as the weight's heavy enough.
The implication, though, of the spin of the Earth, you wouldn't have to start or restart. It would go forever. The idea that the spin of the Earth is causing for it to
It's
move
causing the
in a
precession, not the
circular-
movement. It's causing the precession.
Yes, we're talking about the same goddamn thing. What the hell are you talking about?
Can you show me a Foucault's pendulum without magnets running for 24 hours?
I believe the original one, but they don't have them.
The original one.
They don't have. They're for public display, so I'm sure that they all probably have electromagnets now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just said the original one. Everybody made fun of the guy because he was a dumbass.
Yeah,
So the
and it's
Foucault's
one of the most
pendulum
famous science
is supposed to
one of the
work.
most famous science experiments ever conducted by humans. But he's a dumbass. Exactly.
So the Foucault's pendulum, the claim is that it's precessing due to the fact that the Earth is rotating underneath this pendulum, correct?
Yes.
So
The reason you can go to museums and knock down 24 blocks.
My language.
I don't see it's rotating under something actually fixed to the Earth.
Yes, exactly. Have you ever? Can you even dangle a pendulum that's not attached to the Earth?
The pendulum is not attached. It is connected to a very low friction pivot point, right? To allow it to spin.
On a frame that's connected to the Earth, therefore it would rotate with the Earth. The Earth cannot rotate underneath it.
No, it does not. The pivot point allows it to rotate freely of the Earth with some very small amount of.
Well, that's
of
the
friction.
claim.
Now, that's
proof of that.
Now,
there is actual proof. There's actual proof that is physically connected to the Earth.
Please provide me a defeater. Please provide me a defeater for that.
We just did. I don't know.
Who cares?
None of anything you made sense. None of anything that's been said made sense from a physics
But it
standpoint.
doesn't matter. So what you're saying is, you're saying the Earth is spinning underneath the Foucault's pendulum. AJ just said the frame is attached to the Earth, so it's attached to the Earth.
The frame is, but not the frame is, but the pendulum moves independently. I want to correct you before you keep making a fool of yourself.
Hold on. How about you listen to what he's saying before you correct him? Goddamn. Go ahead, Timbo. Sorry, Timbo. All right. So, but yeah, you're trying to correct Timbo before you actually got the. Yes, he was saying the frame is attached to the Earth, and you're saying that inside the frame, the pendulum itself is not connected to the frame. I mean, is that what your claim is?
He
claims that it's connected by a gimbal that is that has a very low friction. But the problem is, yes, of course, that gimbal is going to move and rotate, but it can't rotate independent of the Earth when the frame is still above the Earth. The frame is rotating with the Earth. So the Earth is not rotating underneath the pendulum.
Pendulum?
Now that it's open for a second, I just wanted to say I watched that video, the sniper. It's really interesting how much faith that man has in his ability to shoot at 1,000 yards, because you know the, it was basically argued that his shot is so perfect that the deviance of his bullets not hitting bullseye wasn't because he's not perfect, but because the Earth was spinning. And I can't take that serious. He shot 6 rounds, and somehow that proves that the Earth is spinning. Like I don't. Is that a good faith argument?
I've
I
seen
can't
like
tell.
hundreds of snipers videos where they never consider Coriolis and hit their fucking target almost every time.
I mean, I've been shooting since I was 5 years old, like literally, like not exaggerating. And I simply can't understand how someone would think that their shot is just perfect. I fired a perfect shot. The reason I didn't hit the target was because the Earth's spinning and shit.
Yes, there's like, damn it, I didn't aim left when I was pointing south.
So the one he was facing north, it was down, and then the one that he was facing east, it was to the right. So
I didn't watch the video. Sorry.
it was low and right, and then high and right. Or I think the first one was just low, and the second one was high and to the right. So if it was just
Normally,
spinning,
when you set up your weapon, I mean, if you're gonna use a weapon, you want to. It's usually for local combat, unless you're a sniper hidden somewhere. You're supporting your team from far away. But if you're gonna sight your rifle for local combat, I mean, you're gonna want to be accurate within 100 to 300 feet, and where you shoot it, that's where the bullet's gonna go.
and by the way, I posted that article about the sniper that landed over 2 miles, confirmed kill, and he got multiple targets. So he didn't just get one target. Like that guy got several targets. So let me pull that up because this one's pretty. Yeah, this one's pretty interesting. So
I've also
when I
pulled up many sniper manuals on.
but it cut out there.
And
Yeah, I think you were saying.
I've
Yeah,
done
you
word
said
search
you.
in there for Coriolis and for rotation, and none of them appear. It's not accounted
Really?
for.
Yeah, I mean, I just really heard claims that it's in the manual, but nobody ever uses it. I've seen it, maybe some Google search or whatever, but just why would you consider the curvature of the Earth or
So let
the
me read this.
spin of the Earth or whatever?
Let me read this real fast. One of the amazing thing about Harrison's shooting is that he was standing up and not lying prone, which is more difficult to shoot from a standing, unsupported position. Harrison fired while adjusting his rifle slightly upward. He fired the first silhouette and missed. The second one was on target after traveling for 6 seconds. The third shot also missed, and the fourth hit its mark, eliminating the second bad guy. Another shot took out the machine gun. So he got 3 people. He got
Wait,
3 people.
from the barrel to the target was, you say, 6 seconds? Is that what you said?
Yeah, the bullet was flying for
For 6 seconds?
Yeah, 6
And
seconds.
he hit the target?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. And it says that he just aimed slightly up. And this is what it goes on to say. Harrison was acting more quickly than he used to. He wasn't aware of the distance, and later on said the winning shots were a fluke, that he was just trying to save his teammates who were
It must have
engaged
been
in
at least 2
battle
miles,
with
maybe.
Alabama.
I mean, holy shit, 6 seconds.
So can you imagine if someone would have said, damn you, Harrison, don't you realize those men over there are refracted?
Don't you realize you're on a spinning Earth? That's why you
Can you
missed.
imagine that? It's a good thing these Globers aren't on the battlefield. Fuck's sake.
Sorry, Timbo. Anyway, Say sorry, Tim.
Yeah, I'm sorry too, Timbo. Helio just can't help himself.
That's true. That's true. Sometimes I love Timbo to death.
Yeah, he's a keeper.
He did.
But yeah, this whole Coriolis thing, I can't take it serious. It's like we're still arguing about the toilets. In my mind, that's how silly it is. Like, don't you know about the Foucault pendulum? Like, are you not hypnotized? You know?
Yeah, it's just like the old magician. Like, just watch the pendulum.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like, no, I'm not hypnotizable. I'm sorry, it doesn't work on me, so I don't really buy that bullshit.
there you go. Oh man, what are we gonna do about this, Larry? Oh,
Well,
I guess we're gonna keep doing the same goddamn thing we do every day.
We're gonna keep on keeping on and telling people they got massive.
What is it? What's that show? Trying to take over the world. The mouse, the two mice. You know,
Pinky the Brain?
the Piggy and the Brain. Try to take over the world. That's what we're gonna keep doing every day.
No, I mean we don't really want to take over the world. We just want
No,
people
we
to stop
want to.
taking our.
We want to open people's minds. Yeah, I'm just playing. Yeah. Like,
want
what do
people
we
to
do with people that just come in and ask redundant questions? And what do we do with people that we've already given the answer to 100 times, like Dogs Are Gods and some of the other idiots that just start making shit up? I don't even know. They're super creative because they'll come up with arguments that nobody ever heard of, including globe and flat, and they're just like, even the globe earthers are probably like, why is he even saying this bullshit? Like Dogs Are Gods was saying earlier, it's like nobody says that from either side. Are you on your own here? I guess you are. That's why he reminded me of Kosho. And I didn't even realize Kosho was in here when I said that. But that's what Kosho does. It's just like once he gets put in the corner, he just starts making shit up. So yeah, Kosho, you deserve every criticism. Been doing this for as long as I have, so.
Has he?
Yeah, just about. Yeah, I remember him from before even we got in this Discord. I remember that.
Wait a minute, was Kosho that really angry military guy back in like 2016?
No, that's Oh no, is Kosho still in here? I don't remember. No, he was
That
the
was me. That
army
was me
army
back then.
intelligence guy. Army intelligence guy. No, it was his fucking name. No, I know who you're talking about. Hank.
That guy used
Right.
to just scream at me, bro.
Dude, I'm trying to think. What's his name now? And you know what? I respected him because he never changed his name. He didn't make sock accounts and shit. He would always come in as himself. So at least that part I respect. And God damn it, what was his name? I can't remember it. But yeah, he's like, there's a few times he was like, yeah, I'm Army intelligence, and stuff. Or at least at one point in his life, he was Army intelligence. You can tell just by the way he talked. I'll think of it in a minute. But yeah, I know who you're talking about. And I've actually, it's going to hit me in a minute because I've seen him in the chat in YouTube. Maybe not recently, but within the past year or so. It's going to hit me in a minute.
Yeah, I just posted a part of a U.S. Marine Corps manual on ballistics that talks specifically about rotation of the Earth affecting accuracy. Doesn't mean anything, I'm sure.
No, it means everything. Does it say anything about Coriolis effect?
There's nothing wrong
That's
with
what
providing.
the Coriolis effect is.
Nothing wrong with providing.
And it's hard to get rotation of the Earth on a flat Earth with no rotation. So I guess the Marines got it wrong.
So the what's just like airplane manuals would be like, just pretend you're on a flat Earth, but it's rotating. What would that look like? It'd be like a merry-go-round trying to fly from one portion of the merry-go-round to the other.
Yeah, except they don't. Yeah, you're right. They don't pretend they're on a flat Earth, so that's fortunate.
Sorry, what was it?
So there you go. You can.
We got any Globers in here? Hello? Oh, Manu. This old customer, returning one. Manu. Hey, how's it going, Heretic?
Just decided to stop in, listen to some Flat Smack.
I decided to play the old stream recording from I don't know when this was. Let's see, 2 days ago. Yeah, managed to find a way to play through my mic YouTube clips. So
Nice.
Fill in the dead air from what I can for my part anyway.
Thanks.
No worries.
I'm just making some coffee and I was just going to see if there's anything to listen in on.
Nah, it's been pretty quiet right now. I don't know Durfer. Who's Durfer is? Oh, that's the Gambino guy. Never mind.
Same old horse shit.
Yeah. Love's coming back. That's for sure.
They must be paying him all right.
Mm,
Still at it.
still at it.
There's a lot of those types. Manufactotum who just bounced is another one.
Yeah. Usually when I call him out, he does that.
You just can't get enough of Flat Earth. Over the years, I mean, they're Flat Earth's biggest fans. These anti-Flat Earthers.
Yeah. Someone that.
How many actual Flat Earthers have come and gone from this arena while these guys have been out here the whole time?
Yeah, the bigger fans than Flat Earthers, I guess.
It seems to be. Well, I don't know. Do whatever you want with them. I'm just, I'm kind of in and out, just doing other things at the moment. I was hoping
Yeah.
you guys would entertain me.
Oh, well. Too bad we don't have any Glober to entertain. But yeah, try to play some old recording as long as I'm in here. Probably it will probably get busy in a couple of hours or so. I guess usually when I go to sleep, usually is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll get busy again. But it's been slowing down a bit overall lately. I mean, we had a pretty good run for quite a few months there, so you got to expect that eventually it's going to taper off. But I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll be back. There'll be activity here again. No doubt.
No, for sure. Yeah, biggest Discord and biggest server in Discord. For sure, there'll be new people coming and going. So, but yeah, it's more steady. Yeah, it's fine. It is what it is. So
Yeah, it's kind of dead at 24/7 too. I don't know. People are just taking a break from Flat Earth, except for the diehards, the anti-Flat Earthers who never stop.
yeah, it happens, man. You gotta take a break someday or so.
I've been taking a break for the past
Imagine
year.
going.
Actually.
Yeah, imagine going every day, man. It's exhausting.
Yeah, been there. Yeah, I'm gonna be sort of around, but not completely. Slightly AFK. I'm gonna park here though, just to.
Yeah, do that. I will hang out a little bit more and see if we can get something going. Maybe, hopefully, someone pops in. But yeah. Hello, hello. New Dawn.
Hello.
How's it going?
Great, great. I'm just curious if anybody has first person experience and can testify to seeing the Earth being flat from outside of the Earth.
Oh, you want to you want to go that route? Okay. Well, the problem is that's impossible.
What is going on here?
You know why?
Because you can't do it.
Oh, because you can't leave Earth. You know why?
You have proof of that?
Well, if you want to go against the second law of thermodynamics, there will be a violation.
Sure.
In your paradigm.
Lots of things leave Earth.
No.
The second law of thermodynamics.
Gas pressure requires containment. You need a container for gas pressure.
Thermodynamics permits leaving Earth.
No, it does not.
Oh, wait, how
Next
does
to a
what is
vacuum?
the second?
What will
what's
the
the-
gas pressure happen next to a vacuum in an open system?
What is the second law of thermodynamics?
You know.
Go ahead.
I was asking a question. What happens to the gas pressure in an open system next to vacuum?
It is acted on by gravity.
Not really. Do you know that
Yes.
gases goes
Yes.
in all directions?
You think gravity and a vacuum are
So you think
two,
it pulls down
items
the
that
air?
cannot. Hold on.
Yeah.
Vacuum is not infected by gravity.
Do you understand the gas molecules? What happens to it in an open
You
system?
answer my question: is a vacuum affected by gravity?
What is gravity?
What is gravity?
Yeah, you made a claim about gravity. Now you're going to tell me what it is right now.
Tell us.
You come in here triggered. I'm going to treat you like someone who needs to be talked to, like they're
know what
triggered.
gravity
So
is?
what's gravity?
You
Tell
don't
me
know
what gravity is. You made a claim about it. I'm going to ask. I don't think you know what gravity is. Relax. I don't think you know what gravity is at all.
Relaxed.
You made a claim about it. Why don't you tell me about it?
You're a fucking.
Why don't you tell me about it? You brought it up.
Gravity is.
Oh, there you go. Oh, you got triggered. Look at him. Oh, he's upset.
I'm not triggered. You're the one triggered.
Yeah, you are. Relax, dude. Tell me about gravity. You brought it
I'm
up.
relaxed. So, gravity.
Tell me about this gravity. What is it?
Gravity, of course, affects.
Which one are you
vacuum.
following? There are more than one. You need to be specific.
Does gravity affect a vacuum and the contents within it?
What is gravity?
I guess there's a.
Go Google it. What does gravity affect a vacuum and the contents within
You
it?
brought it up. Why do I have to prove your claim? If you're not going to support your claim, then we're not going to talk about your claim.
You're just
Well, relax, lady. Come on. This is not an issue. Dude, just relax, bro. Relax. Relax. Well, you brought it up.
You're being
You
childish.
brought it up. What
No, you're being
gravity? There's
childish.
more than one
I
kind.
didn't
Do you
bring
know
up.
that? I'm not
I
being
didn't bring up
childish.
the
You came in,
definition of
triggered it,
gravity.
and then
You brought
no,
up the
you
definition
want
of
to talk about
gravity.
gravity,
So I'm
and
not
I'm
bringing up
asking
the
you what it
definition
is
of gravity.
because
If you don't know what gravity
you
is, look it up,
brought up
boy.
you
No, I didn't
you
bring
don't
up
know
the
what gravity is
definition.
because you can't tell me what it is.
Definition of gravity. You made definition of
No, I
gravity.
know that's
You
the
not
whole
me.
point. You brought gravity
No,
up.
the whole point is gravity affects a vacuum.
What is
Okay,
gravity?
well, what is gravity?
What's
Well,
affecting
figure
a
it out.
vacuum?
Google it.
Well, what's
What's a
affecting a
vacuum?
No,
vacuum?
this is a burden of proof reversal. We're
Google
not
it,
going to look
boy.
up the claim that you
Google it,
made. Why don't
child.
you
You don't
tell
know
me
what
what
gravity is?
gravity is?
Google it, child.
Do you know that there's more than one kind of
Google
gravity?
it,
I bet you
child.
didn't know that.
Google it,
There's as
child.
many as 5 of
Calm
them.
down. Google
You
it,
don't
child.
have to ad hom me,
If I
bro.
have
Just
to
relax,
read a
dude.
dictionary definition of gravity for you, you're a fool.
Yes, please do. I mean, no, there's 5 of them,
No,
dude. 5.
I've got better things to do, and I've more.
Okay, well then take a
He
hike.
doesn't
Take
know.
a hike.
Okay. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
I'm driving. I'm not going to sit here and
Why would
Google
he just say
definitions of
something like
gravity.
that?
You don't need to Google,
Definitions of
man. Just
physical
say you
Just
don't
take a
know.
hike. Yeah, just
Okay,
tell us you
you're
don't know what
stupid.
gravity is.
You
It's
don't know
fine.
what gravity is, and you're
Okay.
asking what gravity
So
is.
ad homs, you
Google
won't
it.
just demonstrate your
Listen,
claim.
can we hear?
Why do I have
Can
to
we?
Google something you brought up?
Can
My
we?
claim was not to
Why do
define
I have to
gravity.
Google something that you brought up?
My claim was not to define gravity.
Well, then what is your claim?
You're just
we
stupid.
we just
What was my claim?
That's
Did you
silly.
even hear
look
it?
look
Did you even
Don
hear my claim, boy?
Don.
You didn't make a claim. You asked a
Did you
question, but
even
you
hear my
did
claim,
bring up
boy?
a term, and you have to define your
Vacuum.
term. This is how
He
debates
claimed.
work.
He claimed
Are
on a
you
vacuum. I'm not debating you. A debate is not going over the definition of words ad infinitum. That's not a debate.
Dude,
That's
you could have
sidetracking
just
a
said
debate.
what it was. You said
That's
gravity is
sidetracking a
affecting.
debate. That's
No,
how you
it's
stop
not.
a debate.
No,
You demand a
Don.
definition for every
Don,
word
listen.
being used.
Listen
That's
for a
how you
second.
stop a debate.
Don.
And that's
Don.
exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to
Don.
stop a debate.
Hold it for
And
a
your
second,
tactic is
please.
evidently
Hold
clear.
it. Hold it for a
Dude,
second.
you
And
got to
you're not
calm
fooling
down.
anybody, boy. You're
Hold
not
on.
fooling anyone.
Chill out.
Don.
Chill out, dude.
Is
You're
he
not
fucking
fooling
listening?
anyone. You tried your
He's not even listening.
Gee whiz.
How the fuck are you gonna have a
Instantly
conversation with this
triggered.
fucking guy? Keeps talking over everybody.
I don't know. Ask him to define his terms. He brings up gravity. I want to know what it is. He doesn't know what it is, so he wants to reverse the burden. It's very simple.
Yeah, it wasn't complicated. He said gravity affects the gases.
No, he
what's
said
affecting
it
the
affects the vacuum.
the vacuum? Yeah, that's right, the vacuum. Gravity
There's no
affects
matter
vacuum.
in vacuum, for fuck's sake. Have you ever heard that one? That's the new one too.
Can you take him off mute
Oh.
and explain that a bit further? That's pretty wacky.
Yeah, if he stops over talking everybody and he doesn't listen even.
Gravity
You won't
he
explain
claimed
it.
you can't
He's
leave
trick-
Earth. He claimed you can't leave Earth.
Yeah,
of the
because of
second
gas
law
pressure requires
thermodynamics.
containment, and you said
That was
you
the
said
claim.
gravity affects
That
the
was-
vacuum. How the fuck does that even do? Can you
So,
explain that? Explain
he
that
claimed
part.
because of a vacuum, you can't leave Earth.
Can
It's
you
nonsense.
explain the part where you said
I can't
fucking
explain
gravity
his claim.
affects
His
the
claim
fucking
was
vacuum?
you can't leave Earth.
Holy shit, you're a fucking
What
stupid.
is Earth?
Yeah.
What
Can you
is Earth?
demonstrate
Right.
you
See,
can't leave?
I told you. He's the guy who sidetracks by asking the definition of literally every word.
I said my
I'm not.
part, and
I'm
you
not
said your part.
sidetracking. We need to
Yeah, you
know.
are.
Quetzalcoatl, just for a moment. Just for a moment.
No,
You
we
are
don't need
asking
to
a
know.
question that's
You
already
need to know.
preloaded. It's a
Why don't you
begging the
Google it?
question. Okay.
Google it, get back to
Hold
me.
on a second, dude. Relax.
No.
Can I ask you?
Someone mute this
Relax,
guy
bro.
just asking.
Chill.
Jesus Christ, this
Okay.
guy's so hostile. Fuck's sake, man.
He
You're
is
ruining his
hostile.
life.
If you're going to say, can we leave Earth? You're already assuming that Earth is something that can be left, right? You don't have any evidence of that from the beginning. So your question is malformed. We need to start at the beginning. Do you believe that Earth is a place that can be left and viewed from the outside? That would be nice to know. Why don't you go ahead and answer that calmly once we let you off of mute? Take a Xanax, breathe into a paper bag, answer calmly.
Yeah, someone mute this guy. So the claim was you can't leave Earth.
Yeah.
That was his claim.
You know why? We can
So,
demonstrate
yeah.
gas
What
pressure
did
with
your claim?
containment. That's why. You can't do that otherwise. Can you do the opposite of it? Can you demonstrate that? The opposite?
You haven't demonstrated you can't leave Earth.
No, I said gas pressure requires containment. That's why
Gas
you cannot
pressure is
leave.
not evidence you can't leave Earth.
Well,
the existence of gas pressure.
In your paradigm, it's not
There's evidence you can't leave Earth.
Why are you laughing? What are you laughing at? I don't understand. It's like
It
you
doesn't
have
matter.
proof.
It doesn't matter what paradigm you're working under. You have to show why we can't leave.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you fucking cunt.
Shut up, dude.
No, you don't prove negatives. You have to prove that Earth is a place that we can leave. You're saying that we can leave Earth. What is Earth that we could leave it?
Do a Mexican tell us about big thoughts. So he said you can't leave Earth.
Mexican.
Yeah, I said my part. So can you just explain the part when you said gravity affects vacuum? How does it work? Yeah, go on, fuck off, idiot.
What a 2-year-old.
Yeah. And Trapwire, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? The guy can speak for himself. Why do you interrupt like that?
Well, he wasn't doing a great job.
Yeah, he was fucking doing it badly. I was trying to get the explanation of what he said there before. His own claim.
So when you say we can't leave Earth, you mean like there's something stopping us from getting past a certain height? Like what exactly is the specific?
I'm pretty sure you're not new to this topic. Come on, man.
Yeah, like we can jump in the air, dude. But you claim that Earth is an object in a vacuum and that we can leave it. We can jump off the ground and leave the Earth. Yeah, sure. If you want to be like a little bitch about it.
Well, I'm not. I'm just trying to make sure I'm specific, so I'm not strawmanning anyone.
Yeah. So what would it take to stay on Earth versus leave Earth? What do you think that means?
Well, you have to have enough upward thrust to counteract the downward acceleration, right?
I don't know. We got Earth here. What's over there? If we're leaving Earth, where are we going?
Well, I guess that's what we got to find out, isn't it?
No, I'm asking you. Do you have some kind of presupposition or some kind of paradigm in mind where you can leave and go somewhere else? And if you can go somewhere else, what is that somewhere else that we can go? Otherwise, if you disagree that everything is Earth, then we wouldn't leave Earth, right?
Well, no, that's. Why would you assume every? I mean,
is the sky Earth? Like, how specific is the sky? Right? Like, how high do I have to get off the ground to leave Earth? I don't think we can leave Earth. I think the sky, if you want to call the sky, the water, the trees, the birds, all Earth, then, I mean, what is the question then? Can we leave that?
Well, no. Why would you think the sky is Earth? No one thinks that.
I'm asking you. Yeah. So, like, jumping off of the top of a mountain, am I leaving Earth? Like, jumping off into some water off a cliff, am I leaving the Earth, the physical Earth?
Sure. Yeah. I mean.
Okay. Good.
Right. So that's why I'm asking for more specifics.
Okay. So now nobody disagrees that we can't jump off diving boards. So we're all on board then. You can jump off diving boards.
Okay. So
you have a different idea of leaving Earth. Do you have some other kind of paradigm that you want to hold that against? Or is that all there is? Jumping off diving boards. What goes up must come down. On board?
Well, look, I mean, leaving Earth can. Why is everyone up?
Yeah. One side can be demonstrated. The other side cannot be proven or demonstrated at all. So what's the contention here? Why are we arguing about some vacuum of space in open system? Yeah, we can leave Earth. How the fuck are you going to prove that when you can't demonstrate that at all here on Earth? In an open system, gas pressure.
Well, Trap seems to be pretending that he doesn't want to use the word like outer space or vacuum or anything. He just wants to be like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, Trap? Is there something else that I'm missing?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get the specifics of what exactly do you mean when you say we can't leave Earth?
Right. So what's your standpoint?
Here on Earth that we have, yeah? Car tires, pop a soda can. Yeah? They're physical barriers, yeah?
Well, that's only assuming that.
So Quetzalcoatl
is a place outside of Earth, right, that we can go to.
Just one of many examples. Yeah.
Quetzalcoatl, I realize that we're actually helping them beg the question of space oftentimes when we make this actual, argument. So if they're going to say that they live, like space is a real thing, I suppose they'd have to prove that first. We don't even have to talk about gas pressure. We'd have to, kind of like what No Tanks is talking about, talk about whether or not there's such a thing as space, or what even is, up past the sky that we can see, if there is anything. What is the sky? What, we're going to have to ask a lot of questions. So Trap Wife, do you think that the Earth can be viewed from the outside? What do you think Earth is, and do you think you could validate it?
Oh, so we're just completely changing the topic?
No, this is the topic because you're asking if someone can leave the Earth. I don't know. Hold on, bro. You and No Tanks agree that as soon as we jump off a diving board, we left the Earth. Well, we've all left the Earth then, but we can't see obviously the entire Earth from when we're up in the air at the diving board. So, what do you imagine the Earth to be, and if it can be viewed, or how do we leave it? What are you talking about?
No, so obviously leaving Earth can mean a lot of different things, can't it? That's why I was asking for more specifics on what that actual. When you say we can't leave the Earth, what do you mean by that statement? That's what I'm asking. I don't want to straw man anyone.
Well, right. Well, No Tanks here was onto something because obviously I've never left what we call I'm going to call it the Earth system. All right. I've been in the sky in a plane. Right. I mean, I've jumped off of diving boards, cliffs, stuff like that. I've even gone skydiving. So I've left the ground. But this system on its own, they left it. You know what I'm saying? No one has, as far as I know.
Well, that system would be the universe. So yeah, no one's left the universe.
No, the vacuum.
What is the universe? Well, that's what I'm going to ask him, because if he's going to use the term universe, I want to know what he means.
Her, she, what she means.
Huh?
My pronouns are she, her.
Wait, what? You said universe.
I'm a girl.
Now he's trolling.
Oh,
no,
he got back into a...
She's not trolling.
Oh,
who's she?
I'm just
you said universe. What the fuck are you on about?
No, I'm just saying, please.
It's trolling now, so
I'm not
trolling. You by your Discord name.
I'm just requesting.
Yeah. No, Trap.
Just requesting that you use the
that's you. Yeah, we go by your Discord name. That'll be fine.
My Discord.
Yeah. Anyway, so what about universe?
What's wrong with using somebody's pronouns?
Can we go on with the topic? Why did you divert? Come on.
Why are y'all refusing to gender me correctly?
Backtrack to the topic, please.
Crap, wife. You've been backed into a corner, and now you're going to divert by talking about pronouns, okay? What's the universe?
Y'all are the ones that were using my pronouns wrong. I didn't start this.
All right. Mute her.
It would be mute she.
Okay.
Absolute children.
I'll continue the conversation if you...
Yeah, you got backed in the corner.
We've already gone past that. If you can't grow up, do I need to call you a little girl because you're acting like a child?
I'm not trying to derail.
You are trying to derail. So move past your pronoun problem and let's talk about what is the universe.
Yeah, so there's two different senses in which people use the term universe. In a philosophical sense, it would be like everything that exists. Whereas in a more scientific sense, it would be our local presentation of space-time.
What's space-time?
What's scientific about space?
What's scientific about space?
Yeah, tell us about that part, please.
Well, space is... I mean, if we're talking about space-time... I didn't mention space, I said space-time.
You think that's science?
Space are different things.
Is that what I told you?
What is space-time?
Is science for you? To you?
Mm-hmm.
Is space-time science?
Of course. Of course, it's within the scientific realm.
I thought space was more like a measurement, like I guess mathematical or...
Hold on a second. What is a scientific realm? Can you define that, please?
Are you using a voice changer that makes your voice sound like Joe Biden?
That's also not the topic. So you said scientific realm, so there must be an experiment to support it, right?
Yeah.
Well, can you share with us what that is?
For space-time?
Yeah. Let's see the science for it.
You want me to...
The scientific method for that, yeah. How do they arrive to that conclusion that there is space-time? Through science or something else?
What's the independent variable?
Well, it starts out with mathematical equations. I'm not going to pretend that I understand it
Well, then that would be math.
fully.
Yeah, that's math, not
There were
science. We want to
made
science.
predictions. I mean, the theory of relativity made predictions, which were later borne out
No, it
by
didn't.
observations.
What were the predictions that it made? What were the predictions that it made? Be specific, please.
So, like gravitational lensing and that sort of thing.
No, it didn't make that prediction.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, well then go ahead and just show me. Go ahead and get the citation that proves that, please. I'll wait.
Well, I reckon that's 1919.
Gravitation.
So Arthur Eddington observing the solar eclipse, and with the observation of the solar eclipse, seeing stars that should have been behind the sun, and they've been gravitationally magnified or curved around the sun because of the way that the sun sits in the fabric of space-time. That was observed in 1919, if you buy into that story.
There we go.
Oh, so what they did is they affirmed the consequent. They didn't make predictions at all. That's fascinating.
Yeah, and they also predicted 95% matter that isn't observed.
Yeah, there's nothing contradictory about matter that can't be observed.
95%
Matter
of the
doesn't need
mass,
to interact.
95% of the mass that it predicted in the universe is not observed. What about
No, we
those,
observed it.
what about those predictions? Should we just ham wave those? Yeah, I meant to
We
say mass.
observe the gravitational effects of the mass just because we can't observe it through interactions with light, which just because it doesn't interact with the
You don't observe the masses that you're attributing those effects to.
No, you do observe it. You observe
you
it. We observe effect. We only observe effects. We don't observe anything directly.
Well,
no, but you're not
how do you
observing
observe
the
mass?
thing that you suppose is causing that effect, unless you can show me some dark energy, dark matter.
Yeah,
What's mass? Mass? Are you talking in physics, mass, or which part? Which field?
Talking about dark matter.
Dark matter? Cool, dear me.
Yeah,
I mean, no one has ever seen it, or observed it, or felt it, touched it, or smelt it. How the fuck do you know it exists then? Mathematically?
The same way we observe anything. We don't observe anything directly. We observe the effects of it.
That's retarded, dude. I can observe. Yeah, I can observe my roommate directly.
No, you can't.
What the fuck, dude? Just stop.
You're not observing your roommate directly. You are observing photons reflecting off of your roommate. You're observing.
That's so.
You're not even observing that. Your brain is interpreting the photons hitting your eyes and affecting your eyes.
Have you ever seen one?
I've seen a photon. Of course, I haven't seen a photon.
Okay, so can you observe the photons bouncing off of the dark matter that you're attributing the gravitational effects to?
Obvious. It wouldn't be dark matter if you could observe the photons.
Yeah, exactly.
If it interacted with photons, would it?
You've got 95% unseen, unobserved, unaccounted for masses, which you're attributing.
No, it's not unobserved.
Oh, it's observed.
We observed the effect of it.
No, you haven't, because you don't know it's actually there.
the experiment.
You don't know that that's an effect of dark matter because you haven't actually observed any dark matter. You just have to imagine and postulate that it must be there. Well, maybe you're just wrong about the entire paradigm, and you need to start over. How about that?
Sure, it's possible that gravity works in a way that we don't fully understand, and that dark matter is not the correct hypothesis.
What's gravity again? What's gravity?
What is gravity? I mean, under the Einsteinian relativity paradigm, it's the effect of bending and warping space-time.
So not
what's space-time?
We also refer to the apparent force as gravity. So gravitational acceleration, that's often just colloquially called gravity. So,
is space-time physical or is it conceptual?
It's a model of.
Oh, sorry, reification.
What?
Yep.
Only a model.
Conceptual.
Space-time. Is it physical or is it conceptual?
Everything in science is conceptual.
That's unfortunate.
Every model of reality.
Sorry, 2 seconds. In natural science, everything is physical because we want to manipulate physical causes to see if they have the physical effects. So we're definitely going to be dealing with physical things in physics, natural science, aren't we? Just say yes.
don't embarrass yourself any further. If we're doing natural science, they're definitely going to be physical, not conceptual. Correct?
Yeah, we're making concepts of physical things.
No.
Physical
Natural science deals with cause and effect in the physical world, not conceptual. If they're conceptual, then they're not physical, and you're not going to vary and manipulate concepts now, are you?
No, we build models.
Models, so
Don't we?
more reifications. So I'm interested in this space time that you talk about. Oh, yeah, models are reifications. You look up the definition of reification, you'll find out that the map is not the terrain. I mean, should we continue? So yes, models can most definitely be reifications. But I'm interested in this.
Oh, the model itself is not a reification. The model is.
Excuse me. What's space time?
That makes sense.
What's space time?
Space time is a model.
It's a model, so it's based upon a model.
Yeah.
A model's based upon a model. Where's the physical bit? Natural science, physics, right? Not concepts and mathematics. We're doing natural science here, aren't we? So is Einstein's space-time natural science, or is it theoretical physics? Like maths and equations? Or is it?
Yeah, all science builds models.
No, science deals with cause and effect. No, not all. You say all science. Incorrect.
You really need a
Throw all your eggs
primer.
in one basket here, Sunshine.
Yeah,
No,
Sunshine's
we're
giving
building.
a primer in the scientific method because you have absolutely no idea what it is.
Yeah, it's a method for building models of the universe. Models of reality of things around us.
You just made my point.
Yes, based on things we can observe and effects.
Young man. Heretic, sorry, man.
I'm not a man.
No, it's all good. You go for it, John.
I do apologise. Yeah, it's just come through really quiet for me, mate. So yeah, no, Einstein didn't give us any natural science here, just concepts based on reifications. You've given me the model bit, reified upon another model, that model being of the model of space-time, non-physical things, given physicality, a space-time fabric, and that fabric, which is now given physicality, bent and warped with mass in mathematical equations, all on the supposition that these things are physical. But it's not, it's conceptual. That's why you've only got math and not experiments.
Yeah,
So,
we have experiments to verify. We're building models of the real world. That's what science does.
Sorry, I was interested in that bit. We do have experiments that prove what? Sorry.
No, they don't prove it. That's not how experimentation works. You don't prove things.
Yes, you do.
You have experiments that are consistent with the model.
Excuse me. One way or another, you will either demonstrate your hypothesis to be true or not. That's what a hypothesis test is. Experiment. Yes, it is.
No.
It's built into the scientific method. Excuse me. It's built into the scientific. Excuse me. It's built into the scientific method.
Okay, you're just gonna keep. See, this is like this fake. This fake.
You're saying it's incorrect. Yep. You're just going to continue being incorrect.
Yeah, this.
You don't have any science here. You don't know what science is. This is all conceptual. Space-time's conceptual and mathematics, not physical experiments. Experiments do demonstrate one way or another, prove cause and effect relationships. That would be your alternate hypothesis. You will prove in your null hypothesis that your independent variable doesn't cause the dependent variable. It's kind of built in, so you're
I feel like you learned a lot of these words and don't truly understand what you're talking about. How does
I don't care.
How does an independent variable proves your null hypothesis? What are you even talking about?
When you vary and manipulate.
It sounds more like you don't know what he's saying, bro.
Yeah. He's just rambling like.
No, listen, you're rambling. Shut up, dude. You're rambling through him. That's why you don't have a clue what he just said, and you've been clueless this entire conversation. So try to just take a breath so that you can onboard something new here.
Wait.
Yeah. So I'm guessing none of y'all don't have the background to understand how nonsensical what he's saying is.
Sorry,
that's an ad hoc fallacy.
Nonsensical. How's it being nonsensical?
Listen, you don't have the background.
Hypothesis. That's not a thing.
The background would be just listening to what he fucking said before you pass judgment on it. You don't even have that much of a background in what he's talking about. So shut the fuck up and listen, and then you can respond to what he actually said once you know what it is.
Yeah, I was listening.
You don't have any scientific experiments to prove space-time. How could you?
You don't understand how science even works. You're saying that science
That's
doesn't
an
make
add-on.
models. You're saying that a null you prove the null hypothesis. Like,
One way or
do
another,
you
you said
understand what you're
science.
saying?
Excuse me. Yeah, you said science doesn't prove things. Right, for want of a better
Yeah,
term.
that's right.
Paraphrasing.
Yeah,
But within the hypothesis construction, where you predict cause and effect relationships, and then you demonstrate that cause and effect relationship through your hypothesis test, your experiment. Because of the result of the experiment, you'll presume cause will either cause the phenomena to happen or not cause the phenomena to happen. So therefore, ultimately demonstrating one thing to be true or not. It's built into the hypothesis. Natural science, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't prove things.
It does. So, for example,
So
if
you
I've got
don't
the
need
phenomena,
scientific evidence?
There's scientific evidence, but it's not proof.
How do you verify something if you can't
Let me
prove it?
ask you this. Sorry, let me ask you this. Do cause and effect relationships happen in the physical and natural world?
We can observe causes and
So,
effects, but
yeah.
what does
So,
that
for
have to do with
example,
anything?
well, because that's what natural science does. Cause and effect relationships happen in the physical and natural world, and science demonstrates those cause and effect relationships. That's all science does. Experiments, right?
No,
Where
we
you
build models.
No, we build experiments.
You use experiments to build models.
Going to need experiments, though, aren't we? Whichever way you cut it, if we're doing natural science,
Right.
don't care what you've done after the experiment, you're going to need an experiment, right?
Yeah. So whatever you're calling a model, a scientific model, it's not that unless you first have the experiment to build the scientific model from. So what would be your experiment for dark matter, dark energy, space-time, any of the crap that you're talking about?
Actually, no. You don't have to have the experiment first. You can build a model and then do experiments.
Not science. You're not doing science.
No, no.
Confirmation bias.
You can-
You're building on your assumptions.
No.
That's not scientific.
You can build a hypothetical model that's not based
Sure.
on right.
Based on what? Reality? So conceptualize it
this-
first,
no.
and then watch reality and see if it confirms it or not. No?
Right. Well, you would look for ways that disprove your model. Look for things that are inconsistent.
Sure.
With it.
That's
Like the
easy.
globe model.
Sure.
Yeah, that's easy.
Like the globe
Right.
model.
Or like you can make a flat Earth model,
No.
and then you see whether
Sure, you
it's
can, but
consistent
we
with your
don't claim one here.
observations.
Yeah.
Right. You don't claim one because none of them work. Like y'all tried it and it didn't work.
What are you talking about? NASA claims models because they say that they do work for them anytime they want to fly a helicopter or launch a rocket or do any of these sorts of things. They're going to use a flat Earth model, but that's not our claim. Go talk to your globe priests about flat Earth models that work or not. All we're doing is testing your belief that the Earth is a spinning ball, which is trivial enough to do because a spinning ball would have curvature on its surface. So do you think that we can measure that?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, how? Go. Tell us how.
So through triangular excess, that's one way. Through measuring.
Oh my god.
Funkish Gal, triangular excess. Okay, you're not very familiar with what you're saying. Can you detail that method?
I think he's talking about spherical axis.
Yeah, that's what he's
spherical
trying to
excess.
get.
Yeah, whatever. So
Yeah, so
I'm actually probably gonna get off here pretty soon, but
So,
So I mean,
triangulation,
there's
surveying. How they measure the surface of the Earth being curved with that?
So if you measure a triangle, if I have a triangle and has sides 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
Your triangle's in the
Triangle
air.
where?
It's not on the. Yeah, it's above the surface, man.
Right.
So you have a line of sight between each of the points, right? Because if you
Well,
take
you
the
wouldn't make a
serving is below it.
triangle. Well, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. I mean,
How do
you
you
have
make
line
a
of sight.
triangle if the surface is gonna block it? If presuming we have curvature, how the fuck are you gonna do that?
Well, you can take more than one measurement. You don't have to just like measure
Line of
from one
sights?
vertex.
Over curved surface? What's the elevation? 6
The
feet?
elevation. No, it's
Human
gonna.
size?
You're gonna take it into account. It's gonna vary.
Or what distance? We can, it requires data, to be honest. If you're gonna say there's ways of finding curvature doing that method that you just told us about,
Right.
to verify it.
All right. So if you doubt it, you can go and look at the data and see if it's
Well, it
accurate.
kind of sounds like
or
you
not.
don't
I
look
don't
at
really
it,
care.
which is sort of a problem because it was your claim. So why don't you look at the data that supports your claim and bring it to us so then we can look at that? I don't know why I have to do the homework for you.
I don't really care that much.
But you're here.
Well, I've looked at the flat Earth models presented, and none of them work. So until you can present a model that works,
Well,
why should I take it that seriously?
Well, you're kind of contradicting yourself. Okay. I don't know what models I've presented here.
No flat earther has been able to present a model or a map of the flat Earth that matches observations.
So if we haven't provided you with one, how can you say it doesn't work?
Because of the models that have been provided, none of them work. None of them match observations.
What observations?
How sunsets work. Just things I can observe. The distances between the continents and across the continents. None of them work.
Bro, how do sunsets work, quote unquote? What does work mean?
I mean, from what I observe of the sun going across this, I observe the sun appear, the top of the sun appear in a southwesterly direction or southeasterly direction, and this is in the wintertime in the northern hemisphere. I observe the top of the sun appear on the horizon in a southeasterly direction. Gradually, more and more of the sun comes up above the horizon. It stays the same in angular size as it goes across the sky at the same apparent speed. Goes to a southerly direction, a little bit overhead, but somewhat southerly. And then arrives in the southwest sky and disappears, with the bottom disappearing first and then the top. And you can also observe things like the sun rays reflecting off of higher clouds for longer. You can observe, different things like that are inconsistent with any flat Earth model that I have seen.
So you think the sun goes below the horizon?
Well, hold on, friends. Hold on, friend. By you saying it's inconsistent with a flat Earth model, you're linking the two as if they're contingent or causal upon each other. Okay, in your worldview, they are. The flat Earth claim is not about what the sun does. The flat Earth claim is about the nature of the surface of the Earth, its orientation and general properties. So no flat Earther is saying the Earth is flat, therefore the sun does such and so.
Well, if they're not, that's because they don't understand the model they're presenting. They're trying to present a model that's supposed to describe reality or describe our observations, right?
Nope. You're operating in a philosophy that has a uniformitarian assumption, right? Where you have a universe to where all these objects are intrinsically linked, causal upon each other, and operate certain locations in free space relative to each other. Okay, that's an assumption. That's philosophy. That's a base axiom from which you start your paradigm. Okay, if you just
accept that the sun isn't the Earth, and then you just measure the Earth. If the Earth measures flat, it's flat. And then any interpretations about the sun that require sphere Earth are automatically debunked.
Oh, wait, you have a measurement of it being flat? If you have a measurement of being flat, I'll take that.
That's fine. Yeah, no problem. But first, you do concede that if the Earth measures flat, then it's flat, right? Then any interpretation about the sky is highly irrelevant, right?
If you have a measurement that can be verified, then we would have to look at how it compares to other measurements and see if it's... If you have a verifiable measurement of the Earth being a flat surface, then we would have to see, is that measurement correct, you know? And then we would say, like, okay, well, this is provisional evidence that the Earth must be flat. Then we would build a flat Earth model.
I have a couple questions. I don't know why you keep inserting this model idea. All we have to do is check the surface for curvature, determine whether there is any. If there isn't, it can't be a ball. It's de facto flat.
Okay, so once you've determined that there's evidence that it's flat, because I mean, you have to consider that, like, this is a piece of evidence. If you have a measurement, which I haven't seen it yet, you know, there's always a possibility that a measurement is made in error, right? So you have to compare it against other information that you know.
Okay.
But yeah, it would be good evidence if you had a good measurement of the surface of the Earth being flat. Then that's a great starting point.
That's all the direct measurements show. But I'm noticing a double standard because you didn't know enough about the globe measurements to get the name right, and you have absolutely no skepticism about those whatsoever. But go on.
So I don't need to personally verify. Everything that I have observed is consistent with the globe model. I haven't seen anything that's inconsistent with the globe model. And I trust other people to be, like, the scientific community to be knowledgeable. I don't see any evidence that I'm being lied to. So
okay, so if I post a horizon that's 10 times further than the globe geometry predicts it to be, is that going to be congruent with the globe so-called model?
Well, that's not a measurement. You said you had a measurement.
That would be a measurement of a horizon distance to whatever I'm going to give you.
What units is your measurement in, and what's the margin of error?
Miles.
Oh, the margin of error in this one that he would give to you is a factor of 10. Okay, so an order of magnitude. Yeah, factor of 10. It's supposed to be in one location. It's in a location greater than a factor of 10. That's falsified. You know, there's nobody accepting a factor of 10, dude. Okay, not happening.
Oh, this isn't a measurement. Wait, it's a factor of 10 of what? What are you talking about? That's not how margins of error work. Isn't it? Like, what is the measurement? What is being measured here?
Yeah, fair. But if something's supposed to be, like, for example, a floor that I lay for a customer, if it's supposed to be level, and one side of the floor is 10, like an order of magnitude. So on one side it's 1 inch tall, and then the other side it's 10 inches tall. They're not going to pay me.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question.
Well,
this isn't
you said that everything.
I'm not asking about when you realize what I mean when I say margin of error. Like, I don't know if y'all have any idea what that means.
I clearly understand what it means. We're telling you that when something is greater than an order of magnitude from the prediction, then the margin of error is irrelevant.
No,
so for example, friend, when I use my level on a floor, it has a bubble and it has 2 lines on the side. Now, you could say the margin of error is my ability to hold that level within those 2 black lines, you know, at a constant without too much, you know, variance. And so normally like an 1/8 inch or a 1/16 inch over 6 to 8 feet, right? is sort of acceptable, right? But if in your floor, it's not an 1/8 inch off at every 8 feet, but it's 10 inches off, no one's going to come in and ask about the margin of error, dude. They're going to look at that floor, see that it's diagonal and not horizontal, and they're going to say, what the is this floor?
Yeah, that has.
Dude, what I'm trying to get across to you, dude, is that all of these observations, first one that Homeboy's going to present to you, is so far beyond the globe geometry that margins of error are irrelevant. So
no, it's
next
not
step.
relevant because it's not a measurement.
How about this, friend? How about this? How about he shows it to you, and then you go through the particulars, and then you'll see what I mean.
Well, I'm not talking about like pictures or observations. He said he had a measurement. I want a measurement.
You said that everything you've ever seen aligns perfectly with the globe. So I'm showing you something that obviously does not align with the globe at all, let alone perfectly.
Okay, so you're saying this as a measurement then. So you don't have a measurement
of the horizon distance to beyond 9.4 miles, where it should have been 1.2 if the Earth is a sphere with a surface curving away from you.
Okay, so which are you trying to present? You're trying to present something you think is inconsistent with the globe model, or something that is a measurement of flatness? Which one are we talking about here?
Yeah, it's going to be more the former.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Okay, so you don't have a measurement of flatness.
He was pretty clear what he was going to do, bro. Yes, it was mentioned that there are measurements. Dude, pay attention, okay? He, the guy speaking, is going to present something to you that he wants to present to you. That he said is this and so, which he didn't say was a measurement of quote-unquote flatness. So you are correct. Do you understand now? Can we move on?
Okay, I didn't realize that he was trying to dodge the subject and get out of providing a measurement.
Dude, he's a completely different person. He didn't say to you, I have a measurement of flatness, right? He just wants to present what he wants to present.
Who said that they had a measurement of flatness then?
Dude, what was presented to you was a proposition that if the Earth measures flat, it's flat, regardless of sky interpretation, which you conceded, right?
Okay, but nobody's presented a measurement of flatness.
Oh, that's fine. Somebody else piped up and wanted to present something, right?
But it's not a measurement of flatness. That's what we're talking about. This is just irrelevant nonsense. If it's not a measurement of flatness, it's changing the subject.
Don't need to have flatness. We already disproved the globe.
Okay, I'll give you 3 right now. I'll give you 3 right now, dude. University of Kansas measured Kansas flatter than a pancake. Florida's flatter than Kansas. There's 2 entire states that have a measurement of flatness index flatter than a literal flat pancake. There you go.
Okay. What is the expected curvature on a Kansas-sized pancake?
Dude, it's within a measure of flatness flatter than a pancake, dude. So you said measurement of flatness. You said measurement of flatness, so there you go.
Okay, well, what is the measurement of flatness of a pancake? Is a pancake flatter than the curved surface of the Earth if you scaled it up to the size of Kansas? And also,
bro. You don't understand. That would be a problem. That would be a problem for you. If there's no margin, right, of curvature present in the entirety of Kansas, right, that you could say is not flatter than a pancake, then you could describe Kansas as flat, and it would be flat. Right?
Right, so relatively flat. Also, what was that study? Did that study even take curvature into account? But also,
what curvature? It's flat.
Pancakes are curved
what curvature?
too.
It's flat.
Dude, that's the problem. You see, if you measure an entire territory flat, and then you have a preordinate assumption that the Earth must be a globe. And so then you take your flat measurement and wrap it around a presupposition based on a given radius. Then you haven't measured curvature.
Yeah, we're talking about measuring flatness.
Yeah.
So We just keep looking at things that don't comport with your globe idea at all, and you just keep throwing those away and then declaring that everything matches the globe.
Well, hold on a second. This measurement of Kansas is based on elevation, right? Look, it's showing how many feet above sea level one end of Kansas is compared to the other, and
Right.
comparing that to
Yeah. Compared to the level oceans, it's one big ocean. It's one level. Correct.
No, sea level is
Significantly
just one level.
a pancake would be scaled up to that size, so it doesn't sound much like the surface of a ball to me. But according to you, that matches the globe perfectly, because that's what you've been chanting since you got here.
Yeah, I don't see how this is a measurement of topographical flatness, which is in reference to sea level. That doesn't show actual flatness. Not sure if you understand what you're looking for here. And also,
Topographically, it's flat. Is that what you're telling me?
Look at that pancake.
What
It's
is it?
curved. The pancake isn't even fully flat.
The pancake is more curved than Kansas is.
So pancakes are balls then? Is that what you're saying?
If you took a pancake, and scaled it up to the size of Kansas, and then wrapped and then put a bunch of other pancakes with it, it would form a ball, wouldn't it?
Hold on, friend. That's the step. Okay? There's a step in there that you added. If you take pancakes and you sew them together like a soccer ball, then you'd have a ball. Okay.
Right.
Now, show me that on the Earth.
Show you that on the Earth.
Yes, bro. Yes. Listen, if you take a ball in your hands that you stitch together and create a ball, then you have a ball. You're saying if I do this, if you do that, if you wrap it around a ball. It's almost like you're presupposing a ball exists and just axiomatically saying everything I measure, I must wrap around a ball because I already know it's a ball.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
that's pretty much what it sounded like.
The topographic map, even of the pancake, isn't enough to rule out that pancake being on a curved surface, is it?
Okay, so when they represent the data, how did they represent it?
What do you mean? It shows a graph there, an elevation change. I don't know. I haven't looked at that actual study that much.
Yeah, they just surveyed it.
Well, they're either going to represent it with a baseline that's horizontal, right? And then the variance represented over a horizontal baseline, or they're going to represent it over a radial baseline, right? And have the elevations displayed as radial differentials rather than horizontal differentials, correct?
Right, we're talking sea level, so it's distance from sea level and height. So that would, like, if one end of Kansas, like, let's say Kansas were perfectly flat topographically, it would still be a curved surface overall, because sea level curves.
Oh, that's
Whoa. Sea level does not curve.
It does.
There's your claim. Well, there's your claim. Where's the proof of that?
So, yeah,
Where's the proof?
I just showed the geometric proof against that claim, but go ahead and show yours.
Well, it's just the definition of sea level. I mean, it's sea level.
You're so full of shit. Sea level's definition does not say sea level is curved.
Yeah, you might want to check the definition of level.
Yeah, I know what level means.
You don't.
It means no part.
Go on. Oh, he had to stop himself.
It's higher in elevation than another.
There you go.
There you go.
And elevation is based on what? Sea level. Sea level is the level of the ocean conforming to the Earth's curved surface, isn't it?
No.
No.
Yes.
I showed you it's not. Because if it were that, there would be a geometric horizon in this picture that I've posted for you twice now for you to ignore a second time at 1.2 miles. Where do you see the horizon?
Well, you want to talk about your picture? Wait, which picture?
I want to talk about sea level. That's what this is. This is the sea. This is the ocean. This is the thing that you say is arcing away from you, but is still level, even though there's a drop from horizontal. Yeah, that's what I'm showing you. So listen, if that arc,
there's an echo. I'm sorry, I gotta go. Like, I can't talk to y'all with this echo. It's so fucking annoying. Somebody needs to fix their
Turn down
mic.
your speakers.
I'll put on headphones. 1 second.
But no, really, I gotta go though. I gotta get some to
Yeah,
eat.
you do. You got to get some
That's it real quick.
learning. You got to get some level learning done.
Wait a minute. Where's the echo coming from? Because it only happens when you speak. It only happens when the guy complaining about it speaks. So if it's any of us, it would happen when anyone speaks. So I don't understand what the problem is.
I took him at his word that it would be me because I know that my mic does that sometimes, but shouldn't be doing it now if it was.
Yeah, I think it's better now.
So if sea level is curved like you said it was, that equals a geometric horizon distance of 1.2 miles in that picture I just posted.
Also, AI Overlord posted a picture of some blue sticks. Can you tell me what those are?
Those are straight edges with levels in them.
That's incorrect.
Bubble. Those are straight edges. Those are
Yeah,
straight
they're
edges with
levels.
bubble levels. The one on the bottom left
they're
is a
straight. They're
combination.
straight, right? They're not
The bottom
curved.
left is a combination
They're not
square. The one
curved.
on the bottom right is a torpedo level.
Yeah,
and
they're
the
not
other
curved, right?
the other three are straight edge levels.
Yeah, they're not curved levels, right?
They are curved.
Whoa.
The bubbles are
Holy
curved.
crap.
The level part is curved. They're not curved because they're straight edges. They're made for making things
Mute the troll.
straight.
That's not troll.
What are you talking about? I work on. I do a little bit of carpentry. I know what a level is. So it's a tool. So it's a tool called
That
level.
doesn't make you any less of a troll. I've been listening this whole time, dude. You're a troll.
I'm a troll. What if I said that's incorrect?
Well, see, we have globe trolls, and they just, at infinitum divert, talk shit.
You said that.
A contradictarian or something?
You've said that level is curved. You said that sea level is curved. That bubble levels are curved. You said all kinds of incorrect things.
Look at
Yeah,
the
well, hold on,
bubble.
friend.
You tell me
Just
bubbles
hold
aren't
on.
curved?
Hold on. Fair enough. Fair enough. But when we get to a salient point, there's no reason to just start throwing out troll accusations. If you can't control the point and lead him into confounding himself on the point, then calling out troll, the only person who's trolling at that moment is the person just saying troll, troll, troll. Okay? I hope that is
Can I
taken with
just
a grain of salt.
mention? Can I just mention something about this bubble thing? Because this comes up a lot. The bubble is only there because it's in a container. If the container wasn't there, the bubble wouldn't be there. So the bubble is there because it's got the right amount of air in it to create a bubble.
Good
That has nothing to do with curving water. All right.
I mean, y'all don't think
Correct
it's
or
trolling.
not correct?
Y'all think it's
Correct?
not trolling to
Correct
post
or not
pictures.
Correct
Sure.
or not correct?
But y'all don't think it's trolling to post pictures of carpenter's tools when we're talking about sea level just because they both happen to use the word level? Like, that's. Come on, you don't think that's trolling?
Oh, dude, it's not.
Like,
Let me tell you why. It's very simple. It's very simple, friend. Check this out. So when you take one of those levels, those are actually my personal levels. So the largest one is 8 feet long. So when I hold that level horizontally, not vertically, right? So the plane of the base of the level is horizontal. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in your worldview, the center of the level is a certain distance from sea level, right? Or let's just say the equipotential of the surface. And the two ends are at greater altitudes. So it's actually a reciprocal slope, not a horizontal at all. So which one, friend, is the more rational? As I experience everywhere I've ever gone, level is level, plumb is plumb. I've never experienced radials. I've never experienced reciprocal slopes. I've never experienced any of these things. But you're telling me that that's what they are.
So, So you weren't trolling by posting pictures of a tool called a level when we're talking about the level.
Dude, did I not just explain myself? Do I need to write it in crayon?
No. Look, I don't get like how does one of these levels work?
It's very simple, dude. Hold it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the gas bubble inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Seeks equipotential, right?
What does that mean?
And so what do you think that means, dude?
I don't know. I wouldn't have asked if I had any inkling of what that means.
Dude, in the natural world,
has the potential
we have this
to
thing
seek
called equilibrium. Yes.
Go ahead.
So yeah.
There's a simpler way to describe that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's called up and down. So in the natural world, we have this thing we experience called up and down. And everybody experiences up and down, perpendicular to level, which we call horizontal. So everywhere I go and everywhere everyone's ever gone, horizontal is horizontal and vertical is vertical, perpendicular to it. Up and down is what we experience. You're telling me that there is no up and down, there is no horizontal. Everything is a radial. So an actual horizontal bar that I'm holding in free space is actually at 3 different elevations simultaneously. That's your claim. So my 8-foot level, when I hold it level, horizontally, your worldview's telling me that the center is at a different altitude than the ends. That it's a reciprocal slope. When what it looks like to me, and everybody who's ever lived, is that it's a horizontal plane. Just like the earth. Just like water everywhere we go. That's what we experience.
Also, you can check your level by using another level. Check that out.
You don't actually need to do that. All you need to do is flip it over and see if it measures the same level upside down on the same surface. That'll let you know if your
gotta be
bubble level
really
is.
sure, though.
Yeah, but checking it against another level doesn't necessarily help because that level could be off too. Flipping it over lets you know if it's
He's got like 8 levels to use, so they all say the same thing.
right. Okay, but what makes it?
I'm glad I came back at this time.
Yeah,
you
check
answered a
this out,
question about
friend.
the planar model. Is this my question? If I can, I've been listening for a minute. I've just got a couple questions. So this like planar idea, does it just stretch ad infinitum, or is this is there a barrier of some sort, or what's the consensus? Because I'm not a glober. I'm not like a flat earther. I'm just generally skeptical. I have more questions than
Dude,
claims.
let me put it to you like this, friend. Let me put it to you like this. In order for there to be a consensus, there has to be either a conglomerated aggregate opinion or a conglomerated aggregate knowledge. Since everyone's opinions vary on that subject and there is no direct knowledge about it, then there is no consensus.
Gotcha. Well, what's your take? Do you think it's an infinite plane or?
I would use the term unknown or indefinite because it's hard to tell. It could be that the available free space itself ceases to exist. By the way, keep in mind that the globe Earth paradigm with an expanding universe has the same problem with the boundary.
Yeah.
When you reach the boundary, what's there? Is it? Yeah. Oh, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Kidding me?
There doesn't have to. So space could be infinite and still expanding. That's not.
That's not true, dude.
Where's it expanding to into itself?
If it's infinite, then it can't be expanding. I mean, good grief, dude.
Absolutely, it can. This is the problem you're having trouble visualizing.
No, we already did all that shit 10 years ago. We don't do that anymore. That's pretend.
Talk about it
What are
like
you
you know
doing?
stuff.
No, look, it's really simple.
Dude, you're talking about space, man.
Yeah, the space between
In your
two things.
imagination.
Look. It doesn't matter if it's in my imagination or not. It still makes logical sense to think about space expanding, but still being infinite.
That would be shrinking.
Why is this door open? Huh?
So that means it would need a flexible container. What kind of container is holding space?
Oh, well, look, you'd have a fixed boundary. You'd have a fixed.
No, you don't need a boundary at all.
Wow. Okay, so in your view, a volume doesn't need a boundary. Hooray. Good one.
I gotta go.
Wow. Dude, that was the most incoherent thing you could have ever said. But by the way, either way, it proves my point. That in the heliocentric expanding cosmology, there is no definition of the nature of the extent of the universe. Whether it's finite, infinite, expanding, has a boundary, doesn't have a boundary, is the end of reality itself. They have no freaking clue, and they have no way to know. It's pure speculation.
Dipped. He unraveled and just said, gotta go.
Yeah, so the person who asked me about the nature of the end of the available reality, you see very simply how the globe earth believer could answer in a definitive, coherent way. Because the ideas about it are in flux, because it's impossible to know for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why I'm skeptical about the entire thing, because I don't have a problem saying, like, I don't know. Like, I don't have the capacity to go up high enough and measure for myself. I've got a healthy skepticism about pretty much any kind of video, whether it's like curvature videos or flat videos. I just I can't really verify. I don't have the capacity to verify for myself in a lot of these cases, so I'm just remain skeptical.
You ever seen a swimming pool?
Yeah.
Are those flat?
Sure.
Ever seen a pond?
Yeah.
Are those flat?
Sure.
Are lakes flat?
Yeah.
So are oceans. So you don't have any curvature on any of those.
But how do we explain the horizon issue? Because I've seen that raised. What is that? What phenomenon is taking place there? Is it just like a end of a visible distance, or
Hold on. You're asking questions about the horizon, but you're not stating what the horizon is in the first place. So maybe start there. What is a horizon?
Well, I can't give you a scholastic definition, homie. I just know, colloquially speaking, I guess it would just be the point at which it goes past like the visible curve. I guess that's the best way I know how to explain. That's how it's been taught to me.
That's a fair way. That's fair. That's your interpretation. That's fine. So the actual definition of a horizon, in a formal sense, is the apparent location or boundary. Sometimes location, sometimes boundary is used, where the sky appears to meet the surface. Okay? Now notice how in that definition has nothing to do with I can't see this or I can't see that. The concept of I can't see this or I can't see that, when it comes to identifying that boundary between two color fields, because I'll give you the art one right now. Because remember, in art you don't have reality. You have to create it graphically, right? So it is the location in the image, right, where the color field of the ground meets the color field of the sky. So if I'm drawing, green on the ground, and then I draw blue above it, where those two colors meet, that's the horizon on my graphic, right? Mm-hmm. So when you look out into the world and you start saying, oh, I can't see something, therefore the horizon must be a physical blockage, that's going beyond the definition of horizon into something else. Now, I will submit to you, friend, that when you claim the horizon is a physical edge of an Earth curve, right, the Earth is a fixed size, right? It's not inflating and deflating throughout the day. It's not inflating and deflating throughout the years, right? It just is what it is.
That's not,
so
the
that
Earth
means
isn't
that
expanding, right?
Correct. So if the horizon is indeed the leading edge of a sphere that blocks things, then it must be where it is.
Yeah.
Yet it's never where it is.
Wouldn't that theoretically change depending on your location, though, like relative? Because
yes, the index angle to it would change based on your location to it, especially raising in altitude. However, from any fixed position, it should always be where it is. It should be a direct line from you to the intersect point of the sphere. That's known as a tangent. So that tangent should be where it is all the time. But the problem is that there's thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of observations where it's not where it's supposed to be. In fact, it's almost never where it's supposed to be. The only thing is, people claim, I can't see something, therefore it must be curving. So then the question is, well, then why can't I see these things? It's very simple. You have a limited field of view. You have an angular field of view. And physically, that has its own limitations. Then you have atmospheric occlusion. You have radiant effects from the surface, like heat, vapors, all these other things. There's like 20 to 30 optical reasons why you can't see something at distance.
Yeah.
Right? Simply claiming it's geometry it's just one of many factors. But the problem is that we have so much supersedary information beyond the geometry of the Earth that they claim exists. Not to mention, friend, you can produce similar effects at ranges that are too small for any significant curvature of a curve with the radius in which they claim the Earth is to produce any blockage. So we know factually that it's not necessary that the Earth be curved to lose information from something in the distance optically.
Got you. And one of those reasons would actually be how we perceive like light coming off of stuff, correct? Because there could be any number of things blocking that or anything. It doesn't have to necessarily be the curvature. It could just be literally anything. There could be, like you say, like vapors. There could be, you could have bad eyes.
Well, even with the best eyes, you have an angular field of view, which means that eventually, as something recedes away from you or declines in angle, that it will reach a critical angle where the angles of propagation from the source object to the angles of reception at your optic fall below the resolution limit of the optic. And when that happens, the light that's coming in can't be resolved.
Gotcha.
So you're necessarily going to lose visual information purely by the nature of the angular field of view problems that all optics have.
Is that the same? I don't know if you saw in the chat, the text chat for this channel. Is that the same phenomena that is being shown in the video that Quetzalcoatl shared about the sun as it quote unquote dips past the horizon? It was it was like 30 minutes ago. They shared it in there.
I don't know. Hey, bro, I got an 8-minute video. I got a 6-hour video, but there's an 8-minute video which pretty much sums it up using angle software, geometric software, to show you all these angular relationships and to show you how the critical angle is affected by the locations of things in your field of view. So,
yeah, send me
I gotta go over. I gotta go over to the other server to grab them for a second. So hopefully I can remember the name of it. 1 second, friend.
Yeah, the reason why I'm in these kinds of chats is because I see the same kind of issue as the previous guy, where it was like the constantly shutting down any point of discussion about it. It just doesn't gel with me. I mean, I believe that if you believe something firmly, you should be able to back it up, or at least have arguments or coherent reasons for why you believe it. And I genuinely just have no clue. So I see I see it as a very weak stance to say, oh well, you're just ignorant. You don't know what you're talking about. But it's like you're not explaining either. So you're not really helping you're just leaving me in my ignorance here. You're pointing and laughing while I'm stupid on the ground. So
I'm just going to go to the YouTube channels and get the link straight up. We got a bot in our other thing that like records things for us. And we have it saved videos, and then you press space, and then you do the name, and it'll give you the links and stuff. But I can never remember the names that they're under. All right, so give me a second here. You guys can keep talking. I'll find these things.
I don't know if anybody here believes in the ice wall model, but I heard an interesting question about that. If anybody does, about like what the origin of the ice is and what happens to the water when it meets the ice. Does it just contribute, or and on related to that, why is anywhere warm if everything is surrounded by ice?
What do you mean believe in the ice wall?
Well, I've just seen that people online have posited this model of there being like a enclosed space that the the hypothetical barrier from earlier is a big massive ice wall or something.
That doesn't come from us.
Yeah. Okay. That's
That comes from science. Scientists went down there and explored and came to an ice wall. That's their description of what it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, like an ice shelf. What's at the edge of an ice shelf? Like a cliff off into the water, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not our claim.
Mm-hmm.
I posted a GIF for you. Yeah, it's from a Coast Guard cutter or something like that, icebreaker.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that.
Yep, that's a military term. Ice wall. They made it up because of that.
This second one in particular, the second one in the middle on the left, where it shows like the large panorama, that's pretty interesting. Oh, hold on, guys. Sorry, there's an emergency.
It would look like a wall from the ocean. You are just on a boat. That would look like a wall. You wouldn't be able to tell that was just big. That's just flat land up there. Flat, isn't it?
Why do they always make up that we made up the ice wall?
Well, that's often the first time to hear of it. Flat earthers claim there's an ice wall. So therefore, that's what they think. Makes sense. It's not unreasonable.
Yeah. Fair enough.
What was that kid's name?
The one before or the one we were just speaking to?
The one that just left.
Sapphire.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Sapphire.
Hey, sorry guys, there's a loud crash. Had to run to the other side of the house.
The Sapphire Scribe.
You post these links for you, homie Slice.
Thank you, my man. I appreciate it.
All right, so the first one I'm going to post is 8 minutes. The second one I'm going to post is 10 minutes. The next one is 3 hours. The full version that he has is 5 hours. Now, in the first video, it's a very condensed version. Don't think it has any speaking, just text. It's just straight to the point, shows you the angular relationships. The second thing is a different dude, Life is Short, doing a diffraction example. And then a very involved 3-hour thing. He has way more on his channel, trying to explain, all the ways in which light works, how you have diffraction limits, angular resolution limits, all these types of things. Now, in one of those videos, he has a culmination of showing you examples, right? That he does tests on to try to show you how things can disappear in short distances. Now, there were other guys that did this years ago, but some of their videos were blackballed because, lo and behold, America is such a free speech country, and for some reason, they had, social media bigwigs meet Congress to decide how they're going to censor flat Earth. That's how free we are, For some reason, the flat Earth idea, your ability to talk about it is something that they want to censor actively, whether it be through blacklisting, blackballing, shadow banning, whatever. And they did do it, so a lot of the original content is lost, but we archived a lot of it too, so it's still there. You just have to search harder.
Very nice. I appreciate the links.
And we're feeding AIs now.
If you watch an 8-minute video, the first one, you'll very quickly realize there's something profound about the nature of the angular relationships between what's out there, how the light's getting to you, and what the optic is doing with the light once it arrives. Which, by the way, I will submit to you, that throughout your lifetime, right, and throughout probably your grandparents' lifetime, nobody was ever taught, hey, things can disappear due to optical effects in the world. No, what we were all taught is things only disappear at range because the Earth is curved.
Yeah, that's
Well, you know, in a certain manner, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, they'll disappear eventually, no matter what, because they'll be too small. But you've heard that throughout your life, that things disappear from the bottom or boats disappear over the curve, right? They've never explained to you how the physics and nature of the geometry of light actually works. They just always say, can't see it, therefore Earth curves.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't know if you sorry if you hear my son for a second. I don't know if you were here for that earlier, but part of the reason why I join these chats is because I'm not a fan of the whole no debate, shutting down debate, just calling people stupid for having one opinion or the other. I'd much rather have all this information to work with and suss through myself than just that other guy talk about how stupid everyone is except for himself while not furnishing any actual points.
Might want to do an IQ test. That guy wanted to call everyone stupid. Go through a mental experiment, unless you're watching those videos. I don't want to distract you.
No, sorry, I was getting my little son dressed and then I stuck him back in the playroom, so I'm back. Sorry. Divided attention.
You just gotta do what I do, bro. I just get one of my rooms in my house hermetically sealed and vacuum pressure vapor barrier, and then I just have a nitrous tank. And when people go in, I just turn the nitrous and just change the oxygen, nitrogen, mix a little, and they just pass out. And they don't wake up until I change it back. Problem solved.
What the fuck?
Sounds fun.
And then when they wake up, they're like, "Oh man, I was so tired, I just had to take it out." I'll be like, "Oh, that's great. I didn't want to bother you, so I just let you sleep."
Shit.
No, I'm just kidding. So I'll go through this very fast. You take a brick, right? It's red. You put it in front of you. You can see it plain as day. You're looking down. It's at your feet. You start to pull it away from you. You have to tilt your head, right, to track it, right? Keep pulling it away, pulling it away, pulling it away, pulling it away. Eventually, you won't be able to see it. It'll blend in with the surroundings, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So you can't see the thing, right? Now, stack another brick on top. Stack another brick on top. Eventually, you'll see red, won't you?
Yeah, I mean, but like you were, I think just from the thumbnail of the video, it's got to be something to do with the way that the light is refracting from the topmost brick.
Well, the entire span of the bricks, right, is let's just say, for lack of a better term, an infinite amount of light, right? An infinite amount of points of light. But the bottom of the brick was already unresolved in your field of view, so no amount of stacking the bricks on top is going to resolve the bottom brick. All that light was already lost to you. So basically, you're going to be looking at an object that's entirely made of bricks, but you won't be able to see the bottom brick.
Yeah.
Right? So that just is a quick mental experiment to understand that it's not possible to see the entirety of an object, top to bottom, at range, purely on the geometry of the way light works.
Yeah. Well, bro, I'm gonna dip, but I'm gonna watch these videos. I'm gonna start with the short one first, and then I will let me add a couple of you homies.
It's good to start with the short ones. A lot of people, man, back in the day when the Life of Short Kid made like his 5-hour, 7-hour video, people were smacking people with that video, and then people tried watching that video, and then they like just like jumped off a cliff or something. They're like, I don't want to go on, bro. Because look, let me tell you, dude, the guy is boring. His voice is monotone. If you're not interested, you're not watching the whole 5 hours.
No, bro. I ADHD. I'm about to hyperfixate. I love long videos. Longer the better. So no, that's right up my alley.
Good.
Well, we got lots of long videos you'll love then when you come back.
Based. Yeah, I'll go ahead and send out a couple. If I miss anybody, y'all can hit me up. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the info. And yeah, no, like I said, just skeptical. I don't really have the, like I said, the capacity to know a lot of this stuff.
John.
And this isn't my field. So all of this information is totally new to me.
I'm sure you've been to the beach before.
Yeah.
Well, you can just look out and see it's flat at the horizon. Start there.
Yeah. Now that was something I always saw. It's like when you brought up the or AI brought up the blue green line. I've noticed that even there's that hard line regardless of the altitude. I have noticed that is a hard barrier between, like, well, quote unquote barrier line between what we perceive as like space and Earth or whatever, or the sky and Earth. Which is why I'm interested about like the actual thing. I don't know. That immediately strikes up that whole like explorer thing. Like, what's on the other side of the ice wall? Where is the actual end of it? You know. Like, but I'm gonna dip. I will rejoin at a later date. You guys have a good night.
See ya. Morgus, what are you doing with your hot mic?
He's making a Russian
Oh, am I
server.
unmuted?
Yeah.
What are you
Been
making?
doing- I'm just picking up some dishes. It's been a busy week. Kind of picking up a little bit.
Should probably dip too. It's all fun and games till somebody brings up the fact that the surface of Earth is horizontal, level, just like water. It's all over at that point, isn't it? One big rompus room talking about stars, space, gas, planets, and motions, and eclipses. And then you're like, oh yeah, but that water is just, just level, horizontal, flat. And then they're like, dang it! Oh. All right, bros. Quiz time. Horizontal. How many orientations can horizontal be?
One.
There you go.
I was giving the class a chance to answer.
Like I was explaining earlier, I think you understood it perfectly well, and a couple other dudes also, that if you claim to have a horizontal and you live on a globe, then you're incoherent because you don't have a horizontal, you have a reciprocal slope, because a line, right, that's quote unquote level, right, if it's straight, right, to call it a horizontal would be a misnomer, because horizontal is equal, an equal plane. But you actually have different elevations on your horizontal line if you live on a globe. So you'd have a reciprocal slope. So if you had a center point and two endpoints, like on a level, that would be a reciprocal slope on a globe. The two endpoints would be at a different elevation than the center point. The concept horizontal is incoherent on a globe. That really makes no sense whatsoever. What's the definition of horizontal? Anyone? Bueller? Bueller? Huh?
Parallel to plane of the horizon?
Parallel to the plane of the horizon. If the horizon is curved, how can it be a plane?
I'll bet Talon has the answer to that.
Horizontal was derived from horizon.
I'm not even listening. What was something? I just hear something about horizons and horizontal.
Oh my god, what have I done? I'm sorry.
I'm playing Diablo, going through my loot.
He was masterfully baiting you to participate.
What is that? What is all these? What do all these words have to do with the curvature of the Earth?
Nothing. That's the point.
But that's my point.
Good. Glad we're in agreement.
So the curvature. So whether or not the Earth is curved has nothing to do with anything that you're looking at on the horizon.
Whoa! Nothing at all?
Does it?
I don't know, dude. I've been living my whole life.
It's like a chicken. It's like a chicken or the egg situation. Which came first, the horizon or the curvature of the Earth?
What? Why is it like that?
Wait, is the horizon the way it is because of the curve, or is the Earth curved because of the horizon is the way it is?
I don't know, friend. The latest hotness in the elite globe debaters is that if the Earth is flat, the horizon would be curved. If the Earth is a globe, the horizon would be curved. So a curved horizon doesn't prove anything.
Right. That's what I've been saying.
Since when are we actually able to see a curved horizon?
Cheers, Clay. We've already all just agreed that whatever the horizon's doing doesn't prove anything about globe Earth.
Because when you actually when you're looking at that angle, it's going to be flat when you're only looking at a tiny section of the sphere that you're on.
Right, but why is it that Glober still use pictures of bendy bridges or some kind of boats behind bendy curvature if they simultaneously agree you can't see the bendiness left and right, but for some reason you have this paper roller where you can see it up front, which doesn't make any sense to me.
So if like the bridges weren't there, then you wouldn't really see it. And so like just that's like again, those are like the that's just like the a zoom. I'm pretty sure like most of those pictures have use a zoom lens on the camera to catch that curvature. I don't know if you can see that with the naked eye. I've never been to that Pontchartrain curve, but essentially, yeah, that's like what bridges look like when you see them go over horizon.
Not only do we have imagery that shows that we can also zoom in and see a completely horizontal and straight outcome, right? In comparison, on contrast to what the Globus use as their imagery, which kind of makes me like think maybe there's either a different phenomena happen, right? That makes it look like as if there's a curve. And I think there has been already also great examples brought forward to explain it by other experiments showing that phenomena.
You got your microphone is super staticky every time you speak. You're white noising. So the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence, and so just because the horizon is not a piece of evidence for the curvature of the Earth, it doesn't prove that there isn't curvature, because you can't prove a negative, and you have other pieces of evidence that wouldn't include the picture of a horizon.
Wait, can you repeat that? I was confused by.
So like the same thing with like
my microphone.
Like the horizon is like being able to see a sailboat go over the horizon is an indirect observation of what is a huge curved surface of Earth on water.
No. Why? I mean, that's just what you're inferring from it, that it must be disappearing bottom up because there's a curve there. How do you actually test for that curve directly?
And so then you would measure. So like you would take that indirect observation and look for more evidence of the surface. And so you would do like more accurate measurements to get like distances, and then you could like
you get some distances, and then you check the globe math and see where the horizon should be if there's a curve there, and you just see if it is or not.
Where the horizon should be is not relevant.
No, not really, because if it's a geometric edge of a ball, and that's the reason why you see boats disappearing bottom up, well, it must be a geometric horizon at a certain distance, right?
Right. There would still be a horizon, but whether or not, well, like I said, that's like not the evidence that's proving the curvature. That's just what happens because of the curvature.
Well, if it's happening because of curvature, then it must be a geometric horizon.
Well, you could measure a geometric horizon because there's a curve creating a horizon. Yes.
Okay.
It's not a should.
Well, how come we don't observe any geometric horizon then?
Well, you do, because you just don't like our eyeballs don't have we don't have a rangefinder installed in our eyes, so you can't really see the geometric you don't have perfect, unless you're some kind of savant where you can know exactly how far away something is.
The
geometric horizon is just a distance.
No, I'll just use a mile marker, an object of known distance.
Hey, a quick question: is the white noise gone?
Yes.
Actually, you are coming in smooth now.
All right.
I mean, you already know all this. I don't know why I even have to say it. You should know this. Maybe you don't.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
I just don't get the point, man. What was is there anything that can identify that it is a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball, or is it just at the end a circuit jerk where both sides can present counter evidence for what you're trying to bring forth?
Yes to the first part, no to the second part. We're not circle jerking each other because it's pretty straightforward.
I'm saying end up.
Explanation.
Listen. I'm not saying that we're doing it right now. I'm saying it would end up in that because I bet whatever you bring forth as a picture of saying, "Oh, look, this is a Benny Bridge," or "Look, this boat is behind the curve," I could bring up counter evidence of showing these phenomena happen also on a flat surface.
Counter evidence. What does that mean? I mean, counter evidence doesn't really mean anything. Like you can either bring evidence or you either have evidence or you don't.
Yeah, evidence. You're right. Counter evidence is the wrong term.
Yeah, so go ahead. Put your evidence down on the table.
Well, no, I'm just saying, basically, if you bring forth a picture right now, right, I could also give you something as evidence too, right? That shows.
Yeah, but like not all pictures are created equally. Some pictures are accurate photographs. Other ones are drawings and models. Depends on the accuracy of the picture that you're looking at.
I'm not talking about drawing. I'm just talking about real observations you can do yourself. Find out why certain things happen the way they happen, right?
Right.
For example, if a glober posts a picture of the sun behind the horizon of the ocean, and then you can see like how the sun is like bulging a little bit, right, as if it's like turning in an oblate spheroid, right, and stuff like that. I could actually send you experiments with cars disappearing over a flat surface in the distance, and due to refraction, we see the same kind of phenomena happen to these objects, making actually the angle going into the same way of how the sun is vanishing into the point. Have you ever noticed that every time when the sun actually vanishes, where people say it's a sunset, you just see how it just turns into this oblate spheroid, and eventually it will just poof go away. Sometimes there's also like this green flash that has been observed, but I don't know when that phenomenon happens. Maybe it's dependent on atmospheric.
The green flash, that's like a very specific phenomenon. Like when the
I know.
Conditions are correct. Because like the way the sun sets, when the sun is setting, you're actually not seeing the real sun. That is actually just a illusion, because by the time the light reaches your eyes in a sunset, the sun is already over the horizon and below it. And so what you're seeing is just the light bending over the curvature of the horizon as it's going down, and you're actually only seeing the illusion of the sun, but it's actually
well, you're
the real sun is
seeing it's a
below the
mirage.
horizon. And so you can just watch the sun go down. You can watch the sunset go behind the horizon, and the light disappears slowly until it's completely dark, and then the opposite happens in the morning.
Right,
you can time it perfectly.
Yes, he's saying it's a mirage. He just doesn't want to.
No, it's just optical.
Say that directly,
it's like kind of like an optical illusion based on like real time location versus when the light is actually reaching you, because it does take like a few minutes for light to travel 93 million miles or however long how far away the sun is.
Oh, so you've proven that it goes 93 million miles, right? Where's your evidence for that, man?
You can like bounce a laser off of it and time it.
Well, where's your evidence?
For globers, when they say the sunset
I don't have a laser. You have to, a university
when the globers
don't bring it up,
the
you ain't got the evidence.
The globe.
But how does 1 second? You're saying bounce off a laser of the sun. How does that actually work if the laser can't really penetrate into space? Because I can actually tell you 1 second.
Well, I just made that. That's just like I just made that shit up.
You made that up.
I don't know exactly.
Because
I'm not a scientist. I don't know exactly how they do it, but that's like it kind of like a rough, like cartoon, like elementary school way of looking at it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna correct you real quick. There's a lecture by Lean Haw, Quantum Control of Light and Matter, where she talks in the Harvard University. She talks about how on a quantum. She talks about quantum control of light and matter from the macroscopic to the nanoscale, and there she actually talks about that. What they say about the laser hitting, what is it called? A layer of sodium. That's what they claim. So there's like these videos where you can see lasers in a time lapse, right? And it's looked like as if they're hitting like something up there, right? But they call it a layer of sodium, which actually creates a in their scientific realm, create an artificial star. So an artificial star created by a laser that is being reflected or is not able to penetrate through a so-called layer of sodium. While I can give you this lecture by Lean Hoare on the Howard University, where she actually explains how this is a wrong assumption regarding the light of a laser. So whatever it's hitting up there is not a layer of sodium. So, pretty interesting topic to look into.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just using a stopwatch to measure the speed of light going from the sun to the Earth and stuff like that. And they use shadow, like the old school scientists like Galileo. They would time they would be able to time like shadows. And like he had one. I think Galileo sent like one of his pages like across the lake or something, and then he had him like turn the light on right at the stroke of midnight, so that way he could measure how long it took for the light to turn on, and it's really far, like went as far away as they could in a big tower, so they can go really far.
Well, I get that, right? I get that 100%. But the thing is, even your own paradigm says, that they for some reason hit something with these extreme strong lasers, especially the ones that are used in Spain. I think close to I forgot what the island is called. Whatever. Anyways, they hit in your paradigm. They hit a sodium layer. So my question is, how if they, with these strong lasers, if they hit a sodium layer and create an artificial star, how was they ever able to? How would they have been ever able then to create a significant laser test where they actually reflect off the moon or the sun's surface? In general, if
Wait, retards ever been on a plane before?
I gotta interrupt you, Clay. Hold on 1 second. The sun is a black body. It absorbs all electromagnetic radiation. You can't bounce anything off the sun. So stop continuing. So you want to talk about?
Listen. That's not what.
Have you retards ever been on a plane?
Listen. That's I didn't bring that up. That's what Talon.
Yeah, Talon did. So
Yeah,
stop
I was just saying that colloquially.
I'm calling him out on it.
I just
You didn't
tried
call
to
me
explain
out, but measuring the sun distance isn't impossible.
I'm saying don't let him continue to go on this conversation talking about bouncing stuff off the sun because the sun is a black body in his own paradigm. He doesn't know that. I'm letting him know.
I know he actually it was just me trying to clarify that his own paradigm says that lasers, especially the very strong lasers that would be capable of doing such thing, are actually creating an artificial star within a layer of sodium, which they call. So there's some kind of barrier which they can't penetrate, and they actually create an artificial star. That's all what I'm saying. So that there is no functionality for lasers regarding distance measurements or stuff like that.
Like, don't we use infrared lasers all the time to like measure temperature and stuff?
That's your paradigm. I don't know, man. I haven't looked into that. I'm just saying it's interesting if you listen to Lean Hoare talking about the quantum control of light and matter, and how that actually really shows that this weird excuse of a sodium layer being hit is kind of weird. But anyways, if you want to see want to look at it yourself, these artificial stars, here's a cool video with some nice music.
Well, yeah, they're trying to like achieve nuclear fission.
Just ignore the title, okay? I mean, that is just an assumption when lasers hit the firmament, right? But I just say the way these strong lasers create these artificial stars is just a very interesting thing to look at. Anyways.
Yeah, that's exciting. Yeah, lasers are cool.
Lasers, they heat up, so they're not cool.
And aren't they trying to make cold lasers?
Maybe some are cool, but others are hot.
8 minutes it takes for sunlight to get to Earth. So they just measure the time it takes for light to go from the sun to the Earth.
But how would you know that that's light from the sun or wherever? How would you know?
Math. He knows it by math, right?
You can use time. You use a clock. You use a stopwatch, and then you use like other planets in the solar system.
Yeah, you take into account the distance to the sun and the speed of light.
You got a laser that'll fire all the way to the sun and back. That's pretty awesome.
We use calculator with math. We just use math. That's all we need.
Yeah, math and observations. So you gotta be able to see.
What will be the calculation that you use to calculate the?
That's why the James Webb telescope. The biggest thing is the heat shield, so that way it blocks all the light from the sun, and that way they can see deep into the universe.
We can see the black holes.
Well, it got a picture of the black hole, but I don't think you can like see it.
Wait, how do you get a picture of a black hole if it doesn't reflect any light? I don't get it.
Because it bends the light. Because we took a picture of the light bending. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're not seeing. You're seeing. They've been able to photograph the light bending right before it gets sucked into the black hole, and so that's what it's in. Like Interstellar did a really good job, and yeah, that was like in 2018, I think 2019.
Yeah, that was a good movie. That it showed how shit works in movies.
What about there needing to be, space existing in the first place for that to actually work? Any of these claims you're making, any of these appeals to authority that you're claiming?
What, the photograph of the black hole? You just look at it.
That appeal to authority?
What? No, I'm just talking about the picture.
NASA took it with their giant telescope, and you're just taking their word for it because you can personally verify it yourself.
It was like it was like two people that were like astronomers.
And did you verify their results? Since you're claiming it.
Well, how would I verify the results? I'm not like a scientist. It got published in a peer-reviewed journal. That's how I verified it.
So the other priest said that
peer-reviewed.
The other priest said that it was real, so it's real. Oh, got it.
Well, that's how we like this. That's how we determine. Yeah, they looked it up and stuff.
Callan, why would you say you're not a scientist when talking about verifying a photo? You've been here at least a few months. You have to know what science is by now.
Because dude, I don't want to. I just want to like take. I just want to take. No, I don't do any of the work. I just take joy in people being way smarter than me and discovering shit and inventing shit like the internet. Like I just want to sit back and hang out and chill.
At least you ought to know what you're believing in, though. It might be helpful to actually know what science is before you start appealing to people. Yeah, I'm not a scientist.
I didn't say I didn't know anything about science.
Well, you don't, because you're talking about validating photographs, and you're saying, "Well, I'm not a scientist." What's the cause and effect relationship in a naturally observed phenomena in a photograph? Like, you've been here so long, you have to know what science is by now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just here to troll or something.
No, I'm talking about the picture of the black hole that was just recently discovered, like released and discovered. Like they were able to.
Yeah. So my
the
question
light
to you,
bending.
Even if you were a scientist, how would that help you in this case?
Because I understand. Like I didn't like take the picture. I know what the picture is. I know enough about science. I'm a very science informed person. I'm very informed. I'm just not like.
But what do you think the people who took the picture did?
What did they do?
Yeah, what did they do? Why are you talking about science? I think you're in a category error, and I want you to tell me why you're not. That's basically what I'm talking about.
I'm not in a category error because this is all about astronomy and.
So astronomy, right? You think that's science?
Yeah.
Okay, so give me a hypothesis.
Universal science.
Give me any hypothesis in astronomy, give me any valid hypothesis. So independent variable,
what?
right? So what's a naturally observed phenomenon, and how are they manipulating a variable to cause an effect of that they're seeing?
So in terms of the picture of the black hole, they were like hypothesizing that they could take a picture of a black hole, and they were like, we're going to take a picture of the light bending around it, and that'll be a pretty good picture of a black hole. And then they did it. Boom.
Okay, so science is about cause and
There it was.
effect relationships. So what's the cause, the independent variable?
The black hole?
Yeah, what's the whatever you're talking about? We're trying to construct the hypothesis. What's the cause of the phenomenon that you're observing? What are you observing? A black hole?
The black hole. Yeah,
Okay,
the
so
black
what do you think caused that?
Singularity.
Singularity. Okay, so singularity is your independent variable.
My independent variable.
Yeah, the presumed cause.
Right. The black
Okay,
hole.
so how? What do you mean? Right, the black hole.
Yeah.
What is causing this phenomena that you're observing in this photo?
The black hole is causing the bending of light and
Okay,
all
so
the mass around it.
how can the you or the researcher, scientist, directly manipulate the black hole to prove that it's causing that effect that you're observing?
They took a picture of it.
Okay, so they can't directly manipulate it, so it's pseudoscience by definition.
Why would they directly manipulate a black hole? And
Because that's science. Because the researcher has to directly manipulate and vary the independent variable to prove that it's causing the observed effect. Right? That's science.
But you just said observed effect. That's the science that they're looking at.
No, the observed effect, aka observed phenomena, is the dependent variable. That's half of the hypothesis. So you need the other half, which is the cause, because we're looking at a cause and effect relationship here, right? So we're trying to presume what causes this effect to happen.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, so the black hole is the
So where's
dependent
the cause
variable.
and effect? I don't think
observing it is the
So
effect.
it's called the black hole. I mean, if you're going to talk about the cause, then yeah, we're talking about the black hole.
Bro, do you want me to mute you?
No.
So observing is the effect, and then you have to manipulate the cause.
What are you gonna close your eyelids?
I mean, I don't understand why you have to manipulate something that you're observing.
Because you're calling it science, but it's actually pseudoscience if you make a claim.
Yeah,
when you're not completing the scientific method.
Well, they're just observing something that's happening, a phenomenon.
Right.
Why would you manipulate it?
That's the first step in the scientific method. So in order for it to be science, you would need to complete all the steps of the scientific method. Most importantly, hypothesis, and then test that hypothesis via experimentation. And then, right? And then you know how you throw out that word theory all the time? That comes after systematic experimentation and validation of hypothesis. So where's the cause and effect relationship in looking at a photo that somebody else took, or even if you took it yourself?
Well, because this isn't like the first time that they've measured black holes. It's just we didn't have photographic evidence until just recently. It was just photographic evidence, so you could just look at the black hole. Technically,
yeah, that's fine. We don't even need to get into that. I just want to know, in this photographic evidence that you're talking about, what is the cause and effect relationship? What do you think is causing the phenomena that you're observing? And what is the phenomena that you're observing? Because right now, I don't even know. You said black hole is the independent variable. Yeah, you said that was the cause before. You said that was the cause. And is it the observed phenomena or the cause? Because it can't be
the physically observed phenomena is the light bending around the black hole.
Okay,
because of the black hole.
Okay, so light
you're
bending.
observing a black hole.
Right. So the black hole is the independent variable, right? The light bending around.
There's no It's not like we're not experimenting on a black hole. There's a black hole in space that you're looking at, and I'm trying to explain to you that we've got a photographic evidence of the observed phenomenon, which is the black hole in space of light, and then we took a photographic because photographs are all about collecting light, and so they collected the light bending around the black hole so we could see like with our eyes what a black hole looks like. on a picture.
Right, but remember, because now you're going off on a little bit of a red herring. I was asking you specifically because you were calling this science. I was asking you to put it through the scientific method for me to prove that it is indeed science. So far, you haven't done that. So science, we're looking for. If I wasn't in a poker tournament right now, I would post some citations. I don't know if anybody's helping me, but science is looking for cause and effect relationships that we observe in nature, right? So I haven't seen any cause and effect relationships. We haven't even gotten to the hypothesis formation.
Hypothesis formation of like
Right. So
black holes existing.
Do you know what a hypothesis is?
Yeah, but do you know what facts are?
Yeah. What is a hypothesis?
A hypothesis is like a question.
Wrong. Try to be more specific.
Okay. Well, what does that have to do with like black holes? We already know about black holes.
I'm not. You realize that my argument isn't with black holes. It's with your understanding of science, right?
So my understanding of science is like facts exist, and so black holes are factually proven to exist. And
Right, now
recently, we
you're
took
feeling the
photographic evidence of it.
Okay. So what is a hypothesis?
What hypothesis? There's no hypothesis. We've
What
already
is a
concluded.
scientific
It's a
hypothesis?
conclusion. We're talking
What
about
is it?
conclusions.
Right. I just want to get some natural science like acumen right now.
Yeah. Are there?
What is
I mean,
a
I guess like under this circumstance, like what is a black hole is the hypothesis. Like, do black holes exist?
No. I want you to tell me what you think a
The hypothesis.
is.
All right. I mean, like, I don't know why. Because I've already. This is the conclusion
You
we're
know
talking.
what it is, and you've been here for like 4 months.
But like, why? But you, like, if you didn't know, then I could explain a black hole to you.
Yeah. See, you're trying to take me off on a red herring. I want you to tell me what a hypothesis is.
Like, okay, like, what is a black hole? Like, do black holes exist? Oh,
I'm not
either one of
claiming
those.
black. Have you heard me claim anything about a black hole?
Well, you asked me for a hypothesis.
So you're coming up to me and asking me to explain your claim for you.
No, I could explain my claim if you want.
Instead of just obfuscating and avoiding the question that I've been asking you for the last 10 minutes.
You're asking me for a hypothesis of a
I'm
fact
asking-
that I'm talking
Yeah, I
about.
was asking you, and you failed. So
Okay.
now I'm asking you if you know what a hypothesis is.
So, oh my gosh, like, I'm answering those questions, but you're not like acknowledging anything I'm saying.
Now, you've asked me what a black hole is. You asked me if I believe in black holes.
And you keep
right?
saying,
You've done
and you
anything
keep.
but answer the question
So answer my question.
about your claim.
Yeah, like, what do you not know? Understand? I can explain it to you, but you keep saying like, what is a black hole? What is a hypothesis?
So, yeah. So,
So tell me what those things are, and we'll talk about
I interjected
black
into
holes.
this conversation because you're saying I'm not a scientist, so I can't look at that photo of a black hole and tell you anything about it, right?
I didn't. No, I said I couldn't. I didn't personally do the picture or peer review it because I'm not a
Because
scientist.
you're not a
It's different
scientist,
than
right?
what I said.
And I'm saying
Right.
you're
But
in
we
a
we've
category
concluded.
because
All right.
this isn't science,
It's-
right?
Oh, but like we're talking about stuff that's already been peer reviewed and hypothesized. And
You think peer review science?
this is the end. We're talking about the end. Yeah, we're talking about the end of a study.
Do they recreate experiments in peer review?
Yeah, you can go and take the data and
you're wrong.
create it.
You're wrong.
Yeah.
They don't recreate anything in peer review. They just
Most peer review is wrong, anyways.
Yeah, peer review is pseudoscience by definition.
But they
So
looked,
you don't know. What
so they looked at
science
the
is. Thank you.
picture
I
and they
just want to make sure
validated all the info and all the data.
that you don't know what
By,
science
by
is.
looking
So
by
they're like,
looking
okay,
at the
they
paper,
took- they really took a picture?
validate- They Ross B. He's saying that they validated by looking at the paper.
Right. They corrected a couple of misspelled words and made sure the mathematics checked out. Right. That's peer
The
reviewed.
hypothesis was, could we take a picture of the black hole by collecting the data of the light bending around the black hole? We'll take a picture of it, and then like we'll be able to show the world what a picture of a black hole looks like. And they
Okay,
did it.
so a hypothesis is a suppositional statement into a cause and effect relationship that you observe in nature, right? So it's a
for it.
supposition about what you believe to be causing an effect that you observe in nature, right? So you gave me
Sounds
the cause,
fancy.
right? No, it's just science. It's just natural science. It's literally 5th grade natural science.
Yeah, we're natural.
You
Black
don't know
holes
what it
are
is.
natural.
Right. So exactly. So we're in the right category, correct? So
Okay,
you should be able
perfect.
to give me a hypothesis for it.
What do black holes exist?
Dude, okay, Jemsy, I'm done. I just wanted to expose
Yeah,
him.
don't take it too serious. Tell him
Well, I
does
mean,
this.
like,
He's like an expert.
follow
doing
up with
this
me.
shit,
Tell me what the hypothesis
demonstrating
is.
and
What are you looking for? You're not you're not giving me like a straight answer on what you want as
I'm
far
not
as like
giving you
answering
answers.
what is
I'm giving
hypothesis. So
you
tell
direct
me, give me an
questions.
example, please, of
An
what a black
example?
hole. What would your hypothesis be in
No,
terms of a
we're
black hole?
looking for
Black hole is
intellectual
pseudoscience.
honesty from you, and you're
I
not
am.
giving us intellectual honesty. You're just trolling,
You realize
and
I'm
it's
calling you out?
frustrating to people who are serious about the conversation and topic.
Okay, tell me about like
Alex,
what you're missing. What I'm missing as far as a hypothesis for
I
a
will.
photographic evidence of a black hole.
Okay, so what you're missing is a photo can't be science. You can't make a hypothesis out of a photo, and you can't make a hypothesis or do science on anything in space. That's what I'm trying to get to you.
So they took all the evidence of this.
Why
Like,
do
well,
you
the
keep saying
researcher used all the math and data to find the black hole. That's how
Yeah,
she was able to take a picture. It's because they were like, "Hey, yeah, this is where black holes are. We just haven't taken a picture of it yet." And she's like, "I'll take a picture of it." And they're like,
Right.
"Okay, cool." Then she went and did it.
Yeah, that's fine. The picture is cool. It's
Right.
not science.
So like you wouldn't start from scratch. You would take all the data that everybody else has collected and then use it to take I mean, tons of people were have been trying to take pictures of black holes for a while, and this was the first person that was able to just get it done because it's not that easy because it's eating light.
So that's science.
So they realized once once everybody thought that you wouldn't be able to find a black hole because it eats light, but then they realized once we had the technology to look at the sensitive light going around the black hole, they were like, well, wait a minute, why don't we just take a picture of that? And then that will show us where the light where the light is officially eaten, and then it'll show us the black hole, and that's what they did.
So they did something they thought everybody thought was impossible, basically, right?
No,
And they did it.
It wasn't impossible. They just
Well,
had to figure out
no, it
how to
wasn't
do
impossible. Right. So everybody tells me I can't shoot a 69 in golf, but the other day I shot a 68, right? Would that be science because everybody thought that I couldn't do it?
that. Well, wait a minute. I'm sorry. What was that line of thinking?
Yeah. So you're saying everybody thought they couldn't take this picture, but they just had to do this, this, and this, and they took the picture. They didn't think that they would be able to take a picture of a black hole, but they just had to do this, and they took the picture. So is that why it's science? Because there's no.
No, I mean you're coming up with this. You're coming up with a whole new thing. Let me try to say it more clearly.
I'm trying to put an analogy to highlight your fucking.
There was a breakthrough at some point when they realized that light was bending before it got eaten by the black hole, and that's where it just took scientists a while to then put all the images and data together to then collect that light because they had to figure out how to get pictures of that light, and so that's science works in a building type of way where it's not where it's not that she started from scratch
ways.
and suddenly she didn't have to prove that black holes existed. She just needed to take all the work that had been done on black holes leading up to what she was doing, and she was in the right place at the right time with the right amount of data and had the right people around her, and she got the picture.
Boom, science. Okay, cool. All right, Jamesy, I don't like taking up the mic this much. I'm sorry. I just had to expose him for not
Hey,
knowing.
bro, it's all good. Hey, it's all good. His heel has been taken. Talon heel. It was taken out last night, and today this evening you taken out again, and he keeps falling. And last night, Sonny shot his heel, and he dropped out of the call after Sonny did that. And now
we can talk about physical concepts.
He's now just
I don't understand how
you know what science is?
pseudoscience
I don't know why we
idea.
wanna talk to you. You have no
Don't
idea.
take him too serious. Don't
I
take
said
him
I
too
only
serious.
had at the beginning of
does
the
it for a
conversation.
living.
I'm sorry, Heaven. You're misconstruing what I said. I said at the beginning I only had 30 minutes to speak, and I left 40 minutes after speaking. So I kept track of exactly how much time I spoke, and I said up front that I was going to be speaking limited. So this idea that I ran away is unwarranted. You can go back and check the recording where I said that I only had so much time because I had to crash early. And secondly, there was no meeting. I thought we had a good conversation.
You just gave a lot of BS into why your claims weren't founded and how in reality that debunks your claims, and you didn't give any reply for that, and you just I gotta go, guys, bye.
No, we stopped at the point of where we were disagreeing on what is physical, basically. What is the definition of physical? Do we know what the concept of physical is?
You can touch
like tangible, physical concept.
You was arguing about a concept is physical. You were
Right.
saying that a concept of a share is the share.
Right. So like if you drew me
So
like draw me a picture of a chair.
Do you see it on the picture of the share, or do you have to make a share and then see it on that share? Which one you see it on?
I mean, either or. That's going to be a chair no matter what.
So you're gonna
So
see it on
I'm
the
thinking
picture
of
of
a
the share.
chair. I'm thinking of a chair conceptually, and it is the chair. So everyone already knows what it looks like and feels like because I'm thinking of it, and so everybody automatically can psychically understand what I'm thinking, right?
What is everybody thinking about the object that you have in your mind?
So I can grab the share that he has in his mind and see it on it because it's physical, right?
So, what you mean? Do what? Do what with it? Why would you?
Like just the
Sit?
share
Why
that
would
he
you sit
has
on
in
it?
his mind, I can grab it and sit on it.
I'm sitting on it with you. We're all sitting on the chair at the same time.
No, actually, you're not. I wasn't imagining you sitting on it. I was imagining you sitting on your
Called an
butt
infinity
because you
chair.
don't know about what my chair looks like because it's my chair.
Doesn't
Sitting
matter.
on
It
a
can look like
lazy
any chair.
boy?
It's a quantum. It's a quantumly
No,
infinite chair.
I'm thinking of a very specific chair made of a very specific material with a very specific number of legs and a very specific height.
Yep.
So what does it look like? Can you tell me, please,
And
since you
so,
know already?
It's inflatable.
Yeah, I think Robert.
I know that I can.
I think
I know that
Robert
I'm
is
sitting
looking
in it.
to say something. Go ahead, Robert. Are you trying to
It's
say
an
something?
inflatable chair.
What was that?
It's an inflatable chair.
Hell yeah.
Oh, you're wrong. You still haven't guessed my chair.
The closest to a quantum chair I could figure out.
What do all the chairs do?
Rocker chair.
Oh, it has legs. It can't be inflatable.
What do chairs do?
Oh, I see. Is it a swing chair? Is it like in a tree swing chair?
Do all chairs do the same thing?
Some chairs hang.
So you were saying that a
What are they
concept
doing while
is
they're? What do you
a
have a chair
concept
hanging
is a physical thing. Is that you're arguing? Is that what you're saying? That you're
Do we just have
working in a
chairs for? Do we have chairs for like?
yes,
just
when you
looking
were
at
like
them?
building
Egg chair.
something that you're
Chairs
working
and
on
art.
this.
It's art.
Egg chair. There's a swan chair, a womb chair.
There's a,
That's not my chair.
Painter's
None
chair.
of you.
There's a window
So I
washer
guess a
chair.
concept
There's a
isn't
podium, a
actually
chair.
an idea.
Window washer.
There's a road, a
A
chair.
physical object. A concept is not a physical, real thing. It's just an idea. It's just a little strike of electricity going from one neuron to the other.
Electric chair.
Is that physical?
Is water?
You might have
Talon,
got me right there.
Talon, is water a concept?
I think I got him. Talon wins again.
Talon, is
No,
water a
whoever said
concept?
it was an electric chair and it wasn't you.
What's physical is our idea,
We're
our
gonna
concept's
rock
physical. Not all.
on
So like the difference
Electric
between
Avenue.
like so a physical concept versus a non-physical concept. So drawing a chair is pretty straightforward. Now draw me justice. Send me a picture of justice.
Batman.
Justice chair,
Batman.
like Batman's
So,
chair.
dude, let me go off because you just said Batman. I work in downtown there with as a caregiver, and I was with my client. We were getting off the elevator, and this brother and sister. The brother had autism, and he like as soon as the fucking elevator opens, the guy goes, "I'm Batman," and like before I could say anything, the sister's like David, stop telling people that you're Batman. And I was like, carry on, sir, Batman, sir. And then I was just like smitten because it was the bat. I was like, how dare she question his greatness? Because he was clearly Batman. He was Batman as fuck.
So you wanted justice. Justice is actually a goddess from ancient Rome, and the Temple of Justice is where they dispense their justice, and the priests who wear black robes. They used to wear white robes, but because they always had to keep the fire of justice burning, their robes got all sitted up, so they decided to make them black robes. And so that is the most real sense of where justice is, where it's actually Justia, and it is a goddess.
Yeah.
The Libra
Justia.
astrology sign.
Yeah, that sounds very physical. So, like love and jealousy, those are all non-physical concepts.
Hey, jealousy.
Wow, you guys are dropping hammers on me.
Like space and time.
Yeah, I can't remember. I think space and time is. I think space time is physical.
No, they're both non-physical concepts.
Are those non-physical?
Yeah, that was why I was
The
not
fabric
bringing
of
it up.
space time.
You can't
That
bend.
one's I can't ever remember if that one is. Oh, hey, we'll have to ask ChatGPT. Hey,
It'd
ChatGPT.
have to be. I mean, how are you getting
Hey,
balls
Google.
going in a
Why do you
gravity
have to
well?
ask
Is
ChatGPT
space time physical?
or physical?
No, not FaceTime. God damn it, Sheila.
Physical. Dude, I said
Is the space time continuum a physical concept?
Let's get
Theoretical scientific construct.
Yeah, it's a theoretical reification
Fabric
fallacy.
of our existence. Space time continuum comes from Einstein.
I'm surprised you read that out loud, honestly.
Space time would have to be
Well, I mean, I don't
physical.
mind. I don't mind being wrong. I just want to
How
know
would
the
balls
truth.
accelerate if it wasn't physical? You'd need a physical, some sort of fabric for it to decline on the gravity well. If you're talking the space time fabrics, you'd have to have something physical for that decline. How are you getting an acceleration? Ooh,
Man, those are a lot of words.
how the hell you get an acceleration with a mediumless ball next to another
Mass.
mediumless ball?
It's mass.
I know, but mass doesn't attract
Mass
mass.
is meaningless, dude. Mass is
But that's what's
meaningless.
creating acceleration.
But that's Newtonian. I mean, Einstein
Yeah.
says there's an effect, and it's because there's a
Right.
well and there's a declination from a higher plane to a lower plane. There'd have to be.
All right.
I mean, how would
Sounds
a
good.
ball decline?
I mean, it's basically the same thing when you ask someone, "Are you real?" and then he pushes you.
Because it bends because that's where like the curve comes in. It's bending.
Right. How do you have bend without a medium?
Because we'd be fucked if it wasn't.
You need a medium
Or
to
like-
have a bend. You have to have a medium to
What
have
medium? What do you mean? We got space time.
So
The
it's gotta
universe
be a
is a medium. Space is a medium.
It's got to be.
What space?
Do you think?
Yeah, I'm all right.
What about the solar sails? I mean, all that solar push, is that a force? Is solar pushing a force? Is that doing anything? Because they're telling us satellites have sails on them that get pushed by solar wind.
I love No Man's Sky.
Is solar wind a force? You know?
Solar wind.
Solar wind
it's
what?
explanatory. It's
It's
like
solar-
wind created by solar
Radiation.
Solar is it's like a solar like
Because
stars.
I know, yeah, because if a radiometer is getting pushed on Earth, I mean, there's got to be some sort of force up there pushing things.
There's a ton of radiation.
Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, there's no solar winds. It's what creates aurora borealis.
It is beautiful. Such a study, and I guess there's an Australis too, an aurora australis.
Southern hemisphere. Yep, that's the southern hemisphere
I
one.
don't see it as much though. I only see the north one. The north gets all the attention.
Because that one's I'm pretty sure because that one is like just better.
I think more people can see it too on that latitude.
More people see it. It's probably because it's cold. I think it's because it's colder. Like in terms of like the southern hemisphere, you only places where you can go is Australia, and that's really close. It's not as close to the Arctic Circle, so you have more people closer to the Arctic Circle, like in Scandinavia, and Russia, where they all get to experience the Northern Lights.
Yeah, it's a fantastic light show.
So you literally have to go to Antarctica to see like the Southern Lights, and
Good luck.
It just sucks ass.
Yeah, good luck.
I mean, it's $15,000. You guys want to go? I'm ready to fucking book a
But I
trip to
wonder
Antarctica
where
as
you
soon
could
as you guys are
actually
ready.
be allowed. Maybe they wouldn't take you to.
No, we're totally allowed. It's $20,000.
That's
It's gonna
not.
be like
That's not.
it's gonna
that's
be
not
like
true.
$15,000 per
That's not
person for the
true.
trip, and then we got to
You
spend.
can
It's gonna be like $20,000 per person, I would say, because we'll have like $15,000 for the round trip, and then we got to spend at least $5,000 on gear, so we can have like hot cocoa and stuff, and then we'll
All right.
go.
Sorry, mate. That's not true. You can see them from southern Australia.
Really?
So you're talking shit again.
Are they as prominent, or is it?
It's only a certain time of year, but definitely bottom of Argentina. They get them.
Interesting.
And I don't think South Africa's far enough down.
It's like the magnetic poles are doing something.
I had to mute you, Talon, because you wouldn't shut up, and I was trying to say something.
All good.
Nothing personal.
Yeah, it's a crazy realm we live in.
Sure sounds perfect.
Electromagnetic realm.
It's like Talon has to come here to get rid of the diarrhea of the mouth because he knows his clients won't take it, right, Talon?
Jeez, what the
Bro, I work full fucking time, bro.
Yeah, but your clients will be running away from you. You don't want that if you were spewing the shit that you spewed in here.
What are you talking about? Come on, man. That's not nice. I'm a good caregiver.
It is not nice. That diarrhea of the mouth. It's not nice. You're right.
Ooh.
I mean, it is actually nice. If you look at the etymology of nice, you're definitely being nice.
I basically indoctrinate them in our Globe Lord religion. It's my secret plan.
It is a wild theory. I mean, especially what they tell us these balls are capable of.
Theory.
Well, they say that some balls have glass raining on them, and rubies, and gold comes from space. Gold comes from far away. And they tell us these stories to put us to bed, to make us feel insignificant.
You had it right the second time. There's stories.
We gotta get a passport, Adam.
There's planets that have rings 75 times the size of Saturn. And they tell us this. And it's all based off of pixels and data. It's kind of like a Disney story or something. How much was Disney involved in the early NASA programs? My goodness.
How do you think they got Space Mountain built?
Mm-hmm. That's some good programming. You want to talk about propaganda? Good Lord, Disney. Enough already. Edward Bernays is proud of you.
Yeah, Disney, go fuck yourself.
You know what I
Little
mean?
Mermaid is a fucking masterpiece.
What you want thingamabobs? I've got plenty, but who cares? No big deal, I want more. Yeah, it's a classic. It's got great music. It's uplifting. It teaches us values to value your voice, how important your voice is. You know, would you give up your legs for your voice?
The only thing I've got an issue with that movie is that she didn't think about writing a note at any point, despite having fantastic handwriting, because you see her sign her name. She's like perfect cursive.
Maybe she only knew
Picks
her
up a
name.
fucking-
Maybe she
couldn't
only
find a
knew how to.
pen.
She might have only knew how to write her name. We don't know if
They
she
had
actually could.
paper. She had she signed a contract.
Waterproof
She
paper.
she knew how to read, so she knew about words on fucking paper.
But if you
couldn't she
take a
just-
look at the words, were they actually words, or was it like a sort of mermaid scribble?
The only thing I've been able to critically go against myself is that how would you react to a person coming up to you who doesn't speak and then has a note that says "I'm a mermaid"? so I can see why so I guess that defeats my own so that helps subdue
I'm a
my
walrus.
skepticism. It's I guess at that point I can see why she thought it's oh, so she did think about that.
Well, that's the Disney version. I'm curious
like,
how the
"Fuck."
real version was.
Oh shit, he's not gonna believe me. Fuck.
What's going on?
Hey, buddy, boo. We're
Why
dissecting
didn't
mermaids.
Ariel Indy, why didn't Ariel write a note to what's his face, Eric, telling him that would you have believed her if a hot chick came out you found on the beach was I'm a cursed mermaid who can't talk? Would you believe that piece of paper? I would.
Yeah, but why are you trying to find logic in a movie? If you try doing that, I mean, the whole movie falls apart.
Well, it's a plot hole, like a black hole, Heaven, for plots. The plot
The
gets
whole
sucked in.
the whole movie is a black hole.
That's why they call it a plot hole. It's just like a black hole where the whole movie breaks down.
So the whole
She
movie
died.
is because think about it. You're jumping from a sequence out of nowhere. You jump into another sequence. It's like nothing makes sense because the timing of things in reality, you're jumping from in 5 minutes. You jump in years in 5 minutes.
They put her in a bath because she was just filthy and smelled like a fish, like because she had just changed.
Nothing
She'd
makes
been
sense in the
underwater
movie.
for
You get
her entire
lost.
fucking
You
life.
just get
Well,
lost.
the original, she dies and dissolves into sea foam as well. You know,
She smelled like a fish. Really?
Grimm's.
She does not get the prince because she
that's no
does
fun.
have the stench, and I don't think he could endure the stench.
Happy endings. Better.
Hmm? No, we need the real truth.
I know.
You can't. You wanted a human soul. You were born in the
You can still
water.
teach a lesson without like torturing a child
Yes.
psychologically. You can
Yeah,
still
no
do that,
children.
just not with a cartoon where you're trying to like get a break.
No, I don't.
2 hours of peace and quiet.
I mean, children can harm each other. I mean, they can, fight it out amongst each other. But I'm not going to harm a kid. But they can hit each other all they want, because that's kid.
Good for you.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's an even fight for some.
Right, and you just break them up if it's one of them's outnumbered.
Yeah, if one of them, exactly. If one of them's got some sort of vacuum cleaner that they're hitting them with or something, you got no weapons. You can't. You got to take it away.
Especially the Dysons are expensive.
Oh my god, that's more expensive than a kid.
battering jaw. What are those batons that the American Gladiators used to use?
Yeah, name my kid Dyson.
Oh, really?
I might.
That's serendipitous.
I might name it Dyson. Maybe he'll be a good gambler or something. Sometimes people's names make your profession. You have to admit it. That doesn't just happen for prostitutes and strip women that take their clothes off. Just because your name's a urban kind of spice name doesn't mean you're going to end up being, provocative on stage.
I saw the Northern Lights one time in Flint, Michigan. It was like 2005.
Were you on some sort of date?
It's green. No, I was just out. It was just like the perfect weather. It was really cold, clear. I was talking to my bro on the phone.
You spotted him right in the open.
He saw it too.
Damn. You saw it together with your brother? What a
He was in Ann Arbor. I was in Flint.
What an incredible moment to share together.
It's both north. Northern
It's
lights.
like seeing an
really,
alien or something.
They're not joking about that northern part. Like it's literally in the north part of the sky.
Yeah. It's
And
magical.
it's like fire. It's like fire. Like literally, I thought it was more like sparkly lights, but it's literally like cold, like silent flames in the sky.
Just like matrixy silent flames.
Yeah. Just big green.
Well, that's not the sky. That's the heavens above.
Kind of like a blowtorch, like like a. Almost, it was like I mean, it really is like funny how it's like a computer generated, but it's like
simulated,
just massive. It was just like one strip of like flame going across. It was like very flat. It was like almost like a cumulonimbus cloudish type of
serious
look to
cloud.
it because it was up in the sky.
And
So
you
it had,
can't
like, a
take
flat
pictures of it,
bottom.
right? Unless something with the contrast. You can't just take it.
Not in 2005. I was on like a fucking like cricket phone. We didn't have cameras on our phones, and I'm old.
Like you could play Snake at least.
Yeah, exactly.
I see. Yeah, that's the best times to see it because you're really living in that moment. Some people want to fiddle with their camera and they miss crucial moments, of their own memories that they're missing. And back then, my goodness, it was about you capturing it, not capturing it for others. You know what I mean? It really it resonated with you more before you could actually take a picture with your phone. Everything you want to see, you want to take a picture of. And now things don't resonate as much when you see them and absorb them. Because you're taking a picture to post it.
So rare.
Or
People get
are
totally
you?
pictures of it now.
Yeah, there's so much that people see. I've seen pictures. You posted
Pictures are
that
fun.
last week, Jerry. Yeah, it's different today. You post for recognition, not for your self passion.
Oh. Now they're so ubiquitous. Cameras are just everywhere.
Everybody's a journalist. Everybody's a photographer. Everybody's got the capabilities to be a professional photographer for the day, depending on what you take a picture of.
Heck yeah. Also for documentation.
Documentation.
And
Yeah, exactly. Everybody is.
see so many things.
Yeah, ring cameras especially. I mean, you can get those confiscated because they're a part of the company that if something happens, they're allowed to come in and take it for evidence.
Well, it's good that that they're out there to see if
They
something
get us.
happens.
Yeah, they get us normalized. Watch out for CCTV. There's ring cameras on every goddamn door.
No drones floating around.
Drones, invisible drones
It's
that
like
you can't
silent.
detect. Yep, you can't detect them. They camouflage in the sky. You can't see any of them.
They just got I saw a flight certification for a drone a flying car. So like a human drone.
Yep. You're going to see in our lifetime quadcopters, major flying vehicles buzzing around. It's going to happen in less than 40 years.
They exist. They just won't be sold popularly.
You're going to have a
Right here.
special license. It's going to be different than a driver's license.
One crash and they're done.
Yep. No drinking it, like the drinking and flying.
We already
drug
have
tests.
It'll be automated. It just needs to be automated right out of the gate. So it's like you plug where you want to go and then it takes you there.
Yeah. That'll happen to automatic packs.
Yeah. Because like no one's gonna know how to fucking fly these things. It's gonna be
And
so
Elon's
much work.
working on that right now.
Yeah. As long as it's automated, I'll be good with that.
He'll take that tech and run and fly with it.
It'll know where to land. Like automation will know where to land in an emergency, and it'll be able to react to motors going out because they're all individual motors. So you can lose like two of the motors without crashing.
Exactly. Has some and has a parachute attached to it.
Parachute. I bet you. Yeah, you're right. I wonder what other like safety features they'll force.
Little cup holder. I mean, if you got a warrant out for your arrest, they could fly you right to jail.
It's probably so light. They're probably so light too that they're not going to hit anything that hard. The parachute sounds like a good idea because they're going to drop like a rock.
Yeah, they'll have little landing spaces. Probably have to land in grocery store parking lots or something.
It'll only be allowed to fly over highways.
Yeah, maybe next to the highway because right above it, dropping in the carpool lane. Are you kidding? You got to fly maybe next to it or something. Right over the encampments. I mean, depending where you are. It's going to be a fantastic world. We just got to wait for this spell to be broken. We only got a year left. And then the paradigm can begin. About time. It's been what, thousands? How many thousands of years have we reincarnated into this system? Thousands? Thousands of millions. Yep, but I can't wait. I'm going to get my license. I'll get it. I don't care how old I am. Even if there's an age limit, I'll find a way to get it and hijack it. We'll have personal flying packs before anything of Elon's gets to Mars. I know that. What is the latest with the next moon mission? I thought they were going to go to the Artemis programs. Have they scrapped that again?
It was postponed, I think. Postponed.
Of course. Of course.
We have some technical difficulties, so we're gonna have to postpone it to 2027 or something.
Oh God. Houston,
By
we got a
then,
problem.
by then we're gonna be able to build better rockets, better technology. So we're just gonna keep throwing money at it to make it better, so we can make it by then. And then when 2027 comes by, we postpone it to 2030, and then we'll be able to make better stuff because we'll have 3
by
years.
2030, I think the fuel that we'll need is actually going to be available by 2035. So we'll make sure we'll have the fuel ready by 2035.
Yeah, by 2035, we're going to have better fuel technology and also better battery technology and better computers. So we're going to make the rocket way better and lighter.
Yes, and when that computer comes out roughly around 2040, pushing 2045, you'll have around 2050 where it's all finally ready to go and test.
Yeah, and then by then we have better computers than the one from 2035.
Yeah, and we can just be testing those for a good 5 or 6 years, 7 or 8, and then finally make the mission and sit down and actually plan the mission by 2060.
Yeah,
maybe.
Hey, well, we don't know if the funding's there. We don't know if the batteries will last. So there could be, give or take a few years, 2060, 2075 even. I mean,
it could all be swallowed by a black hole. Who knows?
Yeah, we might round it up to 2100, and by then.
Yeah, I think that's a smart
2100.
Well, give at least 2100. 2100. Give that estimate, and I think without a doubt, we'll be going to the moon and sending a robot there again.
Yeah, by then all of you might be dead, and your children might have jobs because we didn't stop the industry. Because if we make it now, then your great grandchildren won't have a job. They won't get a job.
Yeah.
So we gotta extend
You
it.
can't complete the mission. You need to make missions for your grandchildren's.
Yeah.
I get you.
Can't just do all of the missions. We have to, leave some for the grandchildren, from the great grandchildren. Yeah.
Exactly. You can't be greedy. No one likes a greedy grandchild or a greedy grandpa,
No, you can't be a greedy grandpa. Definitely don't be a greedy grandpa.
Son of a bitch left me nothing in the will. You kept it all and burned it, you fucking bitch.
He even put in his will, he wanted to be buried with all his shit.
Yeah, he's like King Tut or something. Jeez.
Bury me with the rocket inside of the coffin.
Buried a rocket inside
of the coffin. Because some people might read that wrongly in the will. They might be put in a difficult place. Because these space guys, they're always thinking about this stuff.
Oh, the space dorks love it. They're the ones that had the mobiles when they were young in their cribs, and the space balls would hang above them. They got globes and pictures of galaxies, and it starts there, and then they get into the space program movies.
Before I go to sleep, I see balls, and when I wake up, I see more balls.
Yep. Venus is purple. The Saturn has rings. Jupiter has an eye. They have these features, but they become obsessed over it, like they're an escape, almost, that it's some sort of way out of Earth of their miserable lives, some of these people. So if you take that away from them, they fear that you're taking away their escape.
Well, by the time you grew up and looking at Venus, on the planetary thing inside of your bed or your roof, by that time when you grow up and they tell you, hey, Venus smells like farts, and you feel familiar because you farting in your room and you're looking at Venus on the ceiling, and you're like, you know what? That kind of makes sense.
Exactly. They've conditioned you with smell to attach that memory with the methane
Smells
coming
like
from your
farts. You've been looking at
anus.
Venus every day, and your room smells like farts, and you're like, yeah,
Yes,
it
this is
does.
Venus. Exactly. And that's how the programming starts. And they can get you to they say that the galaxy smells like raspberries and rum, and then so after the farts they can say anything smells like anything, and you'll say, well, that it makes sense because from the crib, from the moment I saw Venus, the moment I released the gas, the gas surrounding Venus makes up the gas. It starts from there. It's proof. Every movie we see, make sure the globe is in the back corner, tucked away in that child's room. Every kid you can think of had a globe in their room and a mobile, and you hang it in the background of that scene so you see it. We want that galaxy prominent. We want that solar system right in the background. These people are professionals. The product they're promoting, the solar system, the heliocentric model, they're professionals. Look at movies. Go watch movies recently. Watch them from the
Bro, in
past.
the same movies, right? There was a movie. I was kind of like looking at someone watching it, and there was this like genius children fighting some evil guy, and the evil guy says something and kind of like left the fight, and the children are like, "Where did he go?" And one of the genius children said, "He went to Earth." He went to Earth because they're not in Earth; they're in a different sphere, standing in a different place. You know, oh, the evil guy, he went to Earth. Like, oh, they're not in Earth; they're in a different place. Obviously.
Yeah, they're a different world.
Yeah,
different dimension.
Just like picturing that idea that the children can be in a different place, and these children they were like geniuses, right? Like the top tier children of Earth, but they were in another place that wasn't Earth. And they're fighting the evil guy outside of Earth to save the Earth.
Yes,
it's just amazing.
Yeah, the responsibility of a genius. The weight on the genius's shoulders.
Man, one of the girls had like orange hair, and you can tell she's definitely a genius.
Gingers are geniuses. There's a lot of ginger geniuses. I've seen them. I've talked to them. If you look, most of the hidden kind of gems a lot of them are gingers. And some of the most humble people.
But gingers, they look natural. This girl, it was definitely like Walgreens ginger.
Oh, the Wendy's girl. If you dye your hair, you're a disingenuous piece of shit.
Walgreens. You go to Walgreens or CVS and buy the color, hair color.
Yep. And you look, and your color's the same color as the Walgreens color.
Yeah.
Frauds. I get what you mean.
Pharmacy ginger.
Yeah, that's some raggedy. That's some raggedy, ratchety Andy or ratchety Ann. That's some ratchety Ann. We want raggedy Anns, not ratchety Anns. You know what I mean? There's a famous doll with red hair. I think it was made in the 1930s or something.
Hey, by the time your children grow up, they want to have orange, purple, pink, blue, green hair as well.
Well, we'll see. They got to have a good reason for it.
Rainbow hair.
Yeah, if they're doing a character, if they're just pretending to be a character for the day, if they want to do it for the week, as long as they're good people, they got to have a good reason to do their hair that way. Because most of the time they're doing it because of some stupid movement or something that they think that they're a part of, but they're not.
I don't know, Daddy. I think I'm gonna do a permanent rainbow hair color.
And where did you see this from, son? Did you think of this on your own, or did you see it from a movie or a television program?
I think it's an original thought. Nobody told me to do it. I want to do it.
Okay, you thought of it. You had the idea, and you want to do it. Okay, so I'm going to give you the die, and you're going to do it yourself.
Can you just give me the money? I'm gonna go to CVS.
I'll give you the money, but you have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Do you know how to dye your own hair?
$150. that will cover the dye and pay for the lady that's gonna do it.
And then
my
I'll
boyfriend
pay for
will
the
do it.
razor. I'll pay for the
My
razor.
boyfriend knows how to do it, Daddy.
All right, you and Guado, Guado can go dye the hair together and see how you like it. But as long as you're staying true to yourself and you're not doing it because you're being influenced by anybody.
Definitely not influenced by anyone. No,
Okay, yeah, you need to express
was
yourself.
born
Go
out
right
of
ahead.
out of my heart, a rainbow heart.
You express yourself, Pedro.
Thank you, Daddy.
And I'll buy the razor for you when you want to shave it off when you regret it.
Yeah, I'm trying to do this because it's gonna be my first day of in the university college, and I wanna.
Mm-hmm. You going to a liberal arts
I
college?
wanna look good.
You going to ASU?
Yeah, I'm going to AFU.
Oh my God. The America First University. I love it. America First. That's what we want.
American FU University.
America First is the way forward.
We're learning about black holes and probes and planets and all that good stuff.
They say that water comes from ice asteroids. All the water on Earth came from icy asteroids. That's the leading theory. There was ice, surrounded by ice, that slammed into the Earth and melted and created the oceans. This is the leading theory. Ice asteroids from trillions of miles accumulated over time and fell into
And I think
Earth's path.
we're running out of water, so we're gonna need more asteroids to fall.
Asteroids, yes.
Yeah, we need more water. Tell him, cool guy. Cool guy's here. Talk to Bobber. He's scared that we're running out of water, and he's dreaming about asteroids.
Cool guy, how do we get more asteroids into our gravity well? To slam into Earth, to fill up the craters and the bowls that we have that are depleted of fresh
Be
water.
serious, because cool guy, he's one of the smartest men ever alive, and if you're not serious with him, he's gonna call you a retard and take your medication. Tell him, cool guy.
I've heard the reputation.
I never called anybody a retard.
You've got a reputation, cool guy. You were on Gem Panda's server, weren't you?
On what?
Were you in Gem Panda's server?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
Why? Who do you think I am?
I thought you were a Gem Panda server visitor.
Why do you guys deny evolution?
I think there's some parts of evolution that might be true. I mean, maybe within species. But I mean, when are we going to see another animal turn into something completely different? Like when does an animal lose scales and get feathers again?
Well, you just gotta wait 1,000,000 years.
Oh, well, aren't we in the process of at least 1,000,000 years or so? I mean, when is the fucking link going to start?
What do you mean? I think that's
It's going on right now. Tell him, cool guy.
What creature is in the midst of changing into a completely different species in the kingdom of animals?
Oh, like what animals? All right, so there's a population of lizards. I can find the species name if you want. Which is in the process of having like major changes, probably.
Interesting.
A speciation event. The population. Some of the lizards. birth live offspring, and the other ones lay eggs. That's an example of one. All the same species. It's the only lizard that does that.
And is it procreating with something else, or is it the environment that's changing it?
Wait, what?
Well, what's changing? What's changing the lizard? Is it the environment, or is it starting to mate with different creatures? I mean, what does change an animal more, the environment or being experimental with another animal?
Well, so there's 5 major engines of evolution. Like the 2 that you know are probably natural selection and random mutation, but then there's genetic drift, sexual selection, and horizontal gene transfer. So, I mean, you would have to look deeply into this population to see which one's causing those effects.
What lizard is this?
Let me see. I'll have to look up the species.
The 5 engines. The 5 engines of evolution.
Mm-hmm. But oviparous, viviparous lizard population.
What's it called? Sorry.
I'm trying to find the species name, but you can. So the viviparous and oviparous lizards.
So different lizards.
No, that's just viviparous. Just means that you have live offspring, and oviparous is obviously from eggs, ova.
Is it just in this area, or are lizards all over the world doing this?
No, it's just one type of lizards that's doing it. So it's just an example. Somebody asked for an example of like evolution happening. I mean, everything's evolving, right? It's just whether or not
natural selection or mutation or what is it? Gene flow, genetic drift.
Well, I don't know enough about this species, but
I'm just waiting for the lizard.
It's going to be a mix of all those things.
You're saying this lizard turned into some other animal completely, huh? From a reptile or something?
Yeah,
like a reptile to a mammal. I mean, how the hell does a reptile go to a mammal?
I mean, well, we have a lot of
Have you got the lizard?
But, I mean, there's like 3 people just interjecting. I mean, if you want me to give undeniable,
Post the lizard. Post the lizard.
Well, I mean, you guys can search it. I mean, but you guys kind of just want to ask for an example of something evolving from a rabbit to a deer.
I'm just asking for the lizard, so I can just
stop talking?
have a look at the lizard. No, you can stop talking.
Got to see a lizard grow hair on his balls.
I'm just asking for the lizard
Can you stop talking?
that you're claiming is
I'll just
changing
I'll just
from
go. I'll just go.
eggs.
I'll just go on mute and I'll find it and come back.
You don't have
what
the
you want me to
lizard.
do? Would you like me to do that?
You don't have to go on mute. You can't type and talk at the same time, or
No, I don't. I'd rather not do that. I'd rather do one or the other. So, would you like me to go on mute and find it?
Oh, yeah, yes, please.
All right. I'll be back.
Yeah, the whole evolution, all of this came from one cell, even insects, all this branched. I get time being a factor, but the I don't know if they're mutations or gene drifts, but from an insect to a kangaroo, those are related. A beetle and a kangaroo. And food. What about food? The plant life. I mean, did plant life evolve from the same cell, and then mammals and plants and insects all came from one fucking split? Really?
Yeah, Adam, a beetle-roo.
A seaweed. Seaweed in the ocean is related to a sloth.
Nah.
That's hard to grasp. I mean, I get time. That's the only explanation. People say, well, you don't understand time. Man, the amount of ripple effects, though, to get this much variety from one cell. The amount of ripple effects from one source. That is astounding. That would be astounding. And that's crazier than the Big Bang.
Don't know about that one.
You think you're saying all life from one cell? The amount of splits to make this much variety? And we're including fruits and vegetables.
Including us.
And us, yes. I mean, we are the most amazing thing in this world.
Well, they're inferring because all life shares the same DNA, the same genetic language, right? That it must have all branched off from one common ancestor, but why can't it just be that it was all programmed from the same code, so to speak?
Exactly.
Yeah.
All life has shares a certain thing. That's why it's life.
It's all written from the code of DNA.
DNA
Doesn't mean it all had to
code.
come from one thing.
Sounds
It
like
could just be
intelligent design.
Yeah. What's wild though is the mountains, like the terrain, the earth, because that's you wouldn't say that's alive, would you? Like a rock. Would you say that's as alive as a tree? I mean, maybe there's stuff inside it that is, but that formation, that growth, that's an interesting growth. The earth terrain building up and accumulating. What the hell is that?
Have we seen that?
Well, with volcanic, think of what the volcanoes do, and they, create.
They also destroy.
But they create, but they don't create life, which is interesting. How it's something that's being created, or is it life? Is the volcanic rock life? It feels like it's inorganic matter. So, but it's still being created. Well, that's fascinating. How is something that's not life being created like that? I mean, I get man can create something or manipulate life, but the Earth's creating freaking land.
Also destroys land too.
Yes, it does. It is a
islands that were volcanoes that are now under the sea.
Yeah, but so is that alive?
Creating and destroying at the same time. So
right. So right, a volcano. It's not alive. Is it alive or not?
No.
You're not going to kill yourself.
That's interesting. I guess it'd be like if saying electricity is alive. It still has an emotion to it. Still has energy. Still is animated. Still has an effect. It's a force, but it doesn't have to be alive. Or is it? What is the definition of being alive then?
The humans have genetic mutations, yeah? So do those genetic mutations continue on or they eventually get bred out? Because they're talking about natural selection. So natural selection would say that no, if there's someone with a mutation, they don't keep on breeding, correct?
Okay, so I linked a paper in here that's talking about convergence of newly evolved placenta in a viviparous lizard. But the species of lizards I was talking to that are both oviparous and viviparous is called the three-toed skink, and I can give you a link to it's like an actual. It's not like a DOI. It's just like a Popular Science article about it. This lizard actually can lay eggs and give live birth in the same litter. It's been shown.
Are they still forming in the egg in the womb, or is it just coming out of no egg at all?
Well, some form without any eggs in a placenta, and others form an egg. So that's just an example of something in speciation right now.
And has it
you could always just...
Has it always done this, or...?
No, I mean, if you look at all the genetics and stuff, it looks brand new because it's the only one that does that. Right?
So, but you could always just... Go ahead.
You could always just give an ad hoc explanation and say, "Oh, it's always been like that," and it was designed that way. And that's why I don't repeal this stuff to show that evolution is crazy to deny.
Not to deny, but it's fun. It's good to question and be a skeptic about it because there's just so many questions. I can't have a firm conviction without questioning first.
Well, I mean, it's kind of. I mean, once you know the evidence,
once you know the evidence, it's discovered that they can do it.
And here's the three-toed skink. I'm going to post it now.
Well, this is what's fascinating. Think of the variety that's come from one cell, and now how many cells are splitting today? With all the variety, are all these animals today going to evolve into something even tremendously different than what they are today?
I mean, evolution has happened everywhere. I don't know exactly what you're asking.
I'm saying is how all the variety we have today, the millions of species of insects and animals combined, coming from one cell. You know, are all these individual species now? Are they going to create new splits of cells that will create different species?
No, probably not. Speciation events don't happen all the time. Right? Most populations will just die off, right? Some will change, some will be in stasis, some will change anagenically, others will have cladogenec speciation. Just depends. Right, but like none of this is like what you would look for to like know that evolution is crazy to deny.
Oh well,
right?
these
Like,
are questions that are coming to me. It's not my fault.
Right, but listen, this is the inference I always give that like is never really contended with is just you can just look at the mutations that exist between chimps and humans and other species, and then you see that we share hundreds of thousands of mutations. Each mutation itself is going to be like winning the lottery, right? Yet we see it occur in the exact same spot between genomes, right? So chimps have like about 3 billion base pairs. We have about 3 billion base pairs. We see the exact, almost random mutations occurring in the exact same spot. Right. The chances of that happening by chance are just statistically impossible. Right. It happening twice is just like a crazy odds, but it happens hundreds of thousands of times. Right.
Yeah, it's definitely impossible.
Basically impossible for common ancestry to be false.
It's a miracle, isn't it?
Well, do you think mutations exist?
It's a miracle, isn't it?
It's like the formation of the globe.
What do you mean it's a miracle? I mean, it's not a miracle. If you, I mean,
do you believe in miracles?
Like, what is this guy doing right now?
I'm just
He's
asking
trying
if it's a
to
miracle.
funnel you into a religious segment. It's not.
I mean, this has nothing to do with religion.
Do you know what?
We could just-
Do you know what? No. Listen, that's a false assumption. Do you know what the miracle means? The word.
I don't want to talk to you about that.
So you don't think it's a miracle?
No. Why would? What are you asking me if I think? What do you think I'm saying is?
Oh, I'm asking you if it's a miracle.
You're asking me if it's a miracle. Yeah. What are you specifically referring to?
A miracle.
Okay. What is it that you're asking me is a miracle?
Well, what you just talked about regarding the genomes and whatnot.
No, what would be a miracle, right? Is if these mutations happen by chance, right, and separately create species. That would be a miracle. It's easily explained. It's expected if common ancestry is true. So that's like a novel prediction. Yet
So
another
no.
one on evolution. That's correct.
No is the correct answer, right?
I mean, do you understand the inference I just gave? Like, do you want to steal it back to me, or do you want to just like kind of?
No.
go off on a
I'm
random
actually
tangent?
just asking a normal question. You can either choose to say yes or no, but I don't know why you make it so complicated and weird.
The probability
I-
factor.
Do you understand what I'm saying here? Like, you don't have to trust what I'm saying is true, but I just want you to understand the inference, and then I can
I
send
don't
you
know why you
papers.
insert, like, are you so insecure about what you're saying that you constantly need to, like, insert things that I didn't actually ask you, or just ask you if it's a miracle? You can actually just say yes or
Can you
no
just stop
and
talking?
move on.
I'm just going to turn this guy down. All right, I'll engage with someone else.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. You're not here to preach, man. Don't do that. If you turn me down, I'm
I just
gonna
don't want to
report
talk
you
to
to
a
a
person like
moderator.
that.
What? You are here to preach?
No, I'm just giving you the inference, and if you don't
I'm
believe me, you don't have
talking. I'm talking to Clay. He thinks he can preach.
What am I
'Cause he's
preaching? I'm
Is it
asking
a miracle?
question.
Dude,
Yeah.
look at your bio. You're a fucking
Hey
religious
guys,
shenanigan. Get out of here.
hey, if anyone's turning anyone down, you can't do that because it turns into audio chaos, man. So
Okay,
please
I'll
don't do
turn-
that.
Exactly.
Well, can you tell him to stop talking? I
Well,
mean, I don't
can
have
you
to
just
talk.
answer
If
the
you want
question?
But it's an open forum.
Yeah, if you want to
Exactly.
hear why evolution is undeniable, then I can give it to you. But if you don't, then I just won't talk.
Well, no,
problem.
if you want to answer
It's also called a
question in an open
conversation
forum.
too. You know, can you have a
But this
conversation with him or
guy's-
not?
But this guy's gibberating. He's not having a conversation.
No,
Right?
I'm just asking you a question. That is a yes or no question.
Actually, you're the one gibbering, dude.
How much
Heretic, you there?
Thank you.
I'm here. All right, let's get this back on track.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the miracle.
Not the topic of the room, and it's obviously not going anywhere. The conversation is devolving at a fast clip here, so we might as well just get back to the conversation topic.
Sorry,
Is it a
but this is
miracle?
absolutely hilarious that someone can't answer with a yes or no. That shows how secure he is about what he's actually believing.
Okay, he's already gone anyhow.
That's fine, Clay. Yeah, Rich Dad mentioned religion, so or a religious belief. I think we could segue that into something.
Well, the
No,
globe
thank
falls
you.
under that category. Is that one
Oh.
of the religious beliefs that you hold by chance, Rich Dad?
Well, the miracle that would be a miracle is the creation of the universe. Evolution and everything that comes after it is just by chance.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you believe in the universe, so-called?
Yeah, I believe in the universe. I mean,
Like the outer space, ever-expanding vacuum thing?
oh,
Big Bang cosmology, is that what we're talking about? That's a miracle?
yeah. Well, that aspect is complicated because no one knows. But the fact that we're here right now, and that we see things, and we can touch things, and we can do things, that is in itself a miracle. And the fact that we think about where we came from, how did something come from nothing? Who cares about evolution? Like, that's just trivial. That's like splitting hairs. Get down to the point. You'd never be able to get down to the point.
Well, I was just wondering, more or less, if you live on a spinning ball.
Oh, yeah. I think we do. Yeah, I believe that we're on a globe.
How come?
The amount of hoops jumped through in order to cover up the flat Earth theory, incentive to do so.
Well, I think you're the one jumping through hoops to cover it up for yourself.
Am
Because,
I?
I mean,
Because I'm seeing
it's-
CGI replications of the globe, right? So that's false in your book.
Well, I mean, it's as easy to disprove as going to the beach, really. So, to me, it seems like the Globers are the ones who jump through hoops all the time to deny reality.
How so at the beach?
Well, the water there doesn't curve, and there's different ways that you can test that.
With lasers.
Well, that would be one way. That would be a direct
Never been
measurement
there.
that you could do. You could also do a line of sight test, see if you could see something that should be blocked if there's curvature blockage there in the way. You could do a geometric horizon test if you have an object of known distance to compare the distance of the horizon to and see if it's where it should be given the globe math. If it's way further, then there can't be any curvature. Stuff like that.
Okay. I'd like to see a camera that could zoom into the other country from the standpoint of the ocean.
Well, that would be moving the goalposts a bit, though, because we don't need to see all the way across the ocean to disprove curvature, because curvature would limit your line of sight after just a few miles, right? So to go to thousands of miles is going way beyond what's necessary to disprove curvature.
Okay. I saw a video the other day of someone testing a laser, doing the laser system, and they came to an anomaly, and they said, that's interesting because it didn't add up to the flat earth's theory. Have you seen that video? I can show you that video.
No. Okay, which one? Are you talking about maybe Jaren?
I don't know, but it's quite comedic.
It's like a Netflix video?
No, it was... Oh, it might have been off the Netflix video. It was just a short reel.
Yeah, he uses the laser burnt out, and they used a torch. There was nothing to that. It was a fucking stupid experiment. Not an experiment actually, but
Yeah, so
was
it's not
stupid.
collimated.
It was not an
He didn't use a
experiment.
laser. Yeah, he didn't use a laser. He used a flashlight. Sorry, go ahead, Jimsy.
A flashlight? I thought it was a fucking laser.
No,
my bad.
I think he acquired one, but the collimator broke, and he used a flashlight.
Oh boy,
It's kind of a
sounds like
goofy
that would
thing.
work real good.
It's also
Yeah.
a strange proof for Globers to hold up because they claim that they've known that it's a globe for thousands of years. They have thousands of years worth of proofs, but then we have to wait until the 2000s for a flat earther to prove it on Netflix with a flashlight.
I mean, could there be reasons?
Wasn't it a really nice flashlight though?
I don't know.
It was like a really nice flashlight.
Oh, therefore globe.
Hey, Rich
I
Down.
know, right?
Hey, that's a really nice flashlight, dude.
Well, really nice flashlight.
I don't know if it was simply just a flashlight. Like, they wouldn't be as stupid to use a flashlight to prove that the Earth is flat. These are the flat Earthers, right? So why would they do that?
We are live streaming, so I guess I don't want to say anything on the record about that.
Yeah, they have like $500 flashlights. That's how they were able to do the flashlight experiment.
Well, I have a $300 flashlight. Does that do?
Hell yeah. You seen them TikToks with those massive flashlights?
So, they couldn't see the flashlight till they lifted it up to some elevation. Is that because the Earth is dropping away?
Was it on the sea or was it on the ground? Because if it was on the ground, then the elevation of the mountains and the terrain,
This
obviously,
was your
go up,
evidence.
down.
This was your evidence. Now you're asking us
That's
questions about
not my evidence. We've all seen the video, apparently. So I'm just trying to find a video just to confirm that they use flashlights.
Apparently not.
If it was your video, why are you asking if it was over?
It's not my video, dude. I'm just trying to find a video where they claim that they found out that it wasn't flat, and that was an awkward moment for the flat earthers, as it was perceived by such Reddit and YouTube videos. The flat earther accidentally proves the Earth is round in his own experiment. Okay.
Wait, but you don't know what he really did, though. You don't know much about this, so how do you know that the result was globe?
Oh, that's why I'm talking to you guys. I'm just going to show you the video, just confirm that it's the same video.
I mean, if I'm to ask you, like, specifically what he did, are you going to be able to tell me?
Well, obviously not. I don't really understand physics and mathematics and all that
Well,
sort of
then how
jargon.
can you say that whatever he did, whatever that was, actually proves a globe?
Because he measured one point to another point and it disappeared.
Okay. So you do have some idea what he did then?
Well, of course I have some idea, but when you start using big words and technicalities where you can shift me out of the argument, you will. I guarantee it.
So you came in with this, and then you didn't even know that it was a flashlight because the laser burnt out. Is that right?
Have you watched the video?
I know what you're talking about.
Have you?
Okay. I'm just going to watch the video
Have
again.
you? Have you? Yeah.
Okay, so it's cutting the circle and the polystyrene. It's putting the camera through a circle.
Okay, so basically, he couldn't see the light. They couldn't see the light until they lifted it up to some height, right?
Right.
And therefore, that means that the Earth is a globe and it's curving, right?
Right.
Okay, so if that is the case, then there should be a geometric horizon everywhere we look for it, right?
As in you can see, like, the mountains and the objects over the horizon?
Well, the horizon should be like the furthest edge of that curve that you can see before it curves out of sight, right?
Yes. It should be flat to the human eye, right? You
Well,
can understand the
yeah, but
concept of that.
the horizon should be at a certain distance given that rate of curvature, right? It's only a certain distance, right, that it's able to curve before you can't see it anymore because it physically drops below your line of sight. So if whatever's happening with Jaren's flashlight is due to that curvature, then in the picture I'm about to post, there must be a horizon at 2.3 miles.
Wait, why 2.3 miles?
That's the rate of curvature. That's what it gives us for a geometric horizon distance for it's a 3.5 foot observer.
What formula are you using?
1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet.
1.22 miles.
Yes.
Times the square root of the observer height. Where did you get that formula?
I got it from every Earth curve calculator on the internet.
Every one of them?
That's what they use to calculate the geometric horizon distance. You can go verify that for yourself. Try Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator. It'll have that formula built into it. Just check what the distance I think the parameter is called dist on surf or something like that. Distance on surface. It's the geometric horizon distance. And for a 3.5 foot observer, that's going to give you a 2.3 mile geometric horizon distance. We got a wind turbine at 11.2 miles, and we're seeing the horizon further than that. So it's much further than 2.3 miles. So there's no curvature detected there. We're not observing this drop that they're saying Jaren's flashlight, so-called experiment, revealed.
Right. So who took these photos?
Dr. John D., PhD in spectrophotometry. I can link the whole video.
Because they just look very, ultimately zoomed in, zoomed out to get perspective on the wind farms, but on the windmills. But like, it's hard to sort of look at the picture and believe it's as so. But with the calculations that you claim that it's 2
Yeah, I'll get you the original video it's from.
I think I posted the playlist. Rampion Wind Farms, right?
That's the one.
Yep. Yeah, the photo is just a screenshot from the video, right? For the sake of making it easier in conversations like this, but the videos are linked in the Heretic just posted it in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, we are not observing that drop that Netflix enthusiasts say Jaren measured.
Have you actually seen that comic that the Globus use with this extreme curve? Oh wait, I think the comic is actually depicted in the Netflix documentary.
Wait, Rich Dad, you still there?
Yeah.
Since we're talking about like mainstream globe proofs taken by flat earthers, did you catch the Nat Geo one where they send the boat out? Right?
No.
They send the boat out with the striped flag on it. Yes or no? I don't mean to derail. I just was curious because this kind of no. Okay, forget it then. Thanks.
Have any of you guys actually tried to physically go out there and do the experiment?
Do this sort of horizon test, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't documented anything, so I'll just say no. I have, but it wouldn't be worth anything because I can't present anything for it.
I would love to see that simple video of the flashlight that's been redone and to be proven wrong. I mean, it wouldn't be hard to do, right?
Well, we just showed you that drop that they're attributing whatever happened in the flashlight thing to doesn't exist. Because if it does, then we should have those geometric horizon distances. We should be seeing that drop at those distances in the form of a geometric horizon, and we see much further than that. The ocean is just flat for as far as we can render.
You don't get to just ignore one experiment because you think that another observation
It's not an experiment, for one, and it's not conclusive for curvature. You're just asserting that the only reason you wouldn't have seen the flashlight is because there's physical drop over the surface. But when we look for that, we do not find it. So that's not the reason for whatever happened in your Netflix movie.
First of all, it does match the expected drop, but also you have observable.
Shut up. Claim. Okay, it does match the expected drop. How so? Go ahead.
What do you mean, how so?
Yeah, give me the numbers. What's the expected drop?
I'm talking about on the expects the amount that he had to raise his flashlight is what we would expect.
Okay, what distance was he testing for drop over?
Shit, I don't remember any of the details of it.
Okay, you have no clue. See, you're just chanting. You don't know what distance, you don't know how much drop, you probably don't know how much you had to raise the flashlight, but that's good enough for you when it comes to a globe claim. But when it comes to anything else, you have to put it under relentless scrutiny, so your religious bias is confirmed.
How long was the distance for that video, by the way? Did you say it before? I'm not sure. Was it?
Well, Trapwife should know, because he said that what they did there matched the globe prediction perfectly.
I'm asking like a straight up question. How far away was it between the two
Hey
flashlights?
guys, I just posted. Doesn't fuck the flashlight. You asked for another one that's been redone. I just posted one with lasers and the documentation, the PDF that goes with it as well. So
Well, you know what?
Yep.
Trapwife said that we can't just take one on board and ham wave another one. So what are you going to do about this FE core test that Timbo just posted? Ham wave it or take it on board?
And there's like 7 in there.
I'll have to look at it. I've never seen it before.
All right, we'll give you a chance.
There's a video and there's a PDF that goes with it.
There's an all-you-can-eat buffet. There's a smoking room out the back.
Hypothetically,
Cracker
if the Earth is flat, the amount of cover-up that would be needed to happen, every video of mainstream videos would be.
Hey buddy, why don't we just look at the information instead of divining people's thoughts?
Yeah,
let's just look at the information and then we can prove it, and then we can look at why are they doing it. Yeah.
This cope that you're going to right now is you covering it up for yourself.
No, I'm just.
This mentality is why it's covered up.
We know that it's not mainstream to think that the Earth is flat. Can you?
Yeah, I know. But the resistance that you're having to it is the cover up right there. If you could just get through that, you'll see what we're showing.
I was arguing for you. I said if that video, that mainstream video, was trying to cover up that the world is flat, then they would cover it up. There'd be so much money involved in covering up the shit. So calm down.
I know you're going to start spiraling it. I know you're going to start spiraling at the moment, but if you can open the PDF and we can go through it with you if you want, or you're not going to look at it. You can, if you go to page 104 or 102, go to measurement 7, and we can look at that one if you want.
So, the position and height data?
Measure. Yep, that's the one, the diagram. Distance.
Okay, laser beam recorded at 1.5 meters.
Yep. Should be over 90 meters should be over 90 meters in the air due to drop over distance. Is not 90 meters in the air, therefore resulting in no curvature.
So if someone was to argue that.
So where's that drop that Jaron measured with a flashlight then on Netflix? We're just going to ignore the field engineers and go with Netflix, or what are we doing here?
Oh, okay. Can you explain the graph? Height of laser beam. So they've obviously done an experiment on both sides where they've done ground level and they've done it on a higher level.
No.
So that could
laser height is left 90. At 2.92. That was the height of the laser leaving the other shore. Across the lake, measured the height of the laser at 1.5. Yep, there should be a hump. So the hidden height of that laser should be 90 meters. So that laser should be 90 meters in the air. Due to drop over distance. Do you understand that?
Sort of. So if it was laser beamed through, okay, all right, mate. No, give me a moment to go through this PDF file, and I'll have a look. But I'm not going to be like trying to ask a question and then be scrutinized every 3 seconds after I said something. So it's not really a comforting place
if
to
you ask something,
be here.
You can ask, and we can go through it together. That's what I said.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at it and trying to comprehend it. And as soon as I said that, you don't know. Come on, cunt. Anyway, fucking flat earth you later.
See you later.
That was funny.
Flat Earth you later. Okay.
Come on, Gant.
So wait, they were 5 inches off the expected geoid height. The expected
No.
height.
5 inches.
That's what I'm
You're
getting.
mistaken. I believe Timbo said 90 meters.
Yep.
Where do you get 90 meters?
In the document.
Where?
Page 102, I think it is.
Oh,
Let me
geez,
just
you
bring
gotta
it up.
make me scroll that way.
10 between 102 and 104. I think it's 104.
Measurement 7. Target hidden height 90.8 meters. Predicted, that is.
So difference of geoid.
Yeah, that's because they're using the GS80. What is it? GS84 or whatever it is.
Yep.
Yeah, WGS84.
Yep.
WGS84, Tim.
Okay, right. So the expected hidden height was 90.8, and the hidden.
And the height of the laser was 1.5 meters. Detected.
Where are you getting that? Hang on.
Yeah, on the diagram, it's the other side of the diagram. It's written in bold black. Laser beam recorded at 1.5 meters off the surface of the water.
Hey, Trap, can I just ask you, do you understand when they say expected hidden height? Do you understand what that means?
Yeah.
Okay.
Recorded at 1.5 meters. Where there should have been 90 meters of drop. How many times do we have to prove what we already experience?
Where was this published? EFI core.
What do you mean published?
Well, submitted for peer review.
Oh no.
When you say peer review, do you think that peer review means that they're actually replicating the experiments in the paper? Or do you think they're just reviewing it to make sure that the math adds up and the data checks out? What do you think peer review means? Just curious.
Well, of course, they're going to make sure the data is correct, but
do
it
you
also
think they
gives you
actually try to
a chance
replicate
to
the
read.
experiment? I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm calling it an experiment, but do you think they actually try to replicate the methodology used in the paper? They don't in
Why
peer
would
review.
they?
I don't know.
No, but it
I think
allows
peer
you
review
others to
is ridiculous.
replicate it as well. Like,
Right, but you said peer review. Peer review has nothing to do with replicating a scientific experiment or a test, right? So if you look that up, you'll realize peer review is kind of just nonsense, really. It's just a way to push an agenda, really. Kind of a
The strange thing is that you guys are constantly putting the burden on us to prove what you already experience. You don't see curvature. You don't see oceans dropping. You don't have any observations of a geometric horizon. You don't feel the world spinning around. None of these claims that you make about our reality or anything that you actually experience. So why is it on us to substantiate what you do already experience? Shouldn't you be substantiating that reality is actually the opposite of what you experience it to be?
No, everything I experience fits with the globe Earth model. I haven't experienced anything that doesn't fit.
Yeah, we've shown you things that don't fit with it, and you just ignore those.
I'm looking into it right now, but there are things that make every flat Earth model that I have seen.
Okay, we're not talking about a model. We're just talking about reality here, where the oceans don't curve. Observably, measurably, they are not curving. You don't see them curve. So that doesn't fit. That's one thing right there that doesn't fit.
Models are how we understand reality, and also you
forget
do
about
see
models. We're talking about reality. We're just going straight to reality, and we're comparing it to your so-called model, and we're finding that there isn't a match. Yet you keep asserting there is. There is not. If there were, we would have geometric horizons everywhere, and we would see curving oceans and all the rest.
Okay, go out on the ocean, look back towards the shore at nighttime, and you're going to see stars on the horizon, right? If you're
already invoked the horizon. You already invoked the horizon, and we already proved that the horizon isn't due to curvature, so that doesn't help you.
Look,
it doesn't help your model.
If the Earth is flat, how would you possibly see? Let's say you go off the coast of South America, and you're off the west coast of South America. You look back towards land. I don't know, maybe say 30 miles out. If you look back towards land, all the stars that are close to the water should be hidden by land, by the Andes Mountains, but they won't be. You'll see stars right off of the surface of the ocean.
So now affirming
that can't happen on a flat Earth.
What the fuck?
They should be hidden by land?
Yeah.
30 miles out. Land that you shouldn't even be seeing 30 miles out.
Doesn't matter if you can see it or not.
I shouldn't even be seeing that land that far. Well, it depends what the elevation is, but that's a lot of curvature drop at 30 miles.
Right, you won't see the land, but you will see stars where they should be blocked by land, is what I'm getting at, if the Earth were flat.
We're just making stuff up now.
And you can...
Well, the stars should be blocked by a geometric horizon if you're correct about what the horizon and what the Earth are. But there is no geometric horizon, so that's not happening. Should we go through the geometric horizon argument again? We just did it, but I guess we need to do it again.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's actually arguing for the flat Earth.
No, I'm saying what you would expect to see on a flat Earth. You would expect
how would you know what
see...
you would expect to see on something
we do see what we'd expect.
Think is unreal? We see it every day.
We already do see what we'd expect, which is no curvature of any body of water whatsoever.
No, except all the curvature we do see.
Where's that then? Where's all of that curvature that we do see? Where's that then?
You would be able to see forever if there wasn't curvature, wouldn't you?
No, we have binoculars.
That's not all the curvature we see.
Hold on.
What's blocking your view?
Hold on. My goodness me. We have a limitation to how far we can see, right? That's why we invented binoculars, obviously. And then telescopes and high-powered zoom cameras and whatnot. Because we have a limitation to our view and then the limitation to every optics view. We can't see forever. Just because
and
you
what is think the limitation?
What do you mean, what is the limitation? Well, have you got an app on your phone that gives you the weather? And every day it will tell you how far you can see. It's usually called your visibility. So that's how far, on average, you should be able to see. You know?
Okay, so it's all due to visibility. It's all due to the effect of the air, the cloud. What is the term for that?
Have you ever noticed that when things move further away from you into the distance, they appear to get smaller? Have you noticed that?
Yes.
Yes.
So the angular size decreases.
Yeah, that's perspective, and eventually things will go beyond that limitation of your view. Right? You can't resolve it; it's too fucking far away. You understand the concept of that's too far away to see, right? It's kind of simple.
No.
That's too far away to see. I can't see that
because
bird because it's so small. It's too far away to see.
It's too far away to discern it.
Yeah, you can't see it, can you?
Well, you can't discern it from the background.
You understand? As that ant walks away, you can't see it anymore because it's gotten too small to see. Things with distance, like a tree, with distance will get too small to see. A country across a body of water will obviously get too small in angular size for you to see. Right? It's the limitation to optics.
And then you're also going to be trying to look through, thousands of miles of weather. Show me a weather report that says visibility 7,000 miles.
Because
I'll just wait.
Yeah.
Well, and yet you can still see the stars.
Oh, wow. This is what I was going to say earlier. You think you can see forever because they tell you those things in the sky are in the past. So far away, it's taken the light so long to get here, it's in the past. That's why you think you can see further. But obviously, we have invented binoculars and telescopes to see further because we have a limitation to our eyes and all optics. Right.
Right. Things get harder to discern from the background, but there's not an absolute limit to how far you can see.
What do you mean there's not an absolute limit? What technology? How big's the lens?
As long as a photon can reach from the source to your eyes, you can see it. Right?
Yeah, sure. What about on a known flat surface? If you've got a narrow angle of view across that surface, and say there's a door at the end of a corridor, and underneath that door there's a light that you can see, but when you get low to the floor, it disappears. You see the image I posted at 58 minutes past the hour? That's what I'm talking about. So first image, the camera's really low down on the surface and can't perceive the light at the floor at the end of the corridor. Camera raises up a couple of inches and you can now start to perceive the light at the end of the corridor that's on the floor. So what's the difference here, apart from you've changed your angle of perspective across that surface? When you're narrowed to that surface, you can't resolve the bottoms of objects at distance along that surface. Raise your camera up, you can. Doesn't mean that surface is curved. It just means that with distance, things will recede into that surface that they're on.
No, things go into the vanishing point. Things on the surface are going to appear higher. Things above.
The surface is curved, or is it flat? What is it? Curved or flat? Is it an optical reason because we can't see the light at the bottom, or is it a physical reason, as in curving of the wall of the floor is in the way? Is it optical? Can't see the bottom of that on this known flat surface with my camera narrowed to the surface. I raise it up, I can see it. Is the floor curved, or is it an optical reason why I can't see the light at the end of the corridor? Which one?
I don't know. The floor is probably somewhat curved.
There you go. So
the point is,
how many more demonstrations do you want? How many more demonstrations do you want? No, okay.
You haven't demonstrated anything.
Yes, I have. I provided you with something, you fucking idiot.
No, you haven't.
I haven't provided you with 2 photographs.
Everything's already been demonstrated to you. Like I already said, you don't experience any curvature or motion of the Earth to begin with. You don't experience it as a spinning ball. Your bias is pretty clear here.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're trying to reach a certain conclusion against everything we show you, which goes against that conclusion.
And we can't see forever. And light doesn't travel forever either. There's an inverse square law of light that says that can't occur.
Yeah.
Wait, what does the inverse square law mean?
Hey, Trap Wife, what would happen if the Earth, when they announce the Earth is flat? What's going to mean in your world?
I would assume they're lying about it.
Is that because of all the curve you see everywhere?
It's because the observations that I've made fit with a round Earth model. They don't fit with a flat Earth model. I would assume that it's some sort of psyop if they're trying to convince us that the Earth is flat.
What observations have you made that don't fit with a model that one's given you?
Everything. How sunset, the sunset. I can just go look at the sunset.
Oh my God, we already did that with the geometric horizon. If the sun was setting over curve, then there'd be a geometric horizon. We already proved there isn't. Next.
It does set out. How did you prove there isn't?
We have to do this again. We've already done it with you twice, but okay, a third time.
Yeah, no, you didn't. I had to leave before you even got done. We even got into the black swan picture.
You did another one. That was the one with the 2.3 mile horizon distance prediction, right? You were listening while we did that with the other guy.
And gave you the video for that one as well.
All the others are observations that contradict these. Why should I believe your observations over other observations?
What ones that contradict?
How does the sun even set on a flat Earth? You can go out there any day and watch the sun set over the water. That shows a curvature.
So the horizon that's not physical, that's optical. When the sun goes too far away, you don't care, even though that's the thing you're saying. That the sun doesn't.
The sun can't be getting too far away from you for you to discern it. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how perspective works.
Really, you're going to tell me how perspective works?
Your picture here. Half of the platform is hidden under the water, and look how curvy. Look how curvy the things coming off of the platform are.
That's cool. That's distortion.
Yeah, that's
density and heat.
Right. That's showing there's a high level of refraction that day.
Yeah, you can watch it in the video happening if you want.
Yeah, I've seen the video.
Yeah, so that's not looming. That's not looming that oil rig up. That's just distorting the way that we can see the thing that's clearly right in front of us, because the atmosphere between us and the object is distorted and constantly in flux because of the density and the heat. It's kind of obvious, right?
Right, and the difference is...
So where's the horizon?
Yeah, and that's what causes...
Where's the horizon?
That's what causes it to rise.
Where's the horizon? Where is it? In reference to those known distance markers, where's the horizon? In front of them or behind them?
What?
Where does the sea appear to meet the sky?
Yeah, in that picture, it's obvious that
obvious that
atmospheric effects are going to.
Where can we see the horizon?
Image unreliable.
Yeah, where's the horizon though? That's the only thing we're interested in. If you're going to say atmospheric effects, yeah, because we can see the horizon. Where's that then? Is it in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or beyond the two oil rigs? Where's the horizon? Is it beyond the oil rigs? Clearly beyond the oil rigs at a safe estimation of at least 10 miles, could be further.
It looks to me like there's a horizon.
Well, we've got more than one.
Yeah, actually, that's what it appears. Like more than one visual horizon.
Yeah,
you can see where refractive effects are raising up what should be behind the actual horizon.
Really?
Yeah, I mean that's what it looks like to me.
Everything.
In the same video, you can see oil rigs completely hidden by the horizon, or almost completely hidden.
What? Because the horizon moves around depending on the atmospheric conditions of today. Yeah, no shit. We know that. These don't contradict anything that we've got to say. The actual fact is demonstrating our point that you don't have a physical geometric horizon where the mathematics dictates. For a 6 foot,
you're going to have
horizon can appear to be anywhere. That's not
good.
Look,
if you have heavy refraction, you're going to have things that should be beyond the horizon appearing above the horizon, aren't you?
So we don't see the geometric horizon then. Is that what you're saying? Which is our point.
You see it, and then you can see another horizon behind it.
There's two horizons. Now we see two horizons, do we? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, you could. That's what it looks like to me in the picture.
Yeah, really excited.
Well, don't go sailing with this idiot. Don't go sailing with him. He's going to get you lost.
It's two horizons. It's the one we don't see that he can see, apparently. And the one that we all can see.
You don't see that? Look at the image?
Yeah. Seen this image loads of times. Can only see one horizon where the sky appears to meet the surface of the Earth to see. Same with the one that Heretic posted there at the bottom of 6 wind turbines, where the horizon was clearly beyond 11 miles. The sky appearing to meet the sea. There's only one horizon in that observation as well. How many more do you fucking want? Is this the third time you've been through this? Do we have to do it a fourth?
Are you hold on? Are you claiming there's no such thing as atmospheric refraction?
Are we trying to figure out where the horizon is?
Are you claiming there's no such thing as atmospheric refraction?
No one's claiming that. I even pointed it out as atmospheric distortion in the image of the two
No, we're
orbits.
talking about not distortion. We're talking about refraction. That's different.
Yeah, I
Are you
understand.
claiming there's no refraction?
No. Have I said refraction doesn't exist? Have those words ever come out of my mouth?
How do you know that?
Right.
How did you account for that as not being a cause of the
I haven't
the image?
accounted for anything. Excuse me, I haven't accounted for anything because it's not my fucking claim.
Can you have him define refraction, please?
Yeah, define it.
It's called Google. Go look it up.
No, claim refraction. Why don't you define it?
Golly.
He doesn't define it. He's just saying a word. Refraction.
Right, and this other guy was talking about refractive effect, affecting
So
objects on the horizon.
Because of refraction, then is that the point?
It is the incidence of light. It's the angle that light bounces off or changes direction when it's passing between mediums of different density.
Yeah, mediums. Right, so two mediums, right?
Yes.
Okay, where's the second medium besides there?
There's mediums of different density. Air can have different densities. That's why I'm saying you have to account for different densities. And air of different temperatures. Air of different temperatures has different densities, right?
Right. So you're invoking now a horizontal density gradient, right? So as we go out further, right?
Vertical density.
Yeah, vertical. Right, but we're looking at a line of sight to the horizon.
Right.
So what you would have to do is invoke a horizontal density gradient, which makes no sense, and there's no proof for that, and there's no refraction model that predicts that.
No, you're misunderstanding everything I'm saying, or you're mischaracterizing it on purpose.
No, I'm not, because I've heard this 1,000 times.
Well, then you misunderstood it 1,000 times.
I still don't understand why you jumped in. You're going to demonstrate our point.
I was trying to clear up the image we just you guys were skipping that part.
Yeah, no one was claiming that refraction doesn't exist. Just to get to the crescendo.
Well, I just wanted to know how if you accept refraction as a possible a factor here, how you ruled it out.
We haven't made a claim apart from where's the horizon. It's a question. Where's the horizon?
Yeah, but the horizon.
Anything about refraction.
The horizon can be affected by refraction.
Why are you talking? I also don't understand this. Trying to address what you're saying because you tried to make me address it several times by putting those words into my mouth, saying it was a claim that I made, which I haven't. My question was, where is the horizon for the third time in regards to this image? That's all we're asking. If you're going to say then refraction from where? From a geometric horizon that we don't see because of refraction? Are we always going to observe refraction? Yeah, so the horizon isn't in its geometric location then. Has it ever been in its geometric location? Where's the direct measurement of Earth curvature? Not refraction.
I don't understand the whole your argument up geometric whatever.
Exactly.
I was not in the room when you covered that.
Where you jumped in.
But I'm sure it's easily explainable, and I can explain it to you better.
Well, didn't appear to do it then, and now it seems like you don't even know why you're in this conversation. It's weird.
Well, you can ask where does the horizon appear in the photo, right?
I did. Have you only just joined the conversation?
Yeah, but I've heard these things before. This is not new.
Oh, okay. So you've heard these things before, so you thought you'd just jump into this conversation.
I've heard these just like the other guy. I've heard them 1,000 times. Mm-hmm. I know exactly what you guys are doing.
Why did you jump into the conversation then, being as the only question was, where's the horizon?
Well, you can't tell where you can tell where the horizon is apparently in the photo, but you don't know where it is actually. You need more information.
Not where it geometrically should be. Yeah, so with the question, sunsets, well, the horizon's not physical to cause your so-called physical obstruction of the sun due to curvature of the Earth, which is the main reason why we're having this conversation. But being as the horizon is not physical, it's optical because of light refraction, then it's an optical phenomenon why the sun appears to go down and descend or go beyond the horizon, not physical Earth curve.
I don't understand your artificial distinction between optical and physical. All things optical are physical at the end.
So, with regards to the two images that I posted earlier, there's no physical obstruction along the known flat surface where we couldn't resolve the light at the end of the corridor until we moved the camera upwards a couple of inches. Then we could resolve the light at the end of the corridor that was underneath the doorway. So not physical obstruction. Okay,
that's right. That's a function. Well, I don't know. That's a function of the resolution of your lens, right?
Yeah, it's not physical then, optical obstruction. Where physical obstruction would be, I can't see my friend hiding behind that fucking wall because the wall's in the way. Physical obstruction, we all get the juxtaposition, right? Physical, optical.
Okay, I'd say line of sight, but sure.
Well.
Right. So in a perspective that you're saying, you could make the hall as long as you want. The line, the bottom of the hallway, the bottom of the floor, and however close you get to the floor will always be visible if you have a sufficiently a resolute lens or a lens that can resolve the distance sufficiently. It proceeds
instead of
asymptotically.
making an excuse, can you give us your excuse or your measurement for refraction? Hang on, I didn't finish yet. Can you give us a measurement for your refraction that would explain us being able to see the horizon beyond the oil rigs?
It'd take me a minute to calculate, but sure. It doesn't take much, maybe a degree or two, right, of refraction to do that sort of thing. And the temperature gradient is vertical, right?
Yeah, it's a vertical gradient, not a horizontal gradient, yeah?
Right, yeah, it's a vertical gradient. So you have basically layers, thermal layers, right? And the difference between I don't know what you get the horizontal from. You have layers vertically,
because
right?
we're going along line of sight straight along the ocean.
Right.
So horizontal, not vertical.
Yes, but
why are you saying that a vertical gradient is disrupting line of sight?
Okay. Because here's why. Is that when you pass between let's say the waters is a temperature difference between that and the ambient temperature of the air at large, right? As the air gets close to the water, the temperature will be different. Let's say the water's warmer, the air close to the water will be warmer than the air further up, right?
Same height above the sea,
right?
So no vertical gradient.
Well, two things. Number one, if the oil rig is a different height, and also because of the curvature of the Earth, right? You have
you're jumping to a conclusion that you haven't confirmed. So you're saying because of the curvature of the Earth, then light is bending. It must be curved, so light is bending this way. Yeah.
I'm saying there's two potential reasons that refraction would play into this.
No. Because you jump to the curvature. It's doing it because of the curvature of the Earth.
No. I said there's two reasons that refraction would play into this, right? And the point is that you assume, so you can't use that argument against me because you say this doesn't fit the curve, because you say this doesn't fit the curve model.
I'm just asking. No, because you haven't proven the curve yet.
No. You're doing an
the only way that you're using refraction is you're saying don't interrupt me.
You're saying that you're using an internal critique on my model.
Okay, man.
My model.
If you really want to do this, all right. So you're saying that.
Why did you mute him?
I didn't mute him.
Oh.
So you're saying.
I'll let him finish.
You're saying that light is bending around a curve, and we see this thing, so it must be refracting at this rate because the curve is this big. Is that what you're saying?
No. Okay.
You're not saying that. Okay.
No. What I'm saying is that there's two reasons that refraction would come into play, assuming a vertical temperature gradient, right? So you have different layers of atmosphere that have different densities, right? Number one, the oil rig itself is at a different, or the observer is at a different height than the oil rig, right? So you're
nothing
passing
to do with the oil rig.
Okay.
It's a demarcation.
Right. So you could be.
You're not at a different height. You're not at a different height. Both things are standing at sea level. Guys, 1 foot above. Those things are on the sea, so they're roughly the same place.
Okay. Then the other possibility, or the other certainty, actually, is that as you pass over the Earth, over the curvature of the ocean, in the globe model that you're trying to disprove, right? So
but you haven't got one.
This is the problem. They can't even understand how you address the scientific. They can't even hold the model in their head long enough to
I'm trying to explain.
That's right. We're not going to presuppose and beg the question with you. We're not going to do that. You're correct.
No. Oh, look. You guys are offering this as proof against my model, right?
Okay,
and you guys
finish.
You're offering it in critique against my model, right? Which means you have to accept my model. Does this? You're saying this disproves the globe Earth? It doesn't at all because of the refraction, right?
No, the refraction actually disproves your model. That's the funny part. You're debunking your own model by saying refraction.
No, I don't see how that is. If you understand refraction and you understand curvature,
can you provide us with a direct measurement of Earth curvature? Then?
Can I provide a direct measurement of Earth's curvature?
Yeah, please.
Sure. You can take any satellite image, and or radar. Sure.
And or
How
radar.
can you provide a measurement of flatness?
Really? If you want to go to Radar Wars, I'll go Radar Wars with you. Radius value of the Jindalee radar installation, North Australia. Radius value of 650 miles, detecting vessels in the air and at sea from a relatively low.
You understand that refraction also affects radar. You can pull up Navy documents
so
referring
not
to it.
measuring Earth curvature, then measuring refraction. That's interesting.
Yeah, give us that. Can you give us that direct measurement of Earth curvature, please?
Yeah, I don't have. I'll get it for you. Sure, I'm sure. Yeah, we have lots of measurements of that. Actually, any GPS would measure it for you too.
No, that's not a direct measurement. That's an indirect measurement. Sorry, it's not even a measurement. That's an indirect calculation. So it's not what we're looking for.
How is it not a measurement?
It's not a measurement.
GPS doesn't give curvature in the first place anyway. That's bullshit. Just claiming garbage. Yeah.
Does anyone here know how GPS works?
And you're not getting off the topic. Sorry, go back.
No, you said measurement. Why is GPS not a measurement?
Direct measurement of curvature, and then we can talk about your refraction.
What do you consider direct measurement? Because GPS is direct measurement as far as I'm concerned.
Measuring it. Do you know how to measure?
Well, like to tape measure?
Well, yeah, you can tape measure, lasers, whatever you want. Yeah, go for it.
Sure.
Radar waves.
How is lasers? Okay, so lasers you could measure between 2 points. You'd have to know exactly the distance between those 2 points, right?
Yeah, have you got one?
Yeah.
I'll find it, but that's not the point. GPS is a measurement between 2 points on Earth.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point of this server. Is to find the curvature of the Earth.
You understand GPS wouldn't work without Earth curvature, right?
What?
Again, you'd seem to be saying what? What?
For GPS to even work, it would need the curvature of the Earth, right? For the models to work.
And how is that? Please explain.
Do you understand how GPS works? I'm waiting. I'd love somebody to explain to me how GPS works.
Arguments into our mouths. It's really interesting. Why do you keep doing that? You keep trying to say things that we haven't said yet, if at all.
Well, you said that GPS is not a direct measurement. I'd like to know if you guys know how GPS works.
What is GPS? But by the way, just click the measurements, man. Just do it.
No, see, you guys are sidestepping here. You claim that GPS is not a direct measurement. Do you know how GPS works?
No, we're not sidestepping because we're still waiting for the original measurement of Earth curve, and then we can talk about your refracting around the Earth curve. That's where we're at.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm going to provide GPS as a direct measurement, but you say it's not a direct measurement. I'm saying if you're asserting that it's not a direct measurement, explain to me how it works that it's not a direct measurement.
How does GPS give you a direct measurement of curvature?
Because you can measure 3 points on a globe. If I drove, for example, 1,000 miles away and then another 1,000 miles away, that would only work on a globe model, right? Because of the Earth.
You driving 1,000 miles. Driving 1,000 miles only works on a globe.
It only works. It will only work. Distances would only work. The GPS calculations
your
only work.
GPS in your vehicle has nothing. Your GPS in your vehicle has nothing to do with satellites. That's a fact. It's all ground based, and it does work.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
How about the GPS? No, it doesn't. You're delusional.
Hang on, I'm still struggling.
I'd like reference for that. Do you have any documentation on that?
I'm still struggling to understand how driving 1,000 miles or kilometres is going to prove that you live on a globe.
You do understand what all those towers are that you have around your town or your city?
Right. Those can be used for location, but they're not GPS.
Really?
They're not GPS. GPS is a global positioning system based on satellites, which you guys deny.
No, we don't
Hold on a second. Mark, if I may, gentlemen, just for a moment, please. Mark,
You realize that GPS was first at sea, right?
Mark, please. I just got one simple question. Way before GPS, the Earth was claimed to be measured. How did that happen?
Oh, it was the Greeks, right? You guys want me to talk about the Greeks?
No, I don't want you to talk about the Greeks. I want you to give me the measurement that happened long before GPS. Just get that for me. That should be easy, right?
I don't know. There were several of them, right? Why does it matter?
Get them.
Why does it matter?
Get the curvature of the Earth measurement for me because it's way simpler than arguing about GPS. Just get it.
It also matters because you're claiming GPS is taken from satellites, which need an R value, a radius value. So they had to have measured the radius before they sent up satellites into orbit.
Right, but they won't work if the Earth is not curved, right? If there's a globe, if it's a flat plane, there's no radius.
Keep saying that.
There's no radius. There is no R value. They would not work.
Things can't be in the sky if the Earth is flat and stationary.
Well, there certainly can't be satellites in your model, right? In the flat Earth model.
What does satellite mean? What do you say, satellite? What does that mean? Because we can demonstrate to you that satellites have been put on balloons since the 1950s.
Right. They're not. Right, those are not satellites. Those are not satellites, right?
Excuse me, and I haven't finished.
Those are not satellites.
What, the satellites on balloons? So satellites is something else other than technology that's on balloons in the atmosphere. Is it something? What else is it?
Satellites are in orbit around a globe called space. They're in space.
Vacuum of space.
They're in. Well, it's not quite a vacuum. It's close.
No, they're in.
Shorthand to refer to it as a vacuum.
Uncontained, open gas pressure environment, right?
Atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure, but sure.
Whatever you want to put it, but that would be the thing that's in contention. No one's denying that things are in existence at low altitudes above the surface of the Earth. I can even give you their flight plans if you want. It's not hidden information, my friends. So I can give you the flight plans for.
The GPS exists, and these are not balloons. They can't be balloons. They have to be stationary. Balloons can't be stationary.
Yes, they can. That's interesting. Things you find out when you do some research. Yeah, balloons can be geostationary.
Without tethering them and without motors?
It's interesting. Not without motors. No, they need power.
They can be geostationary within the micro degree of precision that GPS needs to be.
They can be geostationary, my friend, yes.
Yeah. Does anyone know? Does anyone here actually know how GPS works? You guys are talking about cell towers.
At the moment, you need technology in the sky. I'm giving you technology in the sky. As soon as you invoke a space vacuum, we'll have a different conversation. But
no, it's not technology in the sky. See, that's why you fail on this, because you don't understand how it works.
Excuse me, balloons and satellites isn't technology in the sky.
It is technology in the sky, but because you don't know how GPS works, you're just saying nonsense.
Excuse me, I haven't answered the question. It doesn't mean I don't know. I do know. What the fuck?
Okay, how does it work?
I'm not even going to bother answering now, because that's like the fourth or fifth time you've put words into my mouth. It's like some kind of coping strategy you've got. I find it very disingenuous.
Because if you knew how they worked, you'd know that the measurements would disprove the height of those satellites.
Oh, really?
Yep.
How would they do that then?
Because of the clock differences, right? They can't. The clock differences would. The clock differences that you require for global positioning would rule out how close they are.
Excuse me. When you say clock differences, a difference in the time that things are at altitude, not measuring curvature of the Earth, like time.
Again, you don't understand how GPS works, so you're just making kind of a fool of yourself.
Time dilation. Was that because of like radar ping off of a floor or something? Like a
I'm not talking about time. They do take time dilation into account, but that's not how they work. That's not the way they work.
You're going to stop keeping your fucking secrets and tell us things. I've tried to answer it, but you keep talking through me.
I have no secret. You know how it works, so I don't need to tell you.
Come on then. So give me the Earth curve measurement.
It relies. I could rely on GPS, which is absolutely reliable and independently verifiable, right? And you can buy radios that actually get the clocks. Basically, they're atomic clocks of the sky, right? Right.
Oh.
And due to the differences in time, you know how far each satellite is, right? And you also know the exact location of that satellite because they have an ID, right? So you could triangulate between the satellites. Now, usually you need actually 4 satellite to it's not triangulation, it's quadrangulation, actually, is what it is. But you need at least 4 to locate your position in 3D space, right? And because of the clock differences,
I thought GPS worked with trilateration, not triangulation.
No, I said it's not. I use triangulation as a shorthand, but it's not actually triangulation. You need 4 points.
It's trilateration.
Maybe that's what it's called, but you need 4 points to be able to establish your coordinates, right? On a
Tri
3D
means
surface.
3.
I don't know that it's called trilateration, but you need 4 points.
You don't know.
I don't know exactly what it's called, but you need 4 points to establish any location.
So you're
in
explaining
space.
GPS to us, but you didn't know it was trilateration and not triangulation.
I don't know that it is trilateration. You're saying it is. I'm not sure that's what it's called.
So how are you explaining this to us?
But are you debating? Despite the nomenclature problem, you're trying to sidestep the technical issue that you guys are trying to evade. That it proves that there's a globe Earth, right?
We're waiting for the measurements. Keep claiming how it works. We understand how it works. Now go and get the measurement. And then you prove to us that they're not being superimposed around a ball Earth model because everyone thinks the Earth's a ball, right? So whatever measurements they get, they're just going to superimpose it around your fucking model.
No, that's not how it works, right?
Okay, so it
establishes your location in 3D space. It does not establish your location. It does not establish your location on a map. It establishes your location in 3D space.
Not going to get it, are you? You're just going to talk about it without actually going to get it. Go and get the measurement.
I got the measurement. It's called GPS, but you just deny it.
It's called GPS. The measurement is called GPS.
I misspoke. It's not actually triangulation or trilateration. Trilateration refers to the angles, and that's true. It is. Triangulation. Triangulation is measuring the angle to something, which is what you'd use if you used ground base points of reference. But it's trilateration is because it's dealing with clocks. There's no angles involved. That's why. So you know this. You know the position of the satellites. You know the distance to each satellite. Therefore, you know your position on the Earth, the globe Earth.
Hey, how does satellites work in your paradigm?
How do they satellite? Well, they work.
How do you get precise? How do you get precise navigation aids in major cities, for example?
No,
how does that work?
That's not
well,
going to happen.
the satellites were first used in
not
at sea,
that measurement.
right? Okay. They're first used at sea, and in major cities.
Why them red herring?
Yeah.
So red herring.
So
Jesus Christ. So it's a difference in the time. It's a difference in the time that you get from each clock.
And get the measurement. We understand how it happens.
Right. So you know your position in 3D space, right?
You're not going to go and get the measurement, are you?
You know your position in 3D space, and I can just pull up any 2 coordinates in 3D space that are on the lat long grid and show you that it's on a globe and not on a flat plane.
No, that would be a latitude and longitude Cartesian coordinate system that's taken from the sky dome.
But they would be established from GPS. Right, they'd be established in GPS using a global system, not a flat Earth system.
You know, my friend, before we start using models, we're going to prove the model with a direct measurement of Earth curvature. Are you going to fucking go and get it or not?
Yeah, I got it. It's called GPS.
No, that's not a direct measurement. That's just
GPS depends on the globe.
I find it very infuriating when you keep talking through me, especially as you keep putting words into my mouth and being very disingenuous. So go and get the measurement. Stop saying GPS, which will be superimposed around the globe Earth model. Go and get the measurement that proves that there's drop over distance or curvature to the surface of the Earth. Go get me one.
I'm going to say GPS again because GPS will not work on a flat Earth. It cannot work on a flat Earth.
Why can't it work on a flat Earth? What are you talking about?
Because of the nature of it, it will not work on a flat Earth. Because here's why.
Sorry.
Because you
maybe I'm not being very fucking clear. That's really ambiguous. Can you be much more specific?
It establishes your location in 3-dimensional space, right? So if it would establish your location if the Earth were flat, it would establish your location, say, some thousands of miles above a fictional surface, right?
What are you talking about?